Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us this morning. Hope you had a great day yesterday. We had an amazing day yesterday on the first day of Charcha 2020. All of you joined on YouTube streams, on Zoom streams, and Book My Show streams. I hope you really enjoyed the discussion. Got to hear a lot of India's development sector leaders. We had nearly 10,000 of you joining yesterday across various streams at various points in time, and the viewership on YouTube and other channels are just growing by the hour. The great thing about this is that all of this content will be available for you to view at any point later, or for you to share with your friends. And today is an exciting day as well. We've got a great series of panels and speakers, some of India's foremost thought leaders, enablers, practitioners. And I'm really happy to bring day two to you. So let's get started. We have the first panel by Transform Rural India. It's a topic that's really relevant. I'll hand over to Anish, and he will introduce I'll hand over to Irina and Anish, and they will introduce the panel to you. Transform Rural India works to bring equal opportunities to India's poorest, supporting them in their journey to prosperity, dignity, and better life. I'm going to say that you're going to enjoy this session. Please post your questions on the Q&A section, and we will try our best to answer as many of your questions as possible. And if you have your friends who are interested, please share with them. This is going to be a great session. I'm really happy to welcome the panel here, and all the best to the panel here as well. Irina, I hand it over to you.
Thank you, John. Welcome, everyone. I'm delighted to introduce to you a panel on how does one create rural jobs. Let me just set it up for you. We're going to do three things. One is everybody in the panel will quickly go around, and we've given them the mammoth task of giving us their insights in 3 minutes each. So let's see how many of them will meet that metric. After the panel has spoken, we will take your questions, and then we'll try and close it off with some final thoughts from a few of the panel members. But before I do that, let me just set it up for you. I think when we talk about rural jobs, we are talking about a huge part of India, and one cannot think of it as a monolith. We obviously have the estimated 125 million farmers, large, medium, small. A lot of the small ones actually now are women, and so it's interesting to see how this whole thing will evolve. These farmers obviously need lower costs. They run one of the riskiest businesses that we know in the country. They need better price realization, and over time, they need to participate in larger value chains so that their incomes increase. And one question is, what are we going to do to help them participate in agri-value chains in a more systematic, deliberate, and value-adding way? But we also have 1/3 of rural India, which is landless. A lot of them are employed in construction. Some of them are part of NREGA. Some of them are, quite frankly, huge in terms of disguised unemployment. And there's a question around what can we do to skill them up meaningfully in a very practical way, and are there any rural jobs for them? And then don't forget the young. There are so many young people in rural India. Many of them have done class 6, class 8. Some of them have done class 10. First generation learners in their family. Very different aspiration. The land is too small now for them to go back into agriculture. Most of them don't want to do agriculture. Their parents don't want them to do in farming. What are these kids going to do? What are the services businesses for them? Is garmenting an option? If you look at China, one of the most fascinating things in China is how much of data tagging is now happening in rural China. So millions of young Chinese are just sitting there and tagging organs. They're tagging eyes and ears and streets. And it's quite fascinating to see new forms of jobs being created in rural China for people like this. So we're going to cover, hopefully, a lot of this in the next 90 minutes. We're going to talk about rural agri chains. We're going to talk about garmenting. We're going to talk about services. And therefore, let me not stand between you and the panel. We're going to request each one of them to share with us, not to moan about what's wrong with rural India, but to share with us the opportunities they see and the one or two things that they want to see happen differently for our rural citizens and brothers and sisters to be able to capture this opportunity. So Anish, as the co-lead, let me hand over to you. Your 3 minutes start now, and then we'll hand over to the next panelist.
Thanks, Irina. Partly my position would be, called woolly, or if you are generous, wishful, or foolhardy in the Swadesh way. Someone I admire through the 2011 census data on urbanization to confront me that I'm on the wrong side of history. I remember, Irina, in one of your studies, you had said that India will remain over 50% rural till 2050. The present crisis, I guess, will push that by few more years. 70% of the workforce today is rural or linked to rural. What to do with them is a serious question and can't be wished away. Partly our quest for rural jobs is also driven by the unending search for solutions when confronted with the data on manufacturing conundrum. Doubling of rural share in manufacturing output, it is actually now more than 50%, 51% exceeding urban. But around the same time, we saw a decline in manufacturing employment by 4%. So there are obviously favorable conditions for factories to be set up. And these conditions, power, road connectivity, would have only improved in the last decade or so. Then why are labor-intensive MSMEs not coming to rural areas? That's the issue, whether it is extractive or what, I'm not very sure about. Or are our supply chains, the production, processing, consumption organized in a manner in which it doesn't make sense for these factories to come to rural areas? I see return of migrant labor, proposals to incentivize industries in rural areas to shift this somewhat. The COVID-linked consumer demand on fresh direct will guess I give a new life to clocking of carbon miles. And partly, the rural job quest is also driven by frustration. Maybe it's rhetoric, or estimated 8-9 million migrate from rural areas to urban labor markets manufacturing. Rural is younger than ever, median age of just under 28, better educated than ever, 85%, and you made mention of that. 85% have some school time, more aspirational, but the dreams are in cities. Even low paying, staying in cramped rooms, 6 to 180 cubic feet. But now, as we are seeing, hundreds, 1,000 kilometers trek to their homes. There you go, chimera of better quality jobs outside villages. Worker productivity is a serious drag on our competitiveness. Then it makes more sense to relocate them, not to relocate them. Have them the security of shelter and family. I argued in an idea piece yesterday that COVID has upended some of these, and there are possible tailwinds: social distancing on soft floor, increase in labor costs due to demand-supply mismatch, increased provisioning for social security. Same conditions that made Selampur one of the biggest teaching clusters, or enterprising youth from Baka landing as Kali taxi drivers at Delhi airport. 70% of them are from Baka, the taxi drivers. Same things that push for subcontracting, off-book workers, piece workers will make in rural more viable, I guess. To seize this, it has to make for overall supply chain efficiencies and fulfillment of quality demands. To give you an example, the logistics of transporting water and offals, that's 35% by weight in poultry and 3 times costly by volume. To processing near consumption centers just makes no sense. Some of us who are in the business of making rural enterprises happen will urgently need to attend to supply chain efficiencies and quality fulfillment. You know, Irina, it's not rocket science. There is some science in it, but it's not rocket. We did that with mushroom processing for Unilever in a remote village 2 decades back. Skills, fail-safe traceability, trust compact on the upside, downside. It can't be a game of Chitbi Meri, Padbi Meri. This needs to be unshackled. And we will have a role in ensuring transaction governance, contracts enforcement on the ground. We at TRI have built a platform for facilitating franchisors looking for franchisee options in rural India. 2, we have started with Our Foods. We have set up decentralized dalmates. With Sudiksha, we have set up preschools. 2 other companies that I'm associated with, the National Association of Farmer Producer Organizations, the Agro Enterprise Growth Foundation, are committing and gearing to make this happen on farm produce. Yesterday, in one of the conversations with Big Basket, they were very open to this opportunity, subject to quality and trust parameters, to have FPOs and agri entrepreneurs run their collection centers, which would include basic processing like sorting, grading, packaging. There is solid work also to back some of this. If you look at, there is a very good study. There's a very good study on secondary agriculture by, in the erstwhile Planning Commission. We had Professor Despal Sharma from Ohio, and there were, industry titans like Godrej also, and some blue chip voices involved. This study indicated a lot of work could be easily done near farm, and this will improve farm produce prices, create rural service infrastructure, and create local employment. With agriculture getting center stage with COVID, there was no lockdown on our food, and we had the logistics relatively worked out. I guess we owe to ourselves to make this success. Sadly, it seems, across our political spectrum, there is a bipartisan consensus that's all about relief. Can we not put our might into pivoting rural as launchpad? Secondary agriculture, decentralized franchisee manufacturing will be key to success. And you did mention, China. And the way they have transformed their agro-processing industry, they're linking it to advanced manufacturing platforms, bioprocessing. They're already the leading food ingredients manufacturer and exporter. In some of these, the underlying, the production India's production exceeds that of China. And we have decided agroecological advantage in many of them. Some 10 years back, and I was to our surprise, we discovered in Jharkhand, a small sauce manufacturing unit was importing and using imported tomato bricks from China. We can look at other such spaces, rice mills, poha mills, atta to be done locally. I don't know if there is a commercial argument or all it is only mindless emotional, but we need to try that. And we intend to, at TRI, we are trying to build about 100 youth opportunity facilitation hubs to work with rural youth, returning migrants on business discovery, linking of enterprise opportunities, catering to hyperlocal opportunities. Two of our partners, development alternatives here, I've been having conversation with Pat, head held high. So we are trying to look at how we could give an impetus to decentralized franchising manufacturing and secondary agriculture. I'll stop here, Irina.
Thank you, Anish. You very interesting thoughts, though you did not meet my 3-minute challenge. Anjani, how do you at Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation think about rural?
Hi there. Irina, was that a question for me? Sorry, I just dialed in like 2 seconds ago. I was having some problems with Zoom.
Yes, if you need time to settle in, it was a question for you, Anjani. Are you up to answering it, or should I move to somebody else and come back to you?
No, I can take a stab at it. Just
okay,
if you
wonderful.
can just repeat the question.
No, so how do you at the Gates Foundation think about creating rural jobs?
Okay, great. Sorry. Yeah, and again, sincere apologies for dialing in late. And so I'm definitely missed the conversation which has happened so far. Thanks everyone for this opportunity, and I'm looking forward to hearing everyone's thoughts on this topic. The way we think about it is particularly in light of this conversation that agri-processing, I will just dive right in, or value-added production. I think that's a key aspect, and this is and therefore the conversation is also very timely. Value-added production or agri-processing, uses agriculture. One of the key differentiators of this particular sector from others non-farm sectors is that it uses agricultural production as an input, and therefore growth in this particular sector tends to both create greater employment opportunities in agriculture, of course, and in the processing sector, and increases the demand for labor in agriculture as well. And this pairing of changes is something we think has a particularly salutary effect both on job creation and wages. And it needs a renewed focus in India. As we all know, less than 2% of fruits and vegetables are processed in India, compared to 20-30% in other emerging markets, and not just developed markets. With that said, I think what we are also learning is that when it comes to creating jobs in rural economies, we also need to think about how the sectors within rural economy interact with each other and with local and regional product markets. So therefore, while we look at individual value chains, we do need to take into account the broader market realities within which a particular value chain operates. That again, now focusing more on the agricultural processing side, we know that in rural economy, almost 60% of rural households depend on non-farm employment for their income. And a significant portion of this non-farm employment comes from food processing or food-related sectors, could be wholesale, processing, logistics, retail, and food service. So again, emphasizes the role of this sector in creating jobs and improving wages in rural economy. Now, coming to what needs to happen. I think the four components that need to be addressed are pretty well known: technology, infrastructure, capital markets, and human capital. These are the four broad dimensions on which, as a country, we need to invest, both in the public and private sector. And which essentially then boils down to ownership of productive assets, particularly on the technology and infrastructure side. Now, these productive assets could be in the form of land, access to credit markets, education, transport services, and therefore creating or using agri-processing as a sector to create jobs. One of the key aspects we need to look at is how can we create or make these productive assets either explicitly through private ownership or implicitly through public provision, but it's available to people in rural economies. I would say custom hiring centers is a really great example, which helps increase the productivity of farmers in India. Similarly, on the agri-processing side, creating assets like dryers, mills, and making them accessible to a rural population at scale is a big opportunity in India. And that needs to be combined with human capital. And usually when we think about human capital, the conversation is limited to education and health. But I think that in addition to that, entrepreneurial skills and mentorship is a key aspect. We all know, even in urban markets, creating entrepreneurs is a very uphill battle. And I personally sometimes feel that we do not recognize that entrepreneurship, whether it is in a rural market or an urban market, it's equally challenging. But the level of mentorship and access to entrepreneurial skills that is available in rural economies, or let's just say it's pretty much non-existent in rural economies. And so I think that a renewed emphasis in making those opportunities available in rural economies will be key to creating jobs. And the last thing I would say is, when we look at the agriculture sector in India, or people who are engaged in agriculture sector in India, almost 50% of it is casual labor, which means that there is no specialization of skills, and therefore it is largely a low productivity employment. And so therefore I see a huge opportunity to create specialization, whether it is through models, and some of these models already exist in the country, which can be scaled up, models of creating village entrepreneurs, which are providing different types of services related to agronomy or market linkages, or access to different schemes or financial literacy products to rural entrepreneurs, strengthening that link between creating specialized employment and connecting that to the needs of entrepreneurs in rural economy is a crucial link that I think could be strengthened in India.
Thank you, Anjani. Very helpful. Shankar, you spent years at Rallis looking at value chains in Indian agriculture. What are your thoughts on what one can do to help our farmers get more value from agri chains?
Sure. Thanks, Irina. What I thought I would do is, rather than talk about some theoretical aspects, let me share a couple of examples or models where I have been associated with. I've been running these for many years now. The first one I want to talk about is our pulses experience around pulses. So if I go back, this is many years ago in the Tata Group, when we sat down and said, what can we do in agriculture, which is good from a nation's point of view, good for farmers, as well as a contribution to agriculture. We zeroed in on pulses. The reason being that those days, we used to import a lot of pulses from countries like Australia and Canada. They grow pulses only to export it to us. And so valuable foreign exchange. But in India, the pulses production was stagnating. And a critical source of protein, the maybe most economical source, and the per capita usage was steadily coming down over several decades. So we said that let's start an initiative whereby we drive pulses productivity, we add a value to the farmers and help the nation to be more self-reliant on pulses. When we did an estimation actually in Tata Strategic Management Group, we said that 15, 20 years hence, this is going to become a big issue for the nation. To cut a long story short, after a very humble pilot with the state of Tamil Nadu on Urud Dal, today we are in Maharashtra, very big public-private partnership program in MP and Karnataka. And the whole model was how do we actually work with the farmers, help them to improve yields, quality, as well as optimize the costs, etc. But not stop there, but actually go up the value chain, because one of the issues with farmers was finding the right market and price realization, as you mentioned earlier. So in Tata Chemicals, we said that why don't we launch a safe as well as nutritious pulses for the consumers, and we actually launched a brand. And today, many of us buy Tata Sampann brand of pulses, which is now with Tata Consumer Products. Another example I want to very quickly touch upon, which I'm engaged right now in the Center of Sustainable Agriculture and Farm Excellence for the group again. Here we start from the consumer. So we've taken a variety, which is a low GI rice, and going back all the way back to farmers, working through farmer producer organization. And the idea is that not only we drive value at a farm space, how do we unlock value from byproducts, as well as from a branding perspective? Very interesting dimensions are coming through, and working with farmer producer companies, which I believe is the way forward. Government is also putting a lot of thrust around that, but a lot of work to be done in actually making this successful. We know a very small percentage of FPCs today are successful, which are led by one or two people. So given that you've given me a very tight time target, if I were to look at from a rural jobs perspective, I can build on this model and share our experience, which has been very energizing. I would see three elements. One is on the byproducts processing or even value-added products. We need a lot of skill building and jobs coming there. Second is field skills and administration skills, how to run FPOs, which are mostly Section 8 companies, and how do we help them with compliance requirements and administrative skills. Third is around agronomy itself, and digital is today by default. How do we help digital unfold in agri, mechanization, operators for mechanized agriculture, e-payments, and so on. So I would say three dimensions of rural jobs. Lots of opportunities possible, but transformation is required. I'll stop here, Irina. I don't know whether I've done well on time, but I can pick up on any and build it forward. Thanks a lot.
You did very well on time and also on practical insights. Thank you, Shankar. Shashank, shall we move to you? How do you at Development Alternatives see this space?
Thank you so much, Irina, co-panelists and everyone listening in for this opportunity. I'd just like to say a few things at the outset. The first is fairly obvious, which is entrepreneurs create jobs. The second, probably not so, which is that I think, we've been ignoring or have not been paying enough attention to what colleagues and I now call entrepreneurs of hope. And the reason we do that is that, we found over the years that even the label of micro entrepreneur doesn't work anymore. In fact, 2 days ago, the government pushed up the definition, of who is a micro entrepreneur even higher. And yet, not just through our work, but in village after village, small town after small town, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Haryana, anywhere we go, we find that, there are people who put in anywhere between, 5,000 rupees to a couple of lakhs, have started up businesses, create 3, 4, 5, 7 jobs. And it's this category that we're intensely focused on, and it's this category that we believe will create jobs, by the millions. We call them entrepreneurs of hope because there are people in Mirzapur, Lachapati, just outside Mirzapur, young woman who's become an aggregator of vermicompost producers and is responsible almost single-handedly for a marketing operation that now employs over 20 people. Another young lady who runs an ice cream factory. She employs 16 people now, including the thelawalas who go around making ice cream. So the numbers can be huge. It's an average of about 5 entrepreneurs of hope in every village, each creating 3 or 4 jobs. Multiply that across India if you want to buy about 750,000 villages, and you see we're talking about serious numbers. The other thing, more pertinent to the discussion we're having right now on value chains is the whole idea of infusing whatever we're doing with much more by way of social innovation. The best definition I'd come across of social innovation was that it's the creative resolution of apparently conflicting objectives. And, two ends of the spectrum that we see with apparently conflicting objectives, the way we see it is, at one end you have big capital, big brands, corporations, etc., wanting to grow. And that's a force that has to be acknowledged. You can't wish that away. And at the other end, you have smaller than the micro, people who aspire to do things, who have the power of entrepreneurship, right? Who can become entrepreneurs. I don't think rural entrepreneurship is all that difficult. It's difficult if you don't know how to unleash it, right? Because that spirit exists. And how can we bring these together? In the example of garments, for example, if we're talking about that value chain, I don't see, why things have to necessarily be manufactured in extremely big factories. And one message, and then, sent out to the remotest of villages. One message that we've been trying to get out to corporations is that instead of shipping products, kilograms of material, they need to ship intelligence. So it's become a little bit of a mantra where we're arguing ship knowledge, ship products, and of course shape those products locally. And this could be done in value chains such as the agri value chain. It becomes even more bizarre. You have grains that travel thousands of kilometers to be converted into cereals, namkeens, and what have you, and then they're shipped thousands of kilometers back into the rural economy. And that has to change. I mean, frankly, that's one big opportunity, I think, or a jolt that's come out of COVID-19, which I hope will shape things up. And the whole idea is to be inclusive in this, not to recognize that everyone in the ecosystem has a role, right? We really feel, that there's immense potential there in terms of what can be done. We will have to, and to close, I'd be happy to come back with more details or get into a discussion. I think we have to go beyond the limits of logical thinking, right? And look at social entrepreneurship, micro entrepreneurship, entrepreneurs of hope as an entire ecosystem in which we need radical innovation as we go forward. The great thing, that gives us confidence is that evidence exists, right? It can be proven that these things work, and we just need to build upon them. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much. I love the terminology of entrepreneurs of hope. Adarsh, how do you at the World Bank see entrepreneurship in rural India?
I think, again, there are multiple views at the World Bank. So it's not a unified view. We work both from the angle from a rural development perspective, which is a slightly different perspective than working on the sort of national MSME ecosystem, which is a slightly different perspective. And I think I'd like to come in from the overall MSME ecosystem perspective. I think there's a risk in phrasing the question as, what do we do about rural jobs? And the risk is that it leads us to sort of directed solutions at the last mile, in terms of actual incentives to industry and firms to locate somewhere, or both financial and tax incentives, or provision of certain support services in rural areas and so on, which there's evidence actually works, but on the margin. That really the structural gaps that are preventing growth of firms in India overall also apply across both urban and rural areas, and without those gaps being addressed, in India as a whole, it will be more challenging to create jobs and sustainable employment through entrepreneurship. So, I think the question I'd like to sort of ask, or I look at it, is sort of how do we look at enhancing firm competitiveness and productivity? In India, 99% of firms have less than 10 employees. Unlike in other countries, which has a vibrant private sector, we don't see a correlation between age of the firm and growth. So a firm in India that is 5 years old and 40 years old has the same number of employees. You're not seeing a kind of sort of cycle. And I think, some of the structural gaps there around business environment, regulatory environment, infrastructure and logistics are really, if we don't address that, then directed solutions and incentives to have firms create employment in local area are only going to make a marginal difference on that. Very interesting question in the beginning that Anish asked. Why don't firms locate in rural areas? Meaning, when we see this migrant exodus, bulk of workers are coming from the poorest states in India. So Bihar, rural Bihar, parts of eastern UP, parts of Odisha, and we are seeing big. We can visibly see people moving back, and it's interesting to ask, why do some of the big textile firms, for example, why are they located in Gurgaon and bringing the labor pool from far away, and all the attendant costs and labor turnover and so on? Would it be more efficient for them to just locate in these places? And in fact, we asked them this question a couple of years ago, and the answer was pretty illuminating, right? And some of these big companies, one of the biggest companies, they said, listen, you fix Calcutta port and our costs of exporting out of that port, and leave the rest to us. We'll find where in UP and Bihar to locate. I'm just simplifying it. I mean, there were other issues like the regulatory sort of environment and harassment and things, but the firms are flagging that logistical transport cost issue was the biggest bottleneck to sort of locating in these areas. So I think I say that to make the point that we should be careful that the interventions that are required are structural, and the interventions may not be located in rural areas to enhance rural competitiveness. That's one. Second, there are very sector-specific regulatory issues and gaps that hamper competitiveness, of MSMEs, of enterprises across the sector. And I'll just give an example of textiles. In India, there are various sort of regulations that hamper import of man-made sort of textile fibers. And that's the fastest growing sector globally in terms of demand in all the markets, primary export markets globally. And this is, countries like exporting countries, China, Vietnam, even Bangladesh are seeing very high sort of export growth rates in man-made fibers. But in India, due to the regulatory environment, we have sort of protectionist measures against man-made fibers, which makes it difficult for Indian companies to access the best raw materials, man-made fibers being developed globally, specialized fibers. So this just means that around 35% of the global market, our firms are not able to compete. And textiles, as you know, is one of the large MSME sectors, large clusters in places like Tamil Nadu of vibrant MSMEs. So, I think my basic point is that, we need to address these structural gaps, these structural constraints to competitiveness and firm growth. And sort of the rural part of it, directed interventions follows, and evidence shows that directed interventions like those kinds of incentives are actually only effective on the margin. So I'll stop there.
What an interesting point, Adarsh. Thank you. I think your point saying that a lot of Indian companies are dwarfs and not small is independent of whether it's rural or urban, and it comes from the structural barriers that we've created in our country, whether they're regulatory or otherwise. And what an interesting thought that says that it's not the missing entrepreneurs in rural India, it's the structural barriers we've created, independent of whether it's rural and urban India, right? Interesting thought. Jalandhar, as Shahi exports, does this resonate with you? Is this also what you see? Hey, Jalandhar, you're on mute, I think.
Yeah, good morning to all, and thank you for giving the opportunity. It's a very interesting subject, creating quality rural jobs at scale. Now, when we talk about the scale and the rural jobs, I mean, what are the sectors that come to our mind? The sectors that come to our mind are, first is the agriculture itself. It's the biggest employer in the country. And after that, it is the textile and apparel. This is the sector which provides the maximum number of jobs. And the jobs which are given by this sector, textile and apparel, is about 49 million. Out of that, apparel contributes about 13 million jobs. This is the scale that this sector can create. Let me tell a small some brief about our company, Shahi Exports. It's a little story kind of a thing. This company was established in 1974 by a very enterprising lady, Mrs. Sarla Ahuja, with very few machines and very few workers, the tailors. And today, this has grown a biggest company in the country as far as the apparel sector is concerned, employing 120,000 workers directly on our roll and spread over in 9 states. And the kind of the exports, the highest exports, that is what we are doing. There is a small comparison which was given by our ex-VC Niti Aayog, Mr. Arvind Panagaria. He compared Shahi with Reliance, and he said, Reliance is the household name. Shahi, nobody knows as such, because we are exclusively in the international market. And he said the investment made by Reliance in assets is about 110 billions. And the employment generated is 250,000 people. Whereas he said, the study that he made, he said Shahi invested in assets to the extent of 185 million, which is a fraction of billion. And the employment given is 106,000 that time, 2 years back. And he said, this is the kind of scale that is what is needed. We require more companies like Shahi to come up in India, and particularly for giving the employment as such, because this is a very, very labor intensive kind of industry. The scale that we here given, if Reliance engages one person for the same kind of investment, Shahi engages 252 workers for the same kind of investment. And coming to the rural side as such, as far as the Shahi is concerned, we have 60 factories in 9 states, different states. Out of that, about 30% of our factories are located in rural areas. And this we have taken a long time back, because thinking that, of course, initially we set up our industry or the units also this again in the cities and around the cities as such. But subsequently we realized it is better that we go towards those areas where the workers are available, because being labor intensive, the stability and the complete this again engagement and the kind of retention of the workers is very, very important. So that is how we started moving from urban areas to the rural areas, and today about 30% our units are located in rural areas also, and the experience is very good. Now this is the industry which attracts a lot of workers from different states. I mean, basically the migrant workers, they come from Bihar, they come from Odisha, they come from Jharkhand, and when they come, they stay with us for some time, and the attrition is the biggest problem that we are facing. I mean, every month we have almost 7 to 8% attrition, because these are the young girls. Basically, I mean, 70% of our workers are female workers. So we come from different states, different locations, different remote villages. They come, stay for some time, and thereafter they want to go back, and settle in the life and all that. So that is the reason that, a lot of attrition is there in this particular industry. So to this again, there are 4 factors why this attrition happens now. One is that, they are away from the families. The second one, their food habits are different, when they come to the city, their food habits are different. Then they miss their friends also. They are also not sure what is going to be the future as such. Because of this 4F, that's the family, food, friends, and future. Because of that, the attrition is very, very high, and they go back to their villages as such. There is also, I think, let me also touch upon a very interesting kind of a phenomena. There's always a tussle between capital, there's the financial capital, and the human capital as such. Initially, the financial capital was centered around the cities and the metropolitan cities and around. This created a lot of issues for the cities as well as, and the migration was, evident as such. But now with this COVID-19 has shown that this is not a good model as such. The factories will have to go back to the villages where the workers are available, where the human capital is available. And this is what I think the path which is shown by this COVID-19, I think we have to adopt this kind of a path. And this being the low investment and highly labor intensive, this industry can go to any place and can really do it. Of course, there are certain issues which are there with the local government. If you can, collaborate with them, those issues can be sorted out. Basically, my suggestion, for taking this industry to the rural area and giving the employment at scale, and particularly to the female workers as such, from the very humble background, this doesn't require, very kind of, highly educated persons. Even the illiterates can also, find job in this particular industry. So what is needed, for attracting this industry is that some of the state governments, they have already come out with various kinds of incentive schemes, like, Jharkhand government, and they are giving 5,000 rupees to 6,000 rupees for a worker for a period of 7 years. This in per month, they will be giving that much kind of a wage subsidy kind of a thing. Other governments, they are also following similar kind of this thing. This is one attraction. Second attraction would be, if you talk about the Bangladesh, the kind of corporate tax, which is about 12%. Here, of course, the corporate tax is very, very high. But if the industry wants to go to the rural area, I think, maybe the government can think of, having some sort of a relaxation and similar kind of incentive in the corporate tax also, if they can give one. I think industry will definitely go there, and this will be a win-win situation, because already this kind of facility is given to the industries which are set up in SEZ, special economic zones. So why not, treat this also when you are going to the rural area and creating employment? Those facilities also could be given to them. I think this industry can transform the complete landscape of our country, and this can become a good engine of growth for the rural economy as such. So I think maybe that when we discuss further, I'll be coming back on this.
Great. Thank you, Jalandhar. I'm sure you also want the government to focus on the rupee and on getting you the right FTAs, because that's what Bangladesh and Vietnam have. But very, very interesting point. Sanjeev, can I ask you to help us think through this from the lens of retail and the value chains that you've seen in the past and now in IFARM?
Good morning, and let me just quickly pick up from the both my experiences at Cargill and Reliance, and then what we're doing now. I mean, in another capacity other than iFarms. So basically, as I see the rural India, there are two big things which are very clear. One is the agriculture sector as such, and the supply chains sort of what emanate from there. And the second is a non-farm element of the business, which is pretty large as well. In fact, as a rural GDP structure, there's a fairly large component of non-farm areas. I'm going to focus my thoughts entirely on agriculture as to how the supply chains could have an impact, how they could drive this change. Two things come to mind, and that where is the biggest opportunity? So nearly 3/4 of ag GDP now is focused towards the high value agriculture, like horticulture value chains, dairy supplies, organic, medicinal plants, honey. And there's a unique benefit in all these areas that the employment intensity is nearly 4 times more than the traditional cereal farming. And the need for processing is significantly higher than a very typical sort of cereal and pulses farming, etc. So there's both a need for the managerial inputs, the capital, and the technology. All of them are required. The problem India has faced always is that somebody mentioned the word near farm, which is extremely important, that the exchange of money at the near farm area is the most important element which can galvanize the rural economy. And that is where I find the fundamental problem in India's whole ecosystem, that every time production is done, so you may have a high production, but if it tends to go to the urban centers for sale, which is where the demand lies, then what's happening is that really the cash is getting exchanged in the urban area, so the employment gets generated there. There's very little happening at the near farm level. The second issue, which typically all these segments have faced over the years, is that because of very little capitalization of agriculture processing at the near farm level, the efforts have been at best sporadic. So we have FPOs, we have some 6,000-7,000 FPOs, another 10,000 are being set up. But really, if you look at the ground level track record of these FPOs, so in theory, they're good, but in practice, extremely difficult because, the talent to run them, to manage the capital and whole gamut of activities which tend to come with an organization is always an issue in these systems. If you look at the self-help groups, multiple other collectives like cooperatives, etc., so that basically remains a continuous challenge. So I've got basically three propositions for this panel as to how the government could look at it very differently. And anything in agriculture, when we talk, is always linked to policy is the core part of it. And really that I would like to address that. So we did a study a little earlier, a couple of months back. And in nearly 7 ministries, there are 126 odd subsidy schemes of supporting the agriculture. So I think the first suggestion I would have, for the government, and obviously there's a lot of rush to support the ag and the various other elements in the economy, is that how do we consolidate, reorganize, and calibrate or rebalance our whole support to the agriculture, that the money that is being spent is well spent. It is being targeted. The capital is going into the right set of areas against a well-honed, practical practitioners, who can see exactly how these value chains might work. So that is one part which my submission is that government already supports in multiple different ways, almost nearly 3 lakh crores of support each year, with the additionality of support in financial schemes, etc. I think that is one part which I think people have to get together, all the stakeholders really, in terms of working alongside. The second issue is, which I fundamentally in another capacity as, the Agriculture Skill Council, is what I see is that the missing element in all this. So in terms, if you look at the entrepreneurial talent, if you look at the capacity to innovate, create, the ability to to be resilient in terms of fighting out the challenges, and all of them are demonstrating that. But I would really say that 70% of India, which is, residing in the rural area, so at a micro level, at an operational decision point as to, whether I spend this 5 rupees or not, is they're good at. But structurally, to build up anything of substance, whether in a, they are themselves or they're hiring one person, or they want to build up an enterprise of 5 or 7 people, I think that capacity is woefully inadequate, and for 3 reasons. One, that they don't have the capital and the means to sustain an organization or even work towards it. They don't have the regulations are not supportive at all. So either you have no regulations or there's too much of regulations, there are challenges around that. But the biggest piece is that they lack the skills to drive it. And I think there should be a massive effort in terms of really reorganizing these skills, or bringing a very practical perspective as to how, whether you have to, process pulses at the farm gate level, or, you have to set up a horticulture operation of very insignificant size also, it does not matter. But, simple act of sorting and grading and, putting the understanding quality, or understanding how the money sort of moves, and understanding a very little bit of accounting, etc. I think that is where we need a lot of innovation, which has to drive this growth of jobs in the rural economy. And I think that is where the massive effort on skilling on practical side of it, not just, sort of working towards simply doing some classroom or theoretical work. So there's a tremendous amount of work which is happening in the skill ecosystem, so which is very positive development of last couple of years. And I think that needs to be further galvanized, that how do we build up a collaborative structures, between not-for-profits, between which are active on the ground level, the private sector, which is both spending mega money on, the CSR funding, and even the smaller enterprises, which have got a genuine stake in, building those value chains. And I think this urban-rural sort of collaboration, I think, is extremely important, that how it evolves in terms of, the skill development to genuinely connect supply to the demand side. And I think the day we sort of do that effectively, it can make a big difference. And my last point is that, and I think you mentioned that, Irina, in the beginning, is that women are such a critical component of the entire system as we run in the country. And I think that's where I find the big issue is that, partly regulations, and I don't want to belabor that point too much, is that women have become absolutely core and germane to the entire entrepreneurship in the high value agriculture. So whether we look at horticulture, whether we look at dairy as a segment, whether we look at any of the areas in which the farmers are active, women are playing absolutely critical role in the whole process. And yet we find that how to sort of mainstream their effort, how to build up a structure where they're able to contribute effectively, and not just contribute effectively, but be able to be the managers of their own enterprise. Because as the experience on the self-help group shows, that their ability to self-organize themselves, be disciplined borrowers, and more importantly, being extremely disciplined and ethical payback people in terms of so that the NPAs and all that are much lesser. So to summarize, at 3 levels, I'm suggesting: A, focus on high value agriculture, which is largely around horticulture, medicinal, organic, beekeeping, etc., which are both technology, capital, and management requirement. Focus in a big ticket way on skill development to truly bring these enterprises closer to the market, and they, rather than dependent purely on subsidy and support all the time, and or a large corporate or otherwise, they are genuinely integrating themselves into the value chain so that they can effectively create cash economy at the ground level. And last but not the least, I think look at the whole policy framework, that how do we, our resources are not that large, how do we put our resources together and make schemes and policy in a manner that which can genuinely create those enterprises, and then use all the returning migrant labor or the farm hands to build up enterprises and really make the rural economy vibrant. So I'll stop here, and we can pick more questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Very, very interesting. And last but not least, Prithvi, Supercop, what are your thoughts to help us close off on the panel discussion?
Yeah, thanks, Irina. Thanks everyone for giving this opportunity. Actually, we are working in the staples category, and our thought is that in these staples, post-harvest processing and packaging is a huge opportunity which can generate the rural jobs. Today, already there are efforts being made by setting up a lot of FPOs or agripreneurs, but that has not been successful majorly. And the reason around it is I see there are three major impediments why they are not being successful. The number one is that free flow of agriculture sector is not yet legalized. If you see staples category, naturally the production centers are nationalized. Supply chain is nationalized. For example, what do I mean to say is, for example, udad is being produced. It will be produced mainly in say Western Rajasthan, or wheat. If we talk about it, it's a production centers are say in MP. So this is true for all staple category that it's a production centers are national, not local. It means the supply chain has to be national. If for entire country wheat is produced in MP or part of Gujarat or Rajasthan, you can't take that to Tamil Nadu because of geography, geological conditions. So the production will always remain, centered around some center, but supply chain has to be national. It means it has to liberalize. So movement becomes free. So that is the one challenge, that why the demand has not been democratized because of that. So if demand is not democratized, it is not accessible, easily actionable way to these small FPOs and agripreneurs. Of course, there is, the challenge to that. The second thing which I see impediment is infrastructure and capital availability. And that's where I see a lot of, enablers are today supporting. Government is supporting that. A lot of, organizations like World Bank, NABARD, a lot of, TRI, many NGOs are working to that. However, here also, as we are actually demand side, we are, we are present in Mumbai and serve around 16,000 small stores, restaurants, and we procure across the country. So when our experience says that even that infrastructure which is being created, it has to be such that the competitiveness of these small these FPOs or agripreneurs remain there. When I say competitiveness means what you are producing through that infrastructure should be as good as a big mill which is giving the product. So you can't compromise on the quality of the product. But still there is a lot of good work being done here, and I think that work needs to continue to do that, so that it will help to do. But what is third critical segment, element which is completely missing, and which is why in this staples category FPO and agripreneur has not been successful, is understanding of the demand parameters and availability of actionable demand at the ground. When I say demand parameters, for example, what should be the right packaging, what should be the grade, and our experience says, for example, like FPOs who are working in this segment, they treat the same way consumption pulses or whatever staples for consumption same way as for seed production. They are two entirely different things, and the costing is entirely different, economics is entirely different. So what our suggestion and experience is, what we work is that the model which is to how should it be working. First thing is liberalization of the entire movement, which is in the fresh is happening, and therefore FPOs are more successful in the fresh category. The second thing which is important is there should be all the these enabler organizations and entrepreneurs when they work together. The third element should also come in, the demand player should be there in that. So when you are with the demand player, and the right input goes that what parameter I need the product, and if I need, then demand player's role is to ensure that he will take care of it, the demand part, and whatever intervention they will suggest, it means they will procure from that. And that is good for all the three, all because it will simplify the supply chain. Today's supply chain is so much of people between it is produced. And staple is a category which is produced once in a year, but consumed throughout year. It means somebody will have to store it. Somebody will have to. There would be product carrying costs. There would be, the processing and everything will be there, which means so many jobs will be created. And we should look at the taluka level these things. So, and the demand player should be there. More demand player, it is better. But there should be broader spectrum demand player also should be there. When I say broader spectrum, they help to set the unit economics right and make the entire these FPO or agripreneur unit more competitive. For example, our experience is when you're procuring cashew, we don't only procure very high good grade one cashew W40, but when these FPOs process, there would be, the different 3-4 grades will come out. It's not only one grade. They can sell one grade to any best player, but what they will do with the entire basket of the grades? There is, brokens will come out. So we help them where to sell it, or we procure and sell to our customers. So I think this is the model which will work, and I think it will really, make this happen. And see, the scale of this is immense. Why? Because naturally India is in this staple production. Geographically, India is blessed with that. Every geographical region has some unique staple coming, which means rice, pulses variety, or wheat, or spices, or dry fruits. So it means every taluka level can be unique. Product is anyway unique, which is given by the nature. It can be brought to the taluka level, and if it is processed in such a way where demand, player, enablers, regulations, as support these agripreneurs and FPOs, definitely can generate a lot of jobs. I can give you a simple example that today India has 5,500 talukas. If we are able to create 10 agripreneur or FPO units in one taluka, and each employ 10 people, it just simply creates 5 lakh jobs immediately, and each providing such a unique product. And food is such a thing where consumer is also moving in the direction where they need traceability, where they need that, okay, where it is coming, which farm it is coming. So it is such that consumer behavior doesn't support scale, but consumer behavior says, if you give me more localized, though I understand, for example, some staple is coming from distant part of, say, any state, but can you tell me where locally it is coming? So notion is local. So I think that is the right way to create that, and I think my thoughts are that.
Thank you, Prithvi. Very, very interesting. And to close us off today, folks, we have Srini Iyer from Ford Foundation. Srini, help us close this conversation.
Yeah, thanks, Irene. Thanks. At Ford, we are particularly interested in working with marginalized communities, and regions which are typically invisible. And within that, therefore, I thought I'd speak about non-timber forest produce that very often gets missed out in discussions. And we probably are not adequately aware of the immense role that it can play. For example, we are the world's largest producer of lac, and yet we do not have a single product line, a paint line in India, which is based on lac. Similarly, lac is also used for enteric capsules, for coating, etc. Similarly, we are also the world's largest producer of sal seed. And sal seed oil is a close replacement to cocoa butter, and yet none of our chocolate manufacturers turn to sal seed. So I'm just pointing out, similarly, if you look at tussar and the very limited consumption of tussar, for example, in home furnishings, even though it has phenomenal properties which make it very attractive as a material for home furnishings. I mean, this is just indicative of the immense demand that exists for non-timber forest produce, be it industrial, as I just mentioned. It could even be cultural, as we as a nation start shifting from plastic and thermocol in our temples to perhaps leaf plates, and medicinal uses as we get more and more conscious. Now, while there is immense demand, it's also something that's phenomenally potential for our topic, because as somebody else said, it has a very, very strong local multiplier, because it's the collection is virtually sort of cash input free. So everything that the producers or the collectors receive would be by way of money, which gets circulated locally. And also the first few steps in processing are very typically labor intensive. And yet, the NTFP-based processing is very, very limited. We have almost sort of fabulous details about how there are large sort of swathes of Indian forests which do not have even a single processing unit. Now, why that is not happening, there are several reasons, but let me at least mention 3, because I'm sticking to the 3-minute limit. One is first of all, as a nation, we need credible information. I mean, it's we all know that information on lac markets, which is quantities, qualities, and prices, are typically controlled by traders, and they have an interest in manipulating data. Similarly, we have that for other NTFE commodities which have local oligopolies. And therefore, this should be a public good if we want to create competitive investor interest in these sectors. And therefore, we need the state to invest deeply in credible information on volumes related to NTFPs, as indeed was the investment on agri commodities or weather or wherever. These are public good nature, and therefore it's best that the state invests. There's been very little effort in the past on that. The second is widespread support to stabilize and increase the volumes that are produced or collected. I mean, because it is natural resource space, there's volatility across years. However, and Ford has supported several initiatives across the country. With some investment, it's possible to both stabilize and increase local production and collection, and that offers a stable base for investors to come in and invest sort of bricks and mortar in processing units. And the third, and this would also include, therefore, securing rights of the collectors to harvest non-timber forest produce. We as a country have moved towards community forestry resources, which is a very good move, and that needs to be sort of further advanced so that forest dependent communities feel secure that they can collect these NTFPs. And finally, we actually need a bit of what our World Bank colleagues said. We need a bit of ease of doing business at the level of the block or the district. So whether it's in terms of land acquisition locally, whether it's in terms of uninterrupted power supply, credit, and even if we are looking at sort of water and sewerage and movement of goods, in all of these, we need far greater advancement on the ease of doing business. That's not difficult. It just needs a certain amount of political will. So if we take these three steps, I believe we can have a much greater, not merely share of overall NTFPs processed very close to where they're collected, but also an expanded volume of NTFP processing, and in turn that could feed what I believe is immense potential demand. And the consequences for the rural poor, particularly tribals and other forest dependent communities, is that they get higher incomes as well as a higher share of the value of NTFPs. And in turn, that could generate a multiplier impact in terms of demand, particularly through rural construction. We've had a period in the recent past where there was a significant boost to rural construction, largely housing construction, because there was a sudden increase in NREG incomes as well as farm incomes. So now, if forest-dependent communities also get a boost in income, we believe that could also, in a sense, activate the rural economy and in turn further create jobs. Let's stop here.
Hey, Srini, thank you so much for that. So folks, there we are. That's the panel discussion for you. And as I close out, let me just share with you two thoughts that have always struck me when I've looked at rural India. One is the way we classify it. I mean, if you look at rural India, it is Shyam Benegal's rural India, but it's also 50% of India's richest people. It's also a place that can be as competitive as any other place in India. It's also a huge market. It's also a series of human capital. So one of the thoughts that has always struck me is that in a country and a culture which is as old, as ancient as India, we are actually a very young economic system. And in this economic system, we always think of rural India as that poor rural India, when I actually think, it's a very vibrant economy with a huge opportunity for growth, not just as a market, but also as a source of production. So one is, can we reimagine the lens with which we think of rural India, and don't just think of it as these poor people who have to be subsidized and helped up, and don't just think of it as a political entity where the votes lie and which has to be managed every 5 years, but to think of it as a potential vibrant economic entity. And the moment you do that, I think what the panel shared with you was their thoughts, which said, you know what, in many ways, it's not different from any economic entity anywhere in India or anywhere else in the world. There are opportunities today which need to be scaled up. And for that, we need organization capacity of entrepreneurs, of leaders, of organization forms. We need more capital. We need risk management. There are entities there which can get scaled up, provided the market linkages are made better. And again, that's about infrastructure, it's about information flow, it's about risk management. And then most importantly, there are a whole bunch of entities that can be born if we make rural India, like urban India, more competitive. Now that competitiveness could come from better infrastructure, it could come from access to cheaper capital, it could come from the Indian government thinking about FTAs and about the rupee dollar conversion rate. But you know what, in many ways, not very different from what is needed to make urban companies more attractive. So I love this debate about rural economy. The only thought that I would leave with you with is, it's not an area that needs support and sympathy. It's not an area that needs subsidy. It's a very vibrant part of India that needs to be made economically viable, and that requires investment, that requires right policies, it requires market linkages, and like every other place in India, it requires modern technology and manufacturing and management systems so that we can scale it up well. But let's hand it over to John. And before I do that, thank you so much for the panelists for your thoughts. And now John will share with you questions that have come. Some of them might be directed directly to you, and the others we will leave it open to the panel.
Thanks, Irina. It's a wonderful discussion. We've got some great questions, actually, very beautifully crafted, very relevant questions. I'll take the first one to Mr. Patra. The question, as I read it out, is the continued cushioning is eating away the desire of micro entrepreneurs to step out of their comfort. They might go for daughter industries to distribute the turnover rather than break the ceiling. I request Mr. Patra to comment. So largely, how do we get small scale industries to break the ceiling to promote rural jobs?
Thank you for that question, whoever sent it in. It's an extremely relevant question, and I think it's something that not only I touched upon, but probably several other speakers touched upon when they talked about capacity and, or rather the lack of capacity and how do we deal with it. In her remarks a minute ago, Irina talked about the perception that we have of, people not being able to do things. The straightforward, answer or, approach we follow is not to cushion, right? In fact, that's probably one of the worst things you can do. And it's something that happens a lot in schemes, any kind of enterprise development scheme, training programs, etc., that are introduced for entrepreneurs. You need to, unleash a culture of entrepreneurship, and you can't do that by spoon feeding. So don't cushion is my, response to that. For people to stand up, be counted, break the glass ceiling, wherever that ceiling is set. And I don't quite understand, what the phrase daughter enterprises means, but it is, it is a question of capacity building, empowerment. Part of that is perception. We perceive that people don't have the capacity, but part of it is reality, right? And, I think Mr. Asthana pointed out quite rightly that that's an area that you need to work on, which is, something I think any right-minded organization is investing in. But there's another aspect, it's performance is not just about individual capacities. Performance is also about systemic conditions, or the ability to do something is about systemic conditions. And that's where I think our organization and a few others have been paying a lot of attention. Just to give you one example, at the district level in Haridwar, rather Roorkee, in Mirzapur, Bhadoi, 3 districts of Bundelkhand, the NCR region, Palwal, what we've done is we've created multi-stakeholder entrepreneurship coalitions. And, there isn't time to go into this in detail, but what we've done is we've created a collaborative structure where people from all kinds of different departments, entrepreneurs themselves, who would otherwise be working in silos, actually get together. And, they're sort of putting resources onto the table, which make it much more easier, much more possible for aspiring entrepreneurs to set up businesses. And at a very low cost, mind you, this is just the cost of a little bit of facilitation. In fact, our more mature coalitions are now, they sort of have their own momentum. Similarly, using the network of common service centers, we have entrepreneurship information kiosks, a growing network, right? So it's a question of, you know, creating the kind of institutional architecture or institutional infrastructure that can do, you know, many, if not all of the kinds of things, the solutions that our panelists have been talking about. And it's at that systemic level where I think inroads can be made with remarkable results.
Thank you. Thanks for that. I have another question directed to Anish. The question reads, given the fact that a majority of farmers are net food buyers, would there be an opportunity to create food processing units at the farm gate level itself? Do you want to take that?
Sure. And in some ways, you know, they are, so PDS is one bit of it, and it is supplying. The Sanjeev's point that HVA is an opportunity is the route to take, and the route to take is to get this produce in the hands of consumers who have better paying capacity. You know, one conversation we always have in context of dairy is sharing the consumer rupee. And you just look at the other segments. You look at cereals, you look at fruit and vegetables, you will see the way dairy has made it possible for increased share of farmer in consumer rupee, we haven't been able to do with other value chains. And that's where, and that includes what Srini was saying with forest, which is minimal, you know, as a collector, and you do not even, you know, factor in the waste that goes in picking it up. So there is an opportunity as net buyers, and in some places, if you look at the NFSA, in the NFSA Act, they had provided for local procurement and local distribution locally. Some efforts has happened. I think in Madhya Pradesh, they did come up with some guideline where they said that local procurement of millets, rice and could happen and could be distributed through within the district. It could happen. The other point I would like to, and you know, pick here, John, is many of us during the conversation alluded to the institutional framework in the villages with women collectives coming in, and FPOs. And FPOs we know are of all shapes and sizes. Some of them are ready to engage with the market. Some of them are, as you would say, subsistence you know, engagement. So, but still look at just the numbers, the 65 million women organized across the country, and they have been, you know, aggregating individual members into various collectives at the village and at the cluster level. This power of this collectivization sometime back was used by Hindustan Lever to create a market to consumer connect through something like Shakti Amma and many others. And I know we have looked at insurance products going through that pipeline. The you know, interesting opportunity now exists, and again, some state rural livelihood missions are trying that out, is getting produced to markets. And when I started looking at the cluster level federations, where you have about 3,500, 4,000 odd women, to come together and produce various goods, with, you have seen this across the country now with masks, PPE, and there is again an opportunity, stitching of opportunity, and you know, in that segment. And Giri Saab talked about that, and one could multiply it there. So there, one thought I had, this would need skills, capital, technology, and business models. There would, you know, by itself, the SHGs and the rural livelihood missions would not suffice. We need corporate partnerships to infuse some of this, the skills, tech, and the business models. Without that, the power of aggregation, and all with the point that Sanjeev, you made on the ethical you know, participation of the members, you know, will come unstuck if we do not bring in, you know, better technology, better business models for them to come together. And that's a big opportunity. Thanks, John.
Thanks, Anish. We have about 10 minutes left. Just a time check. I have the next question from two people. I'll try and combine them. One is, can we compare rural and urban entrepreneurship, considering the limited access to entrepreneurship resources, basic infrastructure, and lack of access to information? How fair is it to see them with the same lens? The second question is actually directed to Shashtant. I'll open it to the rest of the panelists as well. How do we make sense of ease of business at a district level because of fragmentation? Um, so one is directed to Shashtant, but I'll open the broad question to the panelists to answer.
Should I just attempt a quick answer to that? The
Sure.
ease of business route. Yeah, and I'm really sorry. I don't want to speak for too long. It's more or less what I was talking about earlier, but bears repetition, which is that the resources exist, and instead of a directed scheme-based kind of approach, and I'm using scheme as sort of code language because it's not just about the government. I think when private corporations try to make their supply chains more inclusive, it's also an extremely vertical arrangement. And instead of those kind of vertical arrangements, any system scientist who's looking at this problem and its complexity will tell you that you need to look at horizontal arrangements at, if not the village level, but maybe the block or the district level, because the resources exist there to make businesses, to make it much easier for people to do business. And the innovation lies in rejigging how people are able to work together. Because if you can get that to happen, then much more is possible than what's happening right now by way of entrepreneurship and consequent job creation. Stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Shashtant. Does anyone else want to take a shot at the same question?
There's Srinivasan here. It's a combination of two different strategies. One is are the horizontal strategies of ease of doing business, which which is broadly referred to in terms of deregulation, etc. While retaining safeguards, particularly environmental and labor safeguards, we also need to, but that's just necessary but not sufficient. We also need some vertical this thing which actually in a sense try and tilt the ways of doing business for specific resources given local endowments. So you need a bit of both. We've had experience in the country in the 80s at the district level. In fact, there were several districts in India and the National Commission on Development of Backward Areas, industrial estates, mixed results, I would say, but at least we can learn from where it went well and where it didn't go well. And we need to push that, maybe descale it by 1/10 or 1/20th, and even try and look at sort of block level clusters of facilities, because you need to spur that thing up.
Shankar here. Can I take a go at it?
Yes, please.
Right. On the ease of doing business, typically we talk about regulations and ease of regulations. So I would really like to comment upon, while ease of regulations is of course essential, there is another layer to it, which is a very, very high degree of change management or even mindset management. Let me take the example of the core problem in agriculture today. Gone are the days when we are talking about how can we produce more, and it's a production-driven agriculture. Today, the markets are very sensitive. Consumer awareness is on a high, and therefore, more and more agriculture needs to be attuned towards what the market needs. If you look at wellness foods, nutritious foods, those counters are increasing. People are becoming more and more aware about safe food, and in fact, perhaps even willing to pay premium for that. And therefore, the whole thing is shifting towards market orientation. And today, a big problem faced by the farmers is more on market realization. And how do I get not only the reasonable market realization, but stable market realization? So we have paid even 200 rupees a kilo for our favorite pulse, or 100 rupees a kilo for tomatoes. At the same time, there are times when milk is thrown on the road, tomatoes are not harvested, and therefore this wide fluctuation in realization is a big issue. Therefore, coming back to the regulations, While regulations are getting eased slowly, whether we are talking about contract farming or we are talking about APMC regulations or even Essential Commodities Act, when we look at, for example, marketeers boldly coming forward and tying up with farmers, they need the comfort that if a particular price is agreed, if the yield actually happens in the field, all that will come at that particular price. At the same time, the farmers also need assurance that the marketeers will step in and actually buy it at the contracted price and not take advantage of the market movements. I think the way contract farming regulations are done, more importantly, mindset change and implemented is very, very important. Similarly, when we are talking about marketeers buying directly, stocking norms and limitations on stocking, etc., needs a very different purview and free flow of the markets. I would also talk about in the same ease of doing business, there are a lot of government schemes. In fact, we can't complain there aren't enough in the areas of finance and insurance. But today, talk to a farmer, the trust level of you want to take an insurance policy, will I ever get a claim, is very, very poor. I would even put it as negative. Similarly, there are so many finance schemes available, so many government credit lines opened up, even what we have heard in the last couple of days. But the ease of availability of finance and insurance schemes, the skill of taking it to the farmer and making it happen at a field level, and the smoothness with which the whole thing is dispersed is really the thing to be done. So while frameworks are getting unfolded, I think the ease of execution is also a big issue. Thanks.
Great, thank you. I just want to take one really popular question quoted by a lot of people. How do we reimagine the post-COVID-19 world and create radical transformation? And especially, how do we not allow ourselves to conform to existing gender roles and limit women in traditional jobs and roles? So that seems to be a popular question. And a similar question is how can we move from informal to formal in rural areas when it comes to jobs and the role of women in workforce in rural areas?
Can I come in?
Open to the entire panel, yeah.
Yeah, can I come in? I'm Giri.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. This is a very interesting question. How we are going to cope, after this COVID-19 as such, we have seen exodus of, workers, their families having, loads of things on their head and on bags, and they are moving towards their villages, Of course, it is a very natural kind of a thing when such kind of, pandemic situation is there, everybody wants to be nearer to their families or in their homes. This is but natural. Now, so far, there has been, as I said earlier, so far there has been, the plight of the people coming from rural areas to urban areas in search of livelihood as such. But now, situation had changed. People want to be there in their villages or to their near and dear ones. So naturally, the industry also will have to think, whatever the industry can think of, moving towards the rural areas. This is what we need to do. And particularly, I remember there was some survey done some time back, and there are 33 crores of women who are in the age of the employable age as such. And this is the silent power that rural India is having, and we are not tapping on this power as such. And one of the economists had rightly predicted, if we tap this rural silent power, female power, that our GDP can grow by 27%. This is the kind of a potential that we have. And we have not realized that potential. Now, this is the time. COVID-19 has given that opportunity to realize that one. So this is now, and now it is a time that we have to go back to the villages. Actually, the progress or the kind of thing what we want is in the villages. Only thing is that we need to create that kind of infrastructure over there. Now, why people are reluctant to go to villages? Because you don't have those facilities which they enjoy in the thing. You don't have the good schools. You don't have the good health facilities. You don't have the infrastructure as such. That is why you try to concentrate only in the urban areas. But if this kind of a facility is given, there will be definitely a lot of people want to do business. And if when we talk about the ease of doing business, of course, this has got to be taken, in the right spirit. The people or the agencies or the NGOs who are engaged in this particular thing, they have to really step in, guide the people, make the people understand, and at every stage they will have to handhold them till the time they come up to a particular level. I think this is the time that transform our rural India and make them part of the big picture as such. This is what I feel about this situation. Just a moment.
Thank you so much for that.
Can I come in?
We just have. I'm really sorry about this. We're at 11:30. We would love to take your comments on this because the next panelist is waiting. I hope you don't mind. I would just want Irina to give her last closing comments. I'm really sorry. We just run out of time. We just want to keep a time check. But it was a great discussion.
I just want to thank Anish for putting this panel together, and for each of the panelists for being here and sharing their amazingly interesting thoughts. Those of you listening in, don't get worried if we contradicted ourselves. This is a huge elephant, and all of us were touching the part of the elephant that is closest to us and the one we understand the most. But thank you so much for being there. I wish all of us stopped thinking of rural India as rural and thought of it just as India, and then we'd be fine. Thank you so much, John, for organizing this.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. And that's Irina, former partner at McKinsey & Co., advisor to several leading organizations across the world. Thank you, the panelists, for joining us. It was a great conversation. And what a last question leading up to our next session with Professor A.K. Shivkumar as well on the burden of the crisis on women and children and how do we address inequalities. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us.
John.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was a real pleasure. Yeah, I hope to stay connected.
Thanks, everyone.
Hope to stay connected with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for staying online. We've got a great session coming up. You listen to the last question in that amazing panel discussion that we had on the role of women in job creation in rural areas. We have Professor A.K. Shivkumar, who's spent years researching the subject. He teaches at Harvard, he teaches at ISB, at YIF. He was on the National Advisory Council. Is something that is a topic of his deep interest, and he's just joining us in a moment. And I'm sure it's going to be a great session. So this session is also being telecast live on YouTube, as well as on Quint's channel, and we would try our best to take questions from YouTube and other streams as well, and we are of course following all of your questions here on Zoom. Do stay online, ask as many questions as you want clearly worded, would really help. We're just waiting for Professor A.K. Shivkumar to join. I think we're having some technical difficulties. We'll shortly be online. Hello. Yes. Hello, Professor. Can you hear us? Professor, can you hear us? Can you hear us? We are not able to hear you. Your audio is seems to be on.
Hi.
Hi, Professor.
Hi. Wait.
Hi, I'm John here.
But I
How are you?
Wait, 1 second.
I can see you. Yeah, it's fine.
Can you see me now?
We can see you, yes.
And this
I think two of your, I think you've opened the same session from two links maybe. There's a little bit of an echo.
Yeah. Let me get it. Is it now okay?
Yes, sir, it's now okay.
Unmute, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Wonderful. You can start.
Great. Professor, thank you so much for joining us. For the audience who've joined us, we've got development sector professionals, researchers, students joining us from across. Yesterday, we had about 10,000 of you joining us across from 45 different countries. And this stream is live on Zoom, it's live on YouTube and other streams. We are really looking forward to this conversation with Professor A.K. Shivkumar. Professor A.K. Shivkumar is, of course, a professor at Harvard, at ISB, at YIF. He's a development economist, serves as the director of International Center for Human Development. He has contributed regularly to UNDP's annual human development reports. He was also a member on the National Advisory Council. He's also a board member of the Global Partnership to End Violence Against Children and co-chair of No in Violence in Childhood, a member of the leadership councils of both International Center for Research on Women and Global Women's Institute, George Washington University, Washington, D.C. Professor, we were just in the last panel having a conversation on the role of women in rural jobs and how the informal nature of their work is being ignored. And how do we formalize that? How do we bring them, all the benefits and services that are available to the larger populace? And I think it's a brilliant transition from there. Of course, your topic today will be on the burden of the crisis that we face today on women and children, and how do we address those inequalities. I'm really looking forward to this session. I hand it over to you. And this session is going to be until 12:15. So we'll reserve the last 10 minutes or so for Q&A from the audience, if you will. The questions to you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So thank you very much, and good morning to all of you. Let me begin by thanking you all for joining this session, where I shall present some of my views on the burden of the crisis on women and children. I'm particularly thankful to the organizers for identifying such a topic, because it is so important to focus on people and people's lives rather than getting stuck in sectoral issues, as we very often tend to do. Fixing problems of the different sectors is extremely important, so please don't get me wrong. But then I find that in the preoccupation with fixing administrative and technical problems, we often forget to ask questions about equity and lose sight of the larger goal, which is improving the well-being of people and families whose lives the program is meant to change. I shall divide my presentation into three parts. I just want to begin by talking about inequality, which is also a theme that is built into this burden of crisis on women and children. In the second part, I shall focus specifically on how COVID has affected the lives of women and children and perhaps widened the inequalities. And in the last part, I shall talk about what some of the solutions should be. So let me begin by discussing inequality. We all agree that we live in a very unequal world, and most reports, at least those discussing income or wealth, suggest that inequality is widening. This is at times confusing to the average person or common person, because when those of us who live in metros and cities look around us, we find that even those living in slums now have a much better standard of living. They have televisions, they have smartphones, some of them have motorcycles, and they're consuming many of the daily products that you and I, or middle-class families, or the privileged families would do, maybe Coca-Cola and eating chips and so on and so forth. Young men in the slums wear the same type of t-shirts and blue jeans that children of middle-class or rich families wear. So much so that if you line up young men in a row, it'll be difficult to say who is from a rich household and who is from a poor household. I often joke that your guess might be wrong because the one wearing the torn jeans might actually be from a rich household. Similarly, a young woman in a slum uses the same shampoo that a film actor advertises because such shampoos are now available in affordable sachets. So what the improvements in the standards of living have done is actually to create an illusion of equality, and I repeat, an illusion of equality in the space of commodities. But the reality in the lives of people is very different. While there is convergence in the space of commodities, there is divergence in the space of opportunities. Those living in slums simply do not have access to the same opportunities that children in middle-class families have. The opportunity to eat nutritious food, the opportunity to good healthcare, the opportunity to go to good schools, the opportunity to go on a holiday, and so on. In other words, what the extraordinary improvements in standards of living across the board have pointed out is that we should not be focusing on an expansion of commodities, which is what economic growth is, but on an expansion of opportunities. By the way, we should recognize that the improvements in the standards of living that we observe around us has been possible by the extraordinary growth run that India has enjoyed until very recently. And like I said, economic growth captures an expansion in the production of goods and services, and there is no doubt at all that all sections of society have benefited from it, of course, some more so than others. However, the COVID crisis has exposed all of us have been exposed to the COVID crisis pandemic differently, but it has also brought out a harsh reality that economic progress cannot be looked at only in terms of the improvements in people's physical standards of living. Many would not have noticed the kinds of precarious lives that people in slums around us lead. Most of the migrants being daily wage earners with no other benefits. There is nothing called economic security in their lives. So let me conclude this section by summing up what I'm saying. Traditionally, economists have focused on drawing attention to the persistent and also growing inequalities in the distribution of income and wealth, but COVID shows us that this is not enough. We need to move beyond focusing on income inequalities and look at inequalities in the economic security of people's lives. And this means that as a society, we need to look at social protection of workers much more seriously than before. I shall come back to this idea at the end when we talk about solutions. Let me move to the second part of the presentation and flag some emerging concerns that affect women and children. And let me start with women. I'm glad that in the previous session, there was also a discussion on the role and contribution of women, and I'm sure a number of the issues must have come up. But as far as my section is concerned, since we are talking about inequalities, let me flag two very significant facts. First is that the discrimination against girls and women in India is well documented. Much has been written about the son preference of Indian families, and notably the daughter aversion. And by the way, the son preference you will find in many societies across the world. But what is striking and particularly sad about Indian society is the daughter aversion that gets manifested in many forms of discrimination against the girl child. So the anti-female biases are captured, for instance, if you're looking at numbers, in the adverse female to male ratio in the country's overall population. And there has also been this disturbing trend of declining female to male ratios among children 0 to 6 years. Economists are normally supposed to throw a lot of numbers, and I've decided today that since I am talking about much more human issues about women and children, I'll resist from doing that. And I'm sure in other sessions, people have talked a lot about numbers. The second point to also note is there is not only anti-female biases and discrimination in Indian society, but women in India enjoy far fewer freedoms than women in other parts of the world. This might have come up in other sessions also, that there are only 9 countries in the world that report a lower female labor force participation rate than India's 23%. And by the way, in this 23% is also indicates that there's been a decline in the last 10 or so years in the percentage of women in the labor force. As a consequence, a majority of Indian women work from home. We are all now, men are also beginning to work from home or work at home is, I think, more importantly, because they work very hard at home. By the way, I also want to take a pause and say that when it comes to freedoms, there are all kinds of freedoms, and this is just one of the freedoms that women don't have, which is that they're perhaps not in a position to choose. In fact, it starts off when they're very young, not in a position to choose when they will get married, to whom they will get married, and when they will have children, and how many children, etc. But the trajectory of many young women in this country ends with marriage. So, and then after marriage is also very difficult because the kinds of restrictions on movements is also quite serious. For instance, the Family Health Survey of 2016 says that only about 25% of young women in the age group 15 to 19 years are allowed to even go to healthcare facilities on their own. So that is the kind of restrictions and constraints on freedoms that women and young girls experience. Let's come to the COVID crisis. Now, it is true that COVID seems to be more lenient towards women than men because the mortality rate among men is higher than women across the board. But if we look at the gendered impact of the pandemic, women are definitely suffering more than men. And this is in at least 3 ways. Let me start. The first one is that there is likely to be a substantial increase in the burden on women of household and care work. We are seeing the slowing down of the economy and rising unemployment even before COVID. But with COVID, there are going to be overall job losses, and women are everywhere. This is not just about India, but women are generally more vulnerable to being laid off. And this is likely to make the declining female labor force participation rates even lower in the coming year. The economic impacts of COVID are therefore likely to be felt more by women and girls who are, like I said, more likely to lose jobs and are generally earning less, saving less, and holding insecure jobs and living close to poverty. Now, it is well known that Indian men do not help out at all at home when it comes to cooking, cleaning, or doing other household chores as much as men in many other countries. So even in middle-class families where the children are at home because of the lockdown and the husband is at home and other family members are all at home, you will notice, all of us will notice, that the burden on the woman of the household or the wife or the mother increases substantially more than that on men. In fact, studies have shown, for example, that the female to male ratio of time devoted to unpaid work, so this is the unpaid work that men and women do at home, the female to male ratio of time devoted to unpaid work is almost 10 in India compared to 1.7 in China and 1.6 in the United States. And so with this unpaid care work that is usually higher for women, this is likely to increase with, as I said, children out of school staying back at home, with heightened care needs of older people, and increased work in the kitchen. Let me move to the second consequence or impact of COVID on women, and this has to do on women's sexual and reproductive health. The good news so far on the health front for India has been that more and more women, in fact, over 80% of women, are giving births to babies in medical institutions. This has been an extraordinary development, and which has ensured the safety of the mother and the safety of the child when the baby is born in a medical institution. But government data, some of the government data, as well as reports from the field, talk about a sharp decline in the numbers of institutional births. This is to be expected given the lockdown. So transport facilities are not available. Many of the private facilities where women were giving birth to babies have shut down because of COVID. And there are also cases where you find that when pregnant women are going for any kind of checkups, the hospitals are asking you to bring all kinds of reports. They might ask for a blood test, and the blood test facility is shut down, so you can't get an ultrasound done because the ultrasound facility is shut down. Or in some cases, they might even ask you to get a COVID-free certificate that you don't have the infection, which makes it much more difficult and expensive for poor women to get. So on the whole, reaching the health facility and accessing institutional care has become a very, very serious problem. And the risks to women's health have therefore gone up substantially, given that there could be miscarriage, prematurity, fetal growth restriction, and even maternal deaths. Government figures also reveal that the access to family planning services has dropped sharply. By the way, one of the features of women's access to family planning services is that only about 50%, in fact, it's actually 47% of women use any kind of modern forms of methods of contraception. And the reason they don't do it is not because they're not aware of it, but it is simply because women do not have the freedom to choose what method of family planning they would like to use. Just to give you a shocking number, which I think is quite revealing about, again, how men take much fewer responsibility for family planning and the burden falls entirely on women, is that the number of men, the proportion of men using condoms is only about 6% today in India, which would be one of the lowest figures that you will observe in most parts of the developing world. So what the data also shows that because women have very limited access to temporary methods of family planning, they resort to a lot of sterilization, and that has really become the most common form of modern contraception. In fact, 75% of all methods of modern contraception is because of sterilization. To give you a number, in April 2019, there were close to 200,000 sterilizations conducted. In April 2019. We don't have the figures for April 2020, but some of the numbers that were put up, probably they were incomplete, I must admit, because not all states might have reported in April 2020, but show a sharp reduction in this as well. For reasons that we have already explained, that many of the health facilities and resources are being diverted to COVID-related activities. And by the way, the fear of infection is also keeping many women away from going to health facilities or even allowing health workers into the homes. And the third area of concern for women has to do with increasing domestic violence. Now, data on domestic violence across the world is very difficult to interpret. It is often underreported, and that's the general understanding. And so it is in India. But in the latest figures we have in India say that 33% of married women have reported some form of spousal violence. It could be physical, emotional, or sexual in their married life. But there are reports of increased intimate partner violence post-COVID from across the world and also from India. Some reports pointed out that the National Commission for Women recorded a more than twofold surge in complaints of violence against women and girls in the week following the lockdown. Newspaper reports have also covered instances of violence against women, including frontline health workers, a large number of them, including ASHAs, ANMs, Anganwadi workers, are women. By the way, helplines operated by NGOs also report a drop in the number of calls received, and which may indicate the challenges women face in reaching out for support due to confinement and restrictions on mobility. And Childline India, it's a helpline, also reports that they received 30% of the calls received were about requesting protection against abuse and violence against children. Some of this increase in violence after COVID could be attributed to the frustration that men face when they don't have jobs. Some people would also argue that because of the shutdown of liquor stores, there was so much more anger and frustration. And this is a manifestation of frustration, and the manifestation of this kind of economic stress and frustration is in the form of domestic violence. But of course, the sad part is there is no reason, no justification why a husband should beat his wife. But the even more unfortunate part is that only 1 out of 4 women have ever sought help or told anybody about the violence they experience. And this is what the National Family Health Survey tells us, that only about 14% have sought help to stop the violence, even when they knew and they reported about it. Let me move to children. And here, again, there are many, many concerns that have been flagged because of COVID, which are likely to widen the inequalities between poor children and privileged children. Preventing hunger and starvation and ensuring nutritional well-being is a huge concern. But I want to flag 2 other serious developments that are often not picked up. The first is the mental well-being of children. By the way, mental health has become a major issue, and it has remained very much neglected, both for adults, adult men, young people. In fact, suicide is the biggest cause of death today among youth in India, young men in India, and that is really a startling revelation. So mental health is something that we need to pay much greater attention to. Experts point out that when children with forced confinement and lockdown, this leads to anxiety and disorders, and in children it could manifest itself as headaches, muscle pain, body aches, disruption of sleep patterns. Children also tend to exhibit aggressive behavior as a result of the sheer pressure of being confined and restrained with no social interaction. Young adolescents who are also confined, by the way, there's a term called quarantines, when teenagers are quarantined. It also leads to some very serious problems of behavioral problems because of the loss of privacy and social interactions. And by the way, if you are in class 10 or 12 and trying to see what your future is in terms of college admissions and so on, that again is a very big reason why children are very anxious and disturbed at this point of time. Here again, children live in a very unequal world, and how a child in a poor family will cope with boredom and restrictions of movement will be very different from the coping methods that a child can adopt in well-to-do families. Again, talking about the mental health of children, you must also link it to the reported increase in domestic violence. There is enough evidence to show that when children grow up in a home where they observe domestic violence, where the father is beating the wife, it really adversely affects the behavior of both boys and girls. Boys grow up to becoming much more, they begin to exhibit similar behaviors of aggression and bullying. And as far as girls are concerned, they grow up accepting such wife beating as normal. And so both of these have to be really addressed quite seriously. The second issue when it comes to children has to do with schooling. And I talk about schooling because it's a very, very big gap in our own development how the neglect of schooling is something that, again, I'll pick up at the end of my presentation. Of course, with the lockdown, children have not been allowed to go to school. And for a child, school is much more than just attending classes. Children miss out on the joy of play and interactions, sports, and just being out of the house and chatting with friends. And now if you're forced to sit, if you're an urban kid in a privileged house and you're forced to sit for 6 to 8 hours in front of a computer screen, this can have terrible consequences, apart from all the body ache and neck ache, which many of us also suffer from because we're sitting in front of computers most of the day. There is also an implication of childhood obesity when it comes to urban children. And mind you, while we are talking of undernutrition and stunting on one hand, which is a serious problem, there is also the concern with child obesity in affluent families in cities in particular. Imagine how you would deal with the boredom of a child who's nagging you all day, perhaps concede to giving him or her a packet of chips and a glass of Coke or something like that. So for children in rural areas, the disruption is even more serious. When ICDS centers and schools are shut, children are denied access to midday meals and supplementary foods. And for many poor families, this perhaps is the most nutritious meal that the child gets during the day. The second problem is even more so when you're talking about learning from home, that if you don't have decent access to internet connectivity and computers at home, there can be a serious disruption or a setback. And this will again widen the gaps between the educational attainments of poor children and the privileged children that we observe. And it's a form of educational injustice that will be perpetuated by this online teaching and learning. Don't forget that when you're saying learn from home, privileged children have the advantage of parents and elders helping them from home. Whereas if you are a first generation learner and do have a smartphone at home and can do some lessons on home, don't forget that you have no support at home of whatsoever. So this is going to create a lot of inequalities. Finally, I want to say that when girls drop out at senior school or secondary school in villages because of these problems of shutdown, they also face the risk of getting pulled into child labor or even getting forced into early marriages. So COVID has actually flagged or magnified or amplified many of the injustices and inequalities we see in the lives of women and children. Let me move to the last part of my presentation. What should India do? What should India do? It is too soon to comment on the economic packages and stimulus packages announced by the governments. 3 questions, however, remain to be answered, and this can be done only over a period of time. Why were these announcements made so late? Second, will the food and cash benefits announced for migrant workers and others be sufficient to restore livelihoods and economic security? Third, given the uncertainty in the spread of the virus, is there a contingency plan to step up such investments in ensuring the security of people's lives? So these questions will always remain because, as we know, the COVID pandemic has not played out fully or even partially in India, and there is much uncertainty in the years to come, in the months to come. So what has this COVID virus pointed out? That there is an emergency response and everybody is focused on that. But in the post-COVID era, whenever that comes, or even now, actually, not to wait for the post-COVID, there are 3 or 4 areas where urgent investment and attention is needed. The first has, of course, to do with health. And in health, well, we must recognize that the successful efforts by the state governments and central government so far to contain the spread of the virus has brought out the critical importance of the public sector in health. Credit for containing the spread of the virus goes to India's frontline medical and health workers in government, and I underscore government, in government, who have led the charge, putting aside threats to personal safety, stigma, and family interests. Where has the private sector been? In some places, in small pockets, yes, but by and large, the private sector, which now accounts for a significant amount of hospitals, 80% of hospitals, 80%, 60, 70%, over 70% of hospital beds, etc., has not been able to rise to the challenge and play a meaningful role in this national crisis. So it really points out, and by the way, any country that has achieved anything like universal health coverage has done it through a strong public sector or a government health sector. And the reality is that India spends only about 1.2% of GDP on health, which is one of the lowest, and it has been remaining stagnant for over 10, 12 years. So the real urgent need is we have to step up investments across the state governments, states, and by the center in ensuring a very strong primary healthcare service delivery system in India. Second, I think the food and cash benefits. I think there have been some announcements yesterday which are in the right direction, but reforming the food-based safety nets is essential, especially to ensure at this stage inclusion of non-card holders, universalization of ration cards. I think this portability of ration cards is again a step in the right direction, but also add diversification of food baskets and so on to really make this very, very important. Similarly, when it comes to direct cash transfers, it has benefited women and farmers, and I'm not going into the difficulties of whether 500 rupees is enough or it should be 2,000 rupees, but this is an opportunity to revisit the implementation of such schemes and address the issues of delayed, rejected, blocked, or diverted payments related to a number of direct benefit transfer schemes that we read of so often. Third is schooling. Again, I've already talked a little bit about it, but the future of India cannot be built on such a frail and weak schooling system. And no country in the world will you find that the government school sector is so weak. In fact, in most countries of Europe and America, you will find that a vast majority of children go to government schools. So if we really want to assure quality schooling to all children, as is assured in the Constitution, it has to be led by a very strong government school system. And so we have to rethink the entire vision that we have of the future of schooling in India. The last point, and I think we should not, that there has been a positive fallout of the COVID, which has very important significance for children and adults too. And this has to do with the clean air that we breathe today. It's a remarkable, for those of us who live in New Delhi, we know what this means. We have never seen the air so clean, the sky so clean, the birds chirping. There is such a, it almost looks like nature is celebrating, the trees and birds are celebrating the freedoms that they have got. The demand for oil and gas has fallen. Emissions of carbon dioxide and nitrogen dioxide have been greatly reduced, and so has air pollution. I think what this new form of doing conferences, etc., also tells us that as we go ahead, we must think of more innovative ways by which we cut down energy consumption, cut down unnecessary travel and transportation, and really reboot a city like New Delhi with a fantastic plan to maintain the quality of environment. Because one of the biggest threats that Delhi's children or any child in a polluted environment faces is respiratory diseases, which have a long-lasting, lifelong impact on the future of the children. So let me end by saying that as adults, we have a responsibility to build a better world for children, certainly a more equal world. But for me, that equality lies in ensuring equality of human security, which means equality of economic security, equality of food security, equality of educational security, and so forth, so on. So in other words, we need a more equal and a more secure society. Thank you, and I'll stop here.
Thank you, Professor. That was a great session. I think we touched on a lot of topics. There are some questions. We have 6 minutes. I'll take one question from Ms. Priya Shankar. She wants you to talk about the intersectionality of caste and religion in inequalities, women and children, especially in these times of crisis.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very important question that you have raised, that despite so many years of independence in this country, caste is still thriving, and so is religious discrimination on grounds of religion. And I think it's a very worrisome feature of Indian society. And what reports we hear are really unfortunate. When I hear of pregnant women who are Muslims being denied access to healthcare services because of their religion. It is even more disgusting when there are some reports that I've seen of people putting up boards saying this is a Hindu shop and so on and so forth, or restricting access. I think the religious identity question is a very important one that is really threatens the secular fabric of this nation, and it's something that the COVID crisis has brought out, and it is something that was a concern even before the COVID crisis, and I'm glad it has now become a much more important focus because as we work together as a nation to combat the crisis, such divides people will realize and should recognize are absolutely disruptive to society. Caste is again a very, very difficult subject. By the way, both the caste and religion issue are also related to the institution of marriage and the institution of enjoying and living together. And that's something that we really have to address. So if you add to the overall concerns that I talked about women, they are not, by the way, women and children, like I've been trying to say, are not a homogeneous group. There are the more privileged and less privileged, and the privilege is determined by not just by income, but by considerations of caste, religion, and so on. Extremely important to keep that in focus as we move ahead.
Thank you, Professor. One more question from Jyoti Lange is, from one more panelist, unless incomes increase in a meaningful way for women in rural areas especially, how do we think about inequality? How do we think about benefits reaching them? The opinion is that unless incomes increase, we cannot think of a more equal society.
Yeah, I think this is a very important question, because if you look at it, is only when women get income in their hands that it changes the power relationships with intra-household power dynamics, and their own respect in society and in the family goes up. So having cash in hand or earning income, however small it is much more than the amount of money they bring in. The recognition of women in the household and in society really goes up. And studies have shown that when women get this kind of income and have a paid employment and education, it also has a marked improvement it manifests itself in improved child survival, improved child nutrition, and lower fertility. So the benefits of employment, paid employment, and education are huge. What is coming in the way of this? And this has to do with, like I hinted, that we are a very conservative society, a male-dominated society. The patriarchy as an institution is thriving, so much so that a higher percentage of women, according to the National Family Health Survey, 52% of women as against 42% of men agree that a husband is justified in beating or hitting his wife. So we really have to work on tackling the social problem of society restraining and restricting what women would actually like to do. So the real secret there is therefore in young women taking a stand and showing the way. In fact, when I see the changes that I see in young women, both in rural and urban India, of how determined they are to achieve what they want to do, regardless of what parents say, I think that agency of the child or the agency of the young person is extremely important. And second is we really have to do something about talking about equality, right, and gender equality and respect for women and freedoms for women from a very young age, through school and through our own behaviors and our actions. Stop.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much. One last question. I think it's an important one because we did discuss this yesterday on the role of community institutions in addressing inequalities, especially amongst women. What do you think is the role of SHGs in the context of NRLMs and SRLMs? How can they help address inequalities before we move on to the next panel?
Yeah, I know we're running out of time. I think I really feel that self-help groups among women or cooperative societies or unions are extremely important. We see the fantastic role that SHGs are playing in Kerala at this point of time. The amount of production of just not masks, also umbrellas, which they have made, which sort of fulfills the social distancing of physical distancing of 6 feet. Remarkable work self-help groups are doing. And once again, these self-help groups not only give women that ability to come out, organize themselves, and earn an income for themselves and support the families. But it's also changes the position of women in society, the freedoms that younger girls can emulate and go ahead to schools, colleges, take on work, etc., and so on. So the role of these community institutions and self-help groups and women's cooperatives and unions is extremely important. I just hope we continue to encourage what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you for joining us. Everyone, that was Professor A.K. Shivakumar, development economist, so generous with his time. I think the comments here, if I go by them, it's really appreciative of you touching a lot of important topics. So thank you, sir, for joining us, and it was lovely having you here.
Thank you very much. All the best. Bye.
Bye. Okay, everyone, that was a great session. Thank you for asking such great questions. I hope some of you got the answers. We will try to incorporate all of your questions into these sessions. We have a great panel coming up. Don't go anywhere. We've got some of the most foremost thought leaders in rural finance in India coming together to discuss the role of rural finance in India. We've got Samit Ghosh, who is the founder of Ujjivan Small Finance Bank and Ujjivan Financial Services. He is, the organization serves over 1 million urban and semi-urban poor across 20 states. We've got Professor Alok Mishra. He's got nearly 24 years of professional experience in international development, rural finance, microfinance, and inclusive finance. He started his career with NABARD, and he was also then part of a multi-institutional task force responsible for setting up India's first online demutualized commodities exchange. He's held very important positions, and this particular topic is of deep interest to him. We've got Suresh Sethi, the Additional Secretary, Government of India, ex-CEO of India Post Payments Bank. He was the former MD of Vodafone M-Pesa. He's a graduate from FMS, nearly 27 years of experience in banking, financial services industry. We've also have Arindam Datta, who's the Executive Director at Rabobank, and he has over 26 years of experience in rural finance, cooperative banking, microfinance, and agribusiness as well. He, of course, has worked earlier at NABARD, IDBI, and Care India. A lot of you would have heard of that. And to chair the session, we have Manoj Sharma, who's a director at Microsave, a boutique consulting firm that has over 20 years of experience in pushing the world towards meaningful financial, social, and economic inclusion. He has over 28 years of experience across Afghanistan, Bangladesh, India, Indonesia, across the world. And I welcome all of them to the panel. This is going to be a lively discussion. It's a great panel with very different points of views, varying points of views, let me say. We have we have people joining us from across YouTube, Book My Show, and Zoom links everywhere. Yesterday, we had 10,000 viewers joining us across all of these platforms. We had them joining from nearly 45 countries. And hopefully, as we speak, the viewership is increasing on these YouTube channels as well. The session will last until 1:45 p.m. We'd like to have the last 5 to 10 minutes for Q&A from the audience. I will help curate the questions for Manoj and the team. Over to you, Manoj. Please take this forward. Thank you so much for joining us. Has Manoj joined?
Yes, John, I'm on the call. So
Great,
thanks so much.
you.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction. Samit, Alok, and Suresh, you there?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So before we dive into the panel, I mean, I need to just reiterate what John said, that an extremely diversified panel. We have people who can talk at length about financial inclusion, about microfinance, about the whole agriculture sector, not just agri-finance, but frankly, the entire agri-value chain. And of course, look at things from a policy angle that have been at it for so long. But the first question of the panel is, before I dive into my summary to kick off the discussions, which is a profound question, and I would give them till the end of the session to answer, is where are you guys getting your haircuts from? Because I can't find a salon. So obviously you're not following what Mr. Modi is telling you. So maybe on the side, we should compare notes on how to get a haircut in these times. But anyway, to more mundane things in life. I mean, till at the beginning of the year, we were looking at India growing at 6% and so on and so on. I mean, somebody would come with 5.8 and 6.5, but somewhere around that. And now you're talking about 0.8, 0.2 and 0% growth. So economic growth, including in rural areas, is a fundamental thing, is about sentiments. And right now the sentiment is sort of just doesn't seem to bottom out. I mean, it just keeps diving down. And that is very worrisome, you know, for any economy, including for the rural economy for which we are talking about, that there is just so much of, nobody knows when this is going to end. I mean, till about a month ago, I used to say that, okay, we have some sort of a, you know, reference point in demonetization. We had a 3-month, you know, complete chaos on the demand side. There was, at least insofar as unorganized sector went, the demand completely vanished. And here we are looking at both a supply side disruption and a demand side disruption, other than for, let's say, for the essential commodities. But right now that sort of parallel no longer holds. We are now really in a class of its own, because we don't know when it is going to end. So that's very, very sort of bad for any economic activity. And unfortunately, we are in that scenario. We are looking at a surge in logistic costs by 20 to 25%, because of course, the moment you bring in more friction into movement, there will always be an increase in costs. And that's being reflected in the increase in transportation costs. Some estimates say it's gone up by as much as 20 to 25%. There's a huge reduction in demand. I mean, the Horesa segment, which was a key sort of demand for a lot of food grains, vegetables, and so on, is just not there. It's the hotel, restaurants, the catering services. They've all gone out of business. Meat, poultry, eggs, they are coming with a taint. So again, there is no demand. People are just not consuming them. And it's just pitiful what's going to happen to these farmers who are in this market. There is some indications that there was distressed sale of Rabi. So we are looking at this very peculiar phenomena that while the farm produce, the farmer realizations are going down, the retail prices are moving up, at least for essentials. And I would take out probably vegetables in markets which have a lot of rural areas surrounding them. But we are looking at 50 to 70,000 crores of sort of money that would get back into rural areas, suddenly going out of circulation. We are looking at upwards of 100 million people, maybe 120, 140 million people. I mean, the rural migration in the last census was close to 100 million. We're now talking a much larger number. We did a small study. It's not a statistically relevant study, but 83% of the respondents in rural areas said that their income would either reduce or it has completely stopped. This number was 72% in urban areas. To be doing a little better. Of course, this is, again, I'll repeat, not a statistically relevant sample size. So just a dipstick, we can take it. The government has been trying to respond. I mean, we heard the Reserve Bank say that, you know, give 3 months moratorium. Of course, there was this huge back and forth whether the moratorium is for the end clients or whether it also applies to NBFCs and NBFC MFIs. That finally got sorted out a couple of months into the crisis. But then the government has announced that it will give 30,000 crore of special liquidity support, where the loans would get fully guaranteed. Another partial guarantee of 25% for 40, which the outlay is 45,000 crores. We had the TLTRO, announced by by the Reserve Bank, again targeted at HFCs, NBFCs, MFIs, and so on. So given all this, given that the crisis is really without parallel, I mean, we haven't had dealt with anything which is comparable in the past, even though at least for the microfinance sector, one can say, and same applies for agri sector as well. Farmers are used to dealing with uncertainties. They are used to dealing with general apathy. They are used to dealing with markets that don't function. They're used to dealing with institutional finance that doesn't really deliver. But this seems to be just too big. I mean, are we prepared? So my first question will be to Alok. One of the things, Alok, that I'd like you to reflect on is that given the recent policy announcements, what is going to be the impact on rural development? And as you deliberate on this, please just touch upon that answer in the context of this whole paradigm of the rural development sort of institutional setups that we have. I mean, eventually whatever gets delivered has to take the path of existing institutional structures that we have. We can't build new institutions at this time. So then given that, what do you think is going to be the real impact, or how are we going to move ahead and move out of this crisis? Over to you.
Yeah. Thanks, Manoj. As you rightly said, the crisis is unprecedented, and what will be the impact, how long it will be lasting, that is not clear to us. But before I get into the structural dimensions of rural finance and rural development, I would say two things. One is that this crisis is going to exacerbate the existing infirmities in the rural development space, specifically talking about agri-finance. And the thing you asked about policy pronouncements, if you think, look through all the pronouncements, especially on the agriculture side and the migrant side, the one thing which sticks out, which will impact will be seen in future, how it is rolled out, that is one nation, one ration card, and where people will also, with not holding ration card, will be able to get free rations for 1 or 2 months. That's a very good point, and if it is rolled out, it will be a good relief. But other than that, the other things announced for the agriculture sector, I don't see much of it in it, because like talking about farmers being given moratorium or interest subvention being extended up to 31st May, these are normal things. And on liquidity boosting, like yesterday finance minister was talking about that NABARD has refinanced cooperative banks and RRBs up to certain amount of certain thousands of crores, and it will do further financing of it. I think that's natural part of it. That's part of the annual growth, nothing much in that. Then the other announcement which was talked about was of 25 lakh new KCC, Kisan credit cards, to be issued by banks. Well, all this will take time, and we already have around 50% of farmers, going by the numbers published by Reserve Bank of India and NABARD, around 70 million Kisan credit cards are already in existence. But how much actually they are working on the field, that's the moot point. So, and 25 lakh will just add a pin to the whole, a point to the whole thing. So overall, I would say that on agriculture side, not much has been done. And the other important point to be noted in that is that all this liquidity and all that, you rightly said in your introductory remark, is all about demand, is all about sentiment. Now, in agriculture, fortunately, because the traditional farming community in India will continue to farm, whether the sentiment is okay or not okay. So that demand, I don't expect major changes to take place. That will remain static as it has been growing. And last financial year, we saw an agriculture credit of around 13 lakh crores in India. That will remain. Unlike the manufacturing side of it, the services side of it, which have global trade linkages, global exchange of services, where the demand can swing. But in agriculture, farmer, despite suffering losses, small farmers have been suffering losses. And despite they continue to farm, they depend on institutional sources and non-institutional sources. So that will continue. Now, coming to the structural part of it, what I would like to say is that the rural finance in India, if I talk only about finance, I will not get into the other issues, but we must carefully understand that finance rural finance or agriculture finance is a necessary condition, but not a sufficient condition for rural development. The other factors we must take into account, and if we have time, we can come back to it. In my mind, other than rural finance, the land holdings and soil quality, the irrigation, the extent of irrigation in agriculture, and the marketing structure, as you rightly said, that while the farmer's price realization is going down, retail prices are going up. This is a big challenge in India, and the price realization related to the farmer, and coupled with the climatic changes which are happening in agriculture. So all these have to be seen in context, and we cannot see rural finance in separation. But still, as the question is on rural finance, I will just take 2-3 minutes more to talk about it. On rural finance, if you see, two, three things come out very strikingly out of the whole discourse. One is, since in 2005, the government launched this doubling of agriculture credit in 3 years. Since then, every year we see targets being announced. And as I said, last year, the total credit flow, both short-term and investment credit in agriculture, was around 13 lakh crores. Quite a substantial jump from 2 lakh crores in 2005. So that has happened. The share of agriculture credit to agriculture GDP has moved up to 43%. It used to be around 20% 15 years back. So those are good things. But at the other thing, I see very discerning, what should I say, some very weak spots and very worrying spots emerging. One, that in small scale agriculture, the first reliance of the farmer, as we all know, is based on the cooperative structure, which is closest structure to the farmer. But over a period of time, despite all the committees, despite all the reforms, the cooperatives are virtually decaying, and their share in agriculture credit has roughly come down to 10%. And 50% of agriculture credit societies, which are at the village level, are almost loss-making and defunct. These are published figures and dated figures. So I do not know how much of it is more, whether it has gone up to 60% or not. And the other worrying feature is that despite the increase in credit flow, if you see, and most of the credit in agriculture is now going through KCC, what has happened is the other dimension, if you see the increase of credit flow, the gross capital formation in agriculture as percentage of agriculture GVA, that has inched up, but still lower than other sectors. But the worrying points, other than cooperatives, is that are we targeting proper farmers? Because if you see, I read in some research paper published by Professor Gulati that if we look at the crop requirement, the short-term crop requirements and the credit supply, the percentage at India level has reached 123%. That means if all over India, the farmers need 100 rupees to cultivate short-term cultivation needs, the credit supply is 125. Up to 125, we can understand there might be a little bit of over financing. But in some states like Kerala, it has gone above 300. In some states like Punjab, Tamil Nadu, and I think Odisha also, it has gone up to 250%. So there is somewhere something missing. And the plausible explanation comes to me is that whether the long-term credit is being diverted as a short-term credit because of interest subvention, and over-financing is happening, and right farmers are not covered. And the data point to it comes from the NABARD's Financial Inclusion Survey done in 2016-17, which was a very large survey of 50,000, I think, of roughly rural households from tier 2 to tier 6 cities. And the number of, the percentage of non-institutional sources in the debt of agriculture households has only moved up to 68 or 69%. And I think it used to be around 55 or 56% way back in 1981 and 1991 after nationalization. So where have the financing gone? And the last point which I wanted to say is, though the data, we have 145 million, roughly 150 million land holdings in India. And the data reported says that around 75 million Kisan credit cards have been issued. Now, out of that, so almost 50% of farmers should have been typically covered. But the problem is the NABARD survey says that when the survey was done in 2017, only 10% of farmers had operational or working KCC. So are we looking at numbers which are not really serving the rural finance cause. And if you look at the macro picture also, the rural distress horror stories which we hear from various parts of India. So though it is not only a, what should I say, a factor of credit, as the other factors which I said, land holdings, irrigation, price realization, marketing, land holding size, these also play a part. But even rural finance, where we are saying the volume jump has been high, I'm not so sure whether it has been very effective. I'm not so sure whether I have effectively answered your question, but that's my opening thoughts.
No, this is very, very good point, Alok. Even though, I mean, it's not very reassuring because, and we have been, as you say, we have been seeing this for a while now, that money in agriculture is definitely being diverted. So the more profound point that Alok has made is that what's to prevent this package going that route, wherein you really, the farmers don't get it, but somebody obviously gets it because it is subsidized credit and whatnot. And I think that's a very fundamental point, that because structures are such, will the money get to where it needs to get to? If that were the case, frankly, a lot of money should have already reached the farm. So not on that sobering thought, Samit, we move to you. The outstanding of the microfinance industry itself is upwards of 2.5 lakh crores. So really the industry actually delivers more than 10% of this entire package that the government is talking about. Has loans, of course, but it has that sort of an outreach. So what is the impact on the microfinance sector, given that you are a key channel into that whole rural finance universe? And will the policy announcements make a real difference? Will it make anything real significant and positive?
Thanks, Manoj. First, what I wanted to start with is, I just recently read the study done by Northern Arc. And what that says is that, it goes through the demonetization and the crisis in the flood in Kerala and also the cyclone in Odisha. What happens during these situations for microfinance is there is an immediate impact in terms of, customers are not able to pay. So, the repayment rates shoots down in the initial months. But over time, it comes back to normal, because what microfinance provides is basically a lifeline to the huge unserved and underserved, unserved and underserved segments of our society. And it's an essential service. So it comes back to normal. So in this case also, obviously in microfinance, here, the microfinance sector, we have given moratorium to all the customers. Yeah. And the first month, which was the March month, most people had already repaid. So 75% of the repayment had already come, but April, May, obviously the whole moratorium impact is there. And we will really get to know actually the real impact, at least the initial spike in terms of people not able to repay, etc., only in July. In July, we will get a better idea of that. But, we've done a survey of our customers, and most customers feel that within 1 month of lifting of the lockdown, they would be able to come back to normal. Whether that happens or not, we'll have to wait and see. In the agricultural sector, of course, there have been different impacts depending on the nature of business. So purely on the crop side, from what I understand, the initial couple of months there was shortage of labor, and that was a harvesting time, I think. So there was some initial disruptions there. So that had a relatively small impact on the crop side. The major impact actually on the allied activities, if you take, the floriculture was totally devastated, because neither demand nor logistics, it's completely finished. So it'll take a few years for the floriculture to come back. As far as vegetables and other things are concerned, I think, again, the logistic problems are there. So the impact is almost sort of 50% there. You raised the question of poultry. I think initially in the first, there was an issue that there were some rumors that poultry raised was the source of COVID, etc., and people stopped taking eggs and chicken. But I think that's come back to normal, right? Fisheries, again, if you look at fisheries, the inland fisheries actually, which is relatively unaffected. But again, the sea fishery business is, again, impacted by logistics. So there are different aspects of this business which have been impacted by this whole, the COVID situation. But the expectation is, the key thing really is, NABARD and SIDBI at this stage providing refinance is extremely good. And if they provide for a slightly longer term, it gives a lot of stability to, on the liability side of our portfolio. And that's been very, very helpful, And, how it comes back is we have to see. But we are quite confident that things will come back to normal. But the key thing is actually, in terms of policy, is when will the lockdown be removed, And so we are eagerly waiting to see what happens on the 17th. And hopefully, as we are listening, hearing all these, that the lockdown will be restricted to containment zones, and the rest of the areas will slowly come back to normal. So that is, I think, the key thing. How fast can we bring everything back to normal while, the containment zones, which are narrow, small areas, are kept within, with all the restrictions. So from a policy point of view, that is key for microfinance and for the agricultural sector.
Thanks, Amit. This is really useful because, the whole micro enterprise is not a monolith, and different sub-segments around that, different value chains are behaving differently. Interestingly, Samit touched upon some of them, but if you look at the dairy value chain, initially for the first 10, 15 days, there wasn't much of an impact. I think the system, even though the demand reduced because of the Horesa segment, the restaurant segment moving out and so on, but the middlemen were just producing more and more ghee and trying to store it. But after a while, of course, the liquidity isn't there. You can't perpetually keep on making ghee and storing it. So now in places such as Lucknow, from where I come from, we see that retail prices of milk have dropped by as much as 10 rupees a liter, which means that farmer is now selling milk at below subsistence level. So the point that Samit made is really, when is there going to be light at the end of the tunnel? I think that determines, but as of now, it's good to know that the client segment is positive and says that it'll take us a month to bounce back. That's really, really positive news. And I'll move on to Arindam. And Arindam, you've been in this for so long. You understand the whole rural development sector and the agri sector so well that will these announcements lead to any significant change? Alok didn't give us anything to really hang on. He feels that, and rightfully, the numbers he quoted are really dismal. If that's the situation, there isn't much to look forward to. But anything you feel that, especially given that there have been innovations going on in the agri sector, anything you think that out of these policy announcements, the farmer, the farm value chain will be able to display, if not the kind of bounce backs that Samit mentioned, at least over a period of time, maybe after this cropping cycle. The other thing, and I would leave this as a question to both of you, both Alok and Arindam, is that there's a 45% increase in fertilizer uptake this April. So if you compare April 2019 with April 2020, fertilizer uptake has gone up by 45%. Everybody is totally, taken aback by the sort. I mean, one obvious response is that people are hoarding. And anyway, I mean, as Indians, I think we have this tendency. We risk averse. We try to, take care of risk. So maybe the farmer is storing because we don't know if the lockdown gets extended, if suddenly their village is in a red zone and it's periods. But even then, a 45% jump is very difficult to explain. So, I mean, at some stage in this conversation, if you would like to weigh in on that, that would be great. But over to you, Arindam.
I will talk of a couple of issues here. One is on the consumer side. On the consumer side, as you rightly mentioned, the HoReCa segment is completely out of the equation. So all the demands made by the HoReCa section, which included exotic vegetables, a lot of perishables, horticulture crop, that has got smashed for sure. Now the demand for anything which is consumed in the Indian kitchen remains. That's staples, oilseed, pulses, etc. And at the aggregate level, at the gross level, we are food secure. The issue is access to food, as is obvious from what we are seeing across the country. Access to food remains a problem. It's not about whether food is available or not. That's one on the consumer side. Now, regarding the policy initiatives that you mentioned, now there are two ways we look at it. One is for sustenance, that how do you get over the critical 2, 3, 4 months period? And I think most of the fiscal and monetary measures is to enable the small businesses, including farmers, farmer organizations, to be able to tide over the 3 to 5 months of critical phase, where financing has completely come to a standstill because the risk perception has gone up hugely. Now, the issue I see, the measures to some extent can be seen to be positive, but the transmission risk of all these initiatives moving through different institutions and finally reaching either the farmer organizations, or the poor, or the trader, whatever the case may be. There are too many ifs and buts there. Now, a lot of institutions will have to change their loan policy. They'll have to revise their risk policy to be able to abide by what is being offered. So that's a task which is going to take time. My worry is that the transmission of all the money to the final customer may take too much of time because there are just too many levels in between. That's the main worry. Now, in the agriculture side, as you said, markets got destroyed in the first 2 to 3 weeks. And the local markets, the organized markets, as we had them, had completely collapsed. And as Alok mentioned, whatever was brittle, we knew was brittle pre-COVID, has been completely exposed now. Now, the two critical parts for a farmer today, if you're looking at the upstream side, is access to finance and access to markets. Access to inputs and advisory, we do have mechanisms, good or bad, they are already there. But every year they are worried about access to finance and access to markets. And I think the access to market part has got completely exposed in terms of being so brittle. So the good part now is a couple of developments. One is that people are talking about resilient supply chains, about inclusive resilient supply chains, wherein it simply means that today if a farmer wants to sell his produce, he or she should have 3 different options. It shouldn't be just one option. And the biggest issue there is information asymmetry. I have a certain crop, a certain produce, but if my local regular market breaks down, I do not know where to sell it and at what price, under what conditions. Now, with a lot of technology coming in, the movement had already started about 3 years back, and technology brings in efficiencies. It brings in, it attacks the issue of information asymmetry. And we did see that technology companies grow. More than $500 million of investments that got into India. India is the second largest agri-tech country in the world after the US. So we will see a lot more adoption of technology, not only at the farmer level, but also by the supply chains and the markets. critical for farmers, and this is absolutely critical what has not happened so far, and there's a crying need is to do our demand estimation, because what the farmer today will be consumed after 3 months or 1.5 years. What is it that the farmer needs to grow today? The farmer doesn't know. So as Alok said, they'll keep growing what they do because nobody tells them what will be the demand after 6 months. That's a critical role that only technology company can play. Further, the outreach to the marketing sources, to the demands in the market, the way a technology player can do, a FPO or a farmer on a standalone basis cannot do. And more importantly is the formalization of agriculture. Right now, it is extremely informal. We all know that. But once digitization happens in the rural areas, especially among the farmers in terms of land record digitization, farmer digitization, the formalization process is going to start. And that is going to be critical to be able to have credible information for all the important stakeholders, which includes the input players, the advisory players, the market players, the financial players, etc., etc. So I see that trend moving. And for resilience in agriculture, adoption of technology is the crying need. And the good part, a lot is happening. Now, access to finance for agriculture, something all of us have been talking about, was a problem before COVID. Let's face it. It's not that everything was rosy in the agriculture sector. Now, all those issues will remain. It's just right now the emphasis is on sustenance, on trying to build up resilient supply chains, of having alternatives. And as I keep saying, without technology, a country so big and diverse, which is so fragmented, especially in the upstream part, it's just impossible to do. Silver lining is building up, thinking differently for the future, but there is going to be a serious hit. Let's face it, at the individual level, as was mentioned by Samit, floriculture, you have cotton sector, demand has completely collapsed. Cotton supply chain has completely collapsed. For high value agriculture, for perishables, it's extremely difficult because supply chain and transportation logistics has come to a grinding halt. So there will be a hit to the sector, to the farmers. I would say we can't predict, as all of us are saying, how long the crisis is going to last. But one season loss of income for all players in the supply chain is something we'll have to factor in. I'll stop here, Manoj.
That's pretty, I mean, one season income loss, that's going to be pretty hard to take. You'll have...
It's a combination of the previous season and this season. As you know, the realization extremely low, while we paid up. So the markets had collapsed. When we are paying high prices and they are getting low realization, what was always already a problem has become a bigger problem and has got completely exposed.
I completely agree. I mean, the realization from the last season has also been much lower.
Exactly.
15 to 20% lower than what it should have been probably. So not much optimism there as well. So Suresh, we come to you in the spirit of optimism that finally you would be the bearer of some good news. One of the things we always keep saying that when we have been struggling with financial inclusion for so long, Prime Minister Jan Dhan Yojana, a hugely celebrated scheme, achieved great, I mean, in terms of furthering the outreach and so on, but we all know we have grappled with dormancy issues, not enough. So is this the shock that we needed for greater digital financial inclusion to happen? Is this something, because now, of course, money has been pumped out to 200 million women and over a period of 3 months, every month. So will this be the shock that will lead to financial inclusion quite the way we all wanted, but could never achieve? I think that's likely to happen.
Sure, Manoj, I think a very relevant question. I was actually picking up from what Arindam was saying just now. I think he alluded to technology playing a very strong role. Considering the demographic diversity of the country and the geographic expanse, I think two areas which have been critical and we have seen a lot of progress over the last few years have been in terms of inclusion, and the other area clearly is in terms of supply chain management. And whatever guardrails or whatever rails have been established over the last few years, I think that will now become a very critical enabler to connect some of these dots or connect some of these missing links and make it happen. I think clearly for us, as we tackle this crisis, there is naturally the requirement of performing the role of a very strong welfare state at this stage. Because whether it is agri-finance, whether it is getting credit to the last mile, that is going to be very critical. And I think earlier Alok also mentioned that credit disbursement is there, but it is not really reaching the meaningful owner. And that is a significant challenge. And I think some of the things, as we all know, I think starting clearly for us with the creation of a national identity itself, and now we are seeing things where that can be further extended to talk about national ration card, for example. You need an identity infrastructure below it to be able to create some of these mechanisms. Similarly, payment and settlement systems. And I think you rightly mentioned Jan Dhan was a scheme which clearly at least created some early wins in making people inclusive to the extent of at least getting linked to the formal financial economy by opening an account. But I think our biggest challenge remained that how do we create the infrastructure for them to access these accounts, to actually access either the credit or the benefits coming into it. And again, I take a recent example, basically the government putting in their own largest distribution network, the Department of Post, and creating the guardrails of linking up these accounts and bringing services to the doorstep, which we've seen play out importantly enough in the recent days, where the entire postal network today is performing pretty much a polar role in taking money right down to the beneficiaries of all the schemes that have been announced. And they are virtually delivering cash at the doorstep for people having accounts with any bank. So I think this increase in infrastructure, the payment settlement systems which are there, and the adoption that will come through that, you're absolutely right. I think this is a push towards adoption of more technology, but I still feel there's a lot more which needs to be done, primarily in the space of further aligning the supply chains, because clearly there is one part of the financial supply chain, and we do know that cash still remains dominant, because even today there's disbursement of cash, whereas I know in urban areas we are all today benefiting from the fact that you can pay remotely and you're getting your goods delivered, and clearly in lockdown situation getting delivered in concerted points from where you just pick them without even meeting the delivery agents. So I think critically that is the part where we are talking about access to finance and access to markets. I think finance to some extent is addressed. Last mile creation of digital ecosystems, ability to consume digitally is going to become more and more important. The other thing, as we clearly saw, the first package got rolled out to address the MSMEs. Now the entire MSME space, as we move towards micro and we talk about the village level entrepreneurs, we talk about the lowest rung in the supply chain hierarchy. Today, they are dominantly a cash economy. And I think there is a twofold importance of making it a digitized economy, because one is clearly access to markets becomes critical. The second is to build credit history, because today, whatever credit is being put out there as non-collateralized, as we are able to more ensure that the credit being provided is being actually put towards creation of market, creation of business, it will become more important. So it will become a virtuous cycle if we are able to manage some of these trends. So I think I think some things by default have come into play as we were talking. I think you and I were talking about it, that, with all these things like Aadhaar, India Stack, I think India has taken steps in inclusion, which otherwise would have taken almost, 50 years to do. We did it in 10 years. And there is more to do. And I think some of these things will make it more inclusive and push towards it.
Thanks, Suresh. I mean, this is important that, we have a payment system that really helped. There's 200 million women getting money. This was possible because A, there was a payment system, interoperable payment system. B, there were agents out there. And that allowed, even though we saw people queuing up and basically there being a rush in the first few days, people trying to get money out of the bank. But at least some infrastructure existed, and one of the things it outlined was that it needed strengthening. One of the areas which also glaringly came out as was missing was, we have these digitized databases. So there's a database for PDS beneficiaries, there's a database for NREGA beneficiaries, there is a database of PMJDY. if you look at a database for poor people in the country, we don't have one. If you want a database of migrant laborers, we don't have one. And all the challenges that we see, the grim pictures that are beamed every now and then on television, makes us really reflect as a society as to where we are headed, that we can't take care of our poor people. And you have small children going across the countryside for days on end to get back home. I mean, that's the grim reality of today. And that did show us that we don't have a database where we can get to people. Yeah. And this 200 million PMJDY accounts, let's get to women, was also a sort of, it needed something to be done at that point in time. So yeah, great in terms of, as Suresh said, outreach, in terms of an interoperable payment system. This one sort of lacuna really brought out in this crisis situation. But with that, let me move back to Samit. Samit, we live in this whole microfinance era, which is such a very high intensity, women sit in groups methodology. It's a high touch methodology. I mean, that's how it is designed. Do you see that changing? That is point number one. And point number two is that if there's going to be this increase in moratorium and more policy level intervention in that direction, that the poor need to be protected, how is the sector going to go about it? And what is your policy ask from the policymakers that, this sector with 2.5 lakh plus crore on outstanding, how can it once again thrive and do what it does best, which is to reach out to poor people and provide them finance?
So Manoj, I think definitely, how we are going to do business in the future has to change completely, because coronavirus is going to stay with us for quite some time, and we have to operate in a different way. So all of us are actually looking at different ways of doing business. Like bulk of our business is actually repeat loans, once you have a matured microfinance institution. And there, the activity which takes 70% of the time of our field force is actually repeat loans, So what we are trying to introduce is repeat loans actually through phone, So customers should be able to get a repeat loan by just calling up our call center and getting a repeat loan. I mean, they probably are not sophisticated enough to get a repeat loan through the mobile app, but it's easy for them to call the call center and say, I want a repeat loan. And we've structured the documentation in a way just like a credit card. So you don't have to redo the credit, documentation and all that all over again. And you can get the repeat loan on the phone, We are also trying to move more and more people and giving them different access points to repay so that they don't have to come to the center meetings, etc. So this whole thing, we are actually re-looking at it and, making it less physical, So that aspect of it, there are various, various initiatives which we are doing. And hopefully, the way we do microfinance in the future will be completely different. Secondly, when we did the survey, very few customers actually wanted the moratorium to be extended, I think all the customers who require that they are able to get back to doing business or get back to their work as fast as possible. Now, I think if we go into that lockdown containment zone kind of approach, which is what I think most states are trying to achieve, then, we will, most of the people will be able to get back to business. I think very few want extension of the moratorium, because I think the extension of moratorium means their income generating ability will become very difficult, and that will be, sort of killing. So that is not something which our customers want. The other thing I just want to highlight, a couple of things I just want to highlight. One is, we talked about Jan Dhan account, and I think one of the biggest, wins of this government has been the success of the direct benefit transfers. That is an amazing thing. But what we find is, if you look at these migrant workers, etc., and we have seen also in a lot of the ultra poor which are there in the urban sector, they don't have bank accounts, or they don't have operating bank accounts. So if they had operating bank accounts, in fact, we could have made cash transfers to these migrant workers' accounts. They would not have to trudge back, walk back, etc. So I think there's a lot of work which needs to be done in refining, actually making the Jan Dhan account much more sort of accessible to everyone. And also there is a lot of micro sort of, conditions in those Jan Dhan accounts. The operation becomes very difficult, So I think that is very important. It has to be a dynamic process of inclusion where we include all these customers, and also improve the Jan Dhan account, The other thing I just want to tell you is the migrant laborers going back is going to, in the rural area. If you look at a rural family, they have multiple sources of income, They may have, they're growing a crop, they have your dairy, which you talked about, or poultry or whatever. Then they have one family or two members of the family who've gone to the city and working as a migrant labor. And all this, their family income is composed of all these multiple sources of income, which keeps coming in, including the migrant labor's income coming in. Now, with this going away, at least for the near future, foreseeable future, is going to create a crisis, for the family, because one major source of income will be gone, and at least for next 12 months or whatever it is, So that, we have to figure out, and I think one of the challenges is how do you engage these migrant laborers in the rural areas? So one of the things which has been missing and in all these policy pronouncements is our public healthcare system is pathetic, especially if you go into the rural and other areas. Okay, so shouldn't the government put in a lot of money in that? And if we are going to build that physical infrastructure for that public healthcare system in the rural areas, we will be able to engage these people, in the rural areas themselves, because most of them are carpenters, masons, etc. So I think that is something which which is my expectation. The other thing, there is a small sort of announcement that I don't think we can live with a situation which we have lived so many years, where you have these fancy high-rise buildings surrounded by slums, right? Public, housing in the urban areas. We have to focus on that. I think the government has started a small program on that, but I think that needs an immediate focus, because after this COVID crisis, that kind of living condition in the urban area has to be removed completely, and we have to build healthy living conditions for the urban poor. So those are two things which I feel are very, very important.
Thanks, Amit. Great points. It just shows that policy gets swayed by sentiment. I've heard this from other microfinance institutions and from clients as well. As Amit said, that if you are into, let's say, the grocery business, you're actually doing very brisk sales. People are buying more than they need because there's a tendency to keep some reserves at home. So actually, they probably need more credit. They're really not interested in the moratorium. And but Samit would know this, at least 30-35% of a typical portfolio would be into these kirana shops and so on in a microfinance institution. So yeah, sentiments do drive a lot of these policies, not the realities on the ground. So yeah, but I'll move to Alok. look, I'll not throw a new question at you. You left such a profound, sense of that the whole chain is broken. That and the policymakers would be aware of this. I mean, you just can't suppose that a NABARD won't know that packs are not functioning. 50% plus packs are not functioning. How can this be made to work? And is this crisis something that you think will finally be, the poke that was needed to make the rural, at least the finance side of the rural development architecture to start working? Any thoughts?
Yeah, thanks, Manoj. But I would, before I get into the question you have asked now, I would like to pick on two things which you in between said. And one was the 45% jump in fertilizer.
Yes, yes.
So while part of it, we are reading it in newspapers, I do not know how correct it is, but it is there. So one part of it is that it is good that people might be hoarding, as you rightly said, and that is one part of it. But the second part to me, as it also worries me. Why it worries me is that the fertilizer consumption in India is badly skewed. We know that the soil needs NPK, and we have badly skewed it by urea subsidy. So we should not be, in the name of more fertilizer sales, more robust crops, more voluminous crops, we should not be further degrading the soil. So that is because fertilizer consumption in India, in parts of it, it has degraded the soil so much that now we are talking about neem coated fertilizer and all that, but it is not much has happened. So that also worries me in case of fertilizer sales going up. We have to look through it more carefully. And in case of fertilizer, one example I would say that how, and when we are talking about policy changes, we should also think about policy changes in fertilizer distribution system. You have studied it in detail, the fertilizer distribution system and all that, and how much of machinery is employed in that, and how much it reaches it, and how much is leaked, and whatever it happens, despite the DBT. Now, in a paper which Arvind Subramanian, our ex-chief economic advisor, had written, he had says that if power and fertilizer, these two subsidies, are stopped in Punjab, in the state of Punjab, we made calculations, each landholder can be given 92,000 rupees per year. And each of the laborer who don't own the land but cultivate till on somebody else's land can be given 52,000 rupees. So we can look at the certain policy changes, whether the time has come with greater digital inclusion, with greater targeting of digital accounts, whether we should dismantle all these outdated systems of subsidy distribution of fertilizer in kind and move towards where the farmer can buy it. Now, the second point before I go to your question is about the microfinance institutions. Now with loan sizes going up, it is no longer, it is reduced. You can say that microfinance is only for trade business or this business. Part of microfinance, as we all know, money is fungible, is also used for agriculture operations. So it will go there. But when you said that earlier there was confusion that the moratorium is only for retail borrowers, and later on it was changed that it is also for intermediaries, I would like to say that as per my understanding, based on the field and talking to the players, this second thing has still not been done. It has been left at the discretion of banks to individually deal with institutions, and many of the banks have still not given moratorium. So when 90% of your cash flow is impeded due to moratorium, how are microfinance institutions going to pay back the lenders, banks? This is a question which has still not been addressed. So on that side, my only policy ask would be that extend the moratorium, at least proportional to what has been extended at the retail level. And second is, as we have talked about that with so many migrants going there and more dependence on agriculture, people will not come back to cities in the near future. The demand is also likely to go a little bit up. So that along with the moratorium, you should also make provisions for further liquidity support. Now, going to your question about rural finance architecture, I think you have to, there are basic, these are fundamental things. These are long-term, long-short issues. One is that you have to make agriculture remunerative. If you make agriculture remunerative, then the private sector will also go there. The farmer will also be prosperous, and he will be able to afford private services rather than solely depending upon some defunct government agriculture extension department. That policy change has to happen. And it cannot be done in a day. It is a long term. The problem in our country is that we are focused on short term measures. that giving 2,000 rupees to farmer in 4 months is not going to solve our problem. We have to look at structural issues. Today or tomorrow, it will be forced to us. We cannot force 60% of population to rely on substandard services. On the institutional, so unless you do that, the appetite of the banks to lend to agriculture and recover, and then also the policymakers to resist from this temptation of loan waivers. If you improve the surrounding ecosystem conditions of agriculture, you won't need a loan waiver. And I would just give you an example. During the demonetization time, Amravati district in Maharashtra is a rural distress area, and the microfinance customers were protesting and agriculturists were protesting. And I spoke to an MLA who represents the farmers. I said, what is your ask from the government? He said, just provide basic infrastructure, power, 24 hours water, and get away from all other things, and farmer will be able to manage his crop in a much more remunerative fashion. That policy change, government has to be a facilitator in agriculture rather being a direct intervention in agriculture. And the second part of it, on the infrastructure side of rural financial institutions, I think commercial banks, they would like to lend to it. There are priority sector requirements, 18% direct agriculture requirement, but the private sector banks and some other banks are not willing to do it because of the issues, the structural issues in agriculture. Once you sort that, they will go there. On the RRBs, the way we have moved ahead is that they are neither here nor there. They are neither local institutions nor national institutions. So I will leave that apart. Their size is also less. On case of cooperatives, the problem is NABARD has done enough numbers. So many committee reports have been put, if you remember, in 2005 or 6, the Vaidyanathan committee report, which has made very critical condition, which is the essence of cooperative reform, that the state government equity has to be retired from cooperative. Cooperatives have to be people-led, people-managed. Cooperatives cannot function to be state-dominated. Its time is gone. But it cannot happen because, unfortunately, cooperation is on the concurrent list of, on the state list of our constitution. So states have a power. So center cannot do it. So that is stuck there. So that's a bigger national constitutional amendment debate. So till that happens, cooperative functioning is going to be like this. And we know that in cooperative, there is dual regulation. The Reserve Bank through NABARD also does the financial part of it, but the management and governance part of it is looked by the Register of Cooperative Societies. And we see what has happened in case of urban cooperative banks, less said about district central cooperative banks. So that, I think, is beyond the domain of us. That is, has to be through a constitutional amendment. Till that, cooperatives have to be left apart. But we can definitely focus on structural reforms in agriculture to boost the price realization for farmers.
So not much hope on the cooperative side, but yeah, I mean, the whole changing the fertilizer subsidy the way it is and actually handing over cash to farmers was in the works. I mean, we know that there was a plan to pilot cash transfer to farmers and get out of the whole subsidy issue, which, as Alok said, that is so leaky and so fraught with challenges. And then it of course sets a template. Similarly, we hear that massive scale reforms are in the offing for power sector, and one just hopes that this crisis leads to power sector reforms, because otherwise it's a huge sum. A lot of government resources are just going and nobody knows who's getting the benefit of this. But while on agriculture, I'll move to Arindam and then circle back to Suresh. Arindam, quick thoughts on at least two areas. One is, of course, the APMC Act. Will this crisis lead to any meaningful changes there? And if so, what is it that is likely to emerge? I mean, we keep hearing that private sector players will now be allowed and they will be allowed to directly lift produce and so on. Do you see that happening, and is it for the good, or will it be another lot of challenge that we throw? And the other is farmer producer organization. Given the challenges, the supply side challenges, including for finance and all the points that Alok made, are FPOs an answer? And these massive policy announcement, 10,000 FPOs, will they lead to anything? And do we see it moving in the right direction?
Touch short to answer your first question. Well, yes, APMC is getting amended. That's because firstly, it's a state subject, right? Many states have come forward and they have amended or they have abolished the APMC. So the private institutions are free to buy from the farmers. Farmers are free to sell to the farmer. It's happening. But all these changes, because it's going to happen after a long time of regulation, it takes time to build up alternative markets, for the other markets to be set up for all produce, for all farmers. It's important. For some produce, the markets may move in immediately, but for all produce, all farmers to be covered, when you take away the essential market, which was inefficient, it takes time. This should have been done over a period of time, trying to understand what kind of alternative markets. Now it's a knee-jerk reaction immediately to open up. So consequences of that for the smallholder farmers, especially whether they will have alternative markets, it's a question mark. In the midterm, it's a good decision. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Let there be all kind of markets, right? Digital markets, electronic markets, physical markets, private, public, whatever. Government procurement, let them all exist. It's for the farmer to choose. Now the farmer will have a choice. Again, these are all medium-term solutions. In the immediate crisis period, it's yet to be seen whether it's actually going to be helpful, because the transition time has not been given. So that's the issue on the first front. Now the FPC is a very big question. Again, I keep saying it's been done in a targeted manner. These are small businesses we are setting up. There needs to be a rationale to set up a FPC, and we cannot, just have 10,000, 20,000 FPCs. Just like the HR capabilities are not there, incubation centers are not there, access to finance is not there. So it takes time. But the good part is we already have 50 to 100 reasonably well running FPCs. Now, the biggest challenge we face is there are some weak FPOs, FPCs which have been set up. I mean, some NGOs got money, they set up a structure, and that farmer structure is not doing anything. Will we let them fail because there is no way they can exist, or will we, like a lot of initiatives, keep pumping in money in some businesses which have no future? There will be successes. There has been successes, but again, building up cooperatives, these are nothing but cooperatives under the Companies Act. Cooperative story is a patient story. It's a long-term story. If you look at the global best examples of cooperatives in the West, the financial cooperatives are easier to get up and running if they are truly professional, but agricultural cooperatives, they take time. So we are trying to compress a 15-year story into a 3 to 5 year story and make it happen. I have my serious doubts about whether we can make it happen like that. There will be successes, aggregation in some form, whether the virtual aggregation through technology or the physical aggregation through FPCs is required. We have no doubt about that, but we need to see for each area, for each commodity, given the situation, what is the best alternative. Just building up FPCs is not a solution. So that's my answer, because there are huge issues on the marketing front, on farmer loyalty, because we are asking the farmers to put in equity there, right? They are the ones who are putting in equity. We are asking them to risk their capital, however small it may be, with a promise that their life will be made better. And then the philosophical question is, India looks at cooperatives as social institutions, which leads to an economic impact. Globally, the successful cooperatives have been the one which sees cooperatives as economic entities which make a social impact. There's a huge difference to the thinking. The moment you treat them as economic entities, the thought process, the policy changes completely. But again, I suspect we are looking at them more as social units which may have a positive economic impact. So we are building up just more structures and structures.
That's
Thanks,
very
Manoj.
A social unit with an economic impact, or an economic unit which also leads to social impact. I mean, that's very, very profound. Moving on to Suresh. Suresh, two things I'd like you to weigh on. One is this macro picture around agency banking. Where from here? Finally, we see agents getting their dues. They are now essential services. Banks are giving them the bhav that they should have always given them. Yeah, you have been as the head of India Post Payment Bank, you've headed M-Pesa. Is this a good time for agency banking? Where do you see it going in the next few years? And the other is more in the weeds, that is the Aadhaar-enabled payment system really the answer that we are looking for interoperable payments? Will it deliver? So these two questions, if you could weigh in, that would be really wonderful. Suresh, your microphone.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay, Manoj, when you talk about agency banking, I think you are absolutely right. Agents are getting their due currently because, see, when we look at, again, coming back to the same equation of inclusion and last mile, I think very critical on this journey that it has to be an assisted model to an extent. And I think two factors drive it. One is pure play, literacy factors at the last mile, because still there is a lot of literacy, whether it is financial literacy or digital literacy, which needs to be brought into the system. And second is the fact that cash cannot be wished away overnight. So you still need the ability to marry the physical with the digital, and somebody has to be part of that, railroad at the last mile to enable that journey. So agents become a very, very critical component, and agent sustainability, therefore, is a very critical situation again, which needs to be looked into. So when we were even discussing just now, I think one thing which becomes important is that what sort of infrastructure investment is being done, whether it is in terms of agent sustainability, whether it's in terms of investing into the infrastructure, which is digital and working on the guardrails of payment and settlement systems which are interoperable. Likewise, about addressing information asymmetry and how can you take information to the last mile. So that is one critical factor. And even when we talk about DBT today, which Samit rightly said, that has been something which has worked really well in getting it right into the hands of the beneficiary. But there also we see that whatever was the initial intent when it was being distributed through various agencies, what was being given to the agency to enable the distribution has over a period of time got significantly compressed. So I don't think we've reached the inflection point where we can say everything is digital and initial investment will now continue to bear the results. So we need serious infrastructure investment even going forward with a long-term view to both address digitization of ecosystems, create access to markets through information asymmetry, and likewise, at the same time, provide ability for literacy to be enabled on the ground and cash to be converted into digital. Now, coming particularly to the other point, which I think is equally important, and you raised it earlier, was with regard to creation of databases. Today, even when we look out, and we've been discussing and we've been working very closely with you in this regard, how are we really defining the inclusion indices? What are the impact factors we are looking at? Because today there are various numbers. We talk about 90% of Indian adult population being banked. But then when you actually see how many of the people are being able to access these accounts, operate these accounts, what are the accessibility parameters, what are the usage metrics out there, these need to be further fine-tuned. And as we are looking at from a welfare state perspective, where various schemes are being targeted at various demographics, we today don't have a consolidated database to really say who are really part of it and who should be getting these benefits. So there is a strong thrust to be able to do it. And whether it is digitization of land records to address the agri sector, or whether there are other parameters which have to come into play. Because I clearly remember even when the PM Kisan Yojana was announced, I think one of the challenge was who is qualifying and how do we really give the money to the rightful owner as the recipient. So I think that is critically where I see the work coming from an agency banking perspective. Now, with regard to AEPS, I think clearly it is going to be defining, interoperable ecosystem that we have out there. Today, as you can see, that any bank can provide services for any other institution at the last mile, and which to an extent, when we look at even the postal employees today, Department of Post being an essential service, now each of these essential service providers at the last mile are today extending the banking industry as a whole to provide banking services right at the doorstep. So AEPS is a very critical component, whether look at it from the point of view of sustainability, because we've always been saying that in one village, you cannot have 5 different agents because there's not enough business for everybody to make a sustainable livelihood over there. So the fact that services are interoperable and you are able to provide services across a set of service providers, something like APS becomes critical. The challenges which we are seeing with APS is largely in terms of the entire industry coming together. I actually hark back to the days in 2004 when initially the payment settlement systems came in, and without naming, there were few large banks which refused to become party to it because there was an economy in having an inefficient system. You had float in the banking system, you had a check-based system, you had a 7 to 21 days float in funds getting cleared, and people did not want to become part of RTGS and immediate payments and settlements. I see the same challenge today being faced by APS. Whereas the interoperability has been created, all institutions, while they work on an interchange model, there's naturally the typical scenario where organizations which have large networks and large infrastructure are clearly going to be the last mile service providers for banks which do not have that network. Now, is it a cost to pay, say, 10 rupees, 15 rupees to have a point which can provide services on your behalf, or do you want to invest and create that point yourself? I think somewhere the maths will definitely work out, but as again, in a short-term way of looking, there are hurdles created over there. So I think we'll have to create infrastructural parameters around this, just like we've done for the rest of the industries. Today, ATMs, for example, are much more, the structure of the national financial switch and all is much more acceptable today, and it is working. I think something similar for APS, even from the regulator's perspective, needs to be put in place to say how many transactions free, what is the cost, what is the interchange, what is the decline, how do you reverse transactions? The confidence has to come at the last mile. And that today is missing in a lot of cases because people find their accounts getting debited, but money is not being provided to them.
Thanks for that, Suresh. Really, really useful. Yeah, APS is the lifeline for interoperable payments in India, and it's about time we got it to work. So with that, I'll open the floor to questions from the floor to the panelists. I mean, we have a very broad range of panelists. So how do we go about this, John?
Yeah, as we speak, there's a great session. As we speak, there have been a lot of questions here on the chat and on Q&A section. I'll try and do justice to them. One of the questions is that how do you envision, this is from Aryan S, how do you envision the future of startups and the overall sort of rural finance ecosystem in general? Most of the discussions seem to be focused on agriculture. How do we look at non-farm sector in particular? I'll open this to the panel. Anyone can take this question. I think
can you just repeat? It's more for agriculture or for the non-farm sector that the question is for?
The question is how, while a lot of focus is on agriculture, yeah, how do you focus on non-farm?
Okay.
Anyone can take the question. It's open to the entire panel. I'll come back to directed questions.
I didn't understand the question. What is the question again?
I think the question is, I'll read out the question. How do you, most discussions on rural finance focus on agriculture. I hope you'll answer all of your points on the lines of the non-farm sector. How do you assess that sector? Very broad question, actually, if you'd want to take that.
I think Samit would be the last in the best position because microfinance, only a small portion is for agriculture. A lot of it is for non-farm sector, but then Samit would know better, running a retail institution.
So, I mean, as far as borrowing is concerned, and our customer base, if you look at it, I think we see the impact of this, lockdown. I think the highest portion goes to the urban self-employed who are running shops, etc. They've not been able to open and have any kind of income during this period. The second major impact really has been on the wage earners, the daily wage earners. They've lost out tremendously. The salaried people actually are reasonable. I mean, the impact is not that much, you know. So I don't know, I mean, if that answers the question, the kind of question you're asking for, or did I answer something different?
I think would be difficult to check with Aryan at this moment, but we can move on to the next question actually, which is a little bit more specific. Aniruddha Datta asks, the restrictions of use of cash for payments at mandis, should they be removed till digital systems gain salience? Has this limited cash circulation? What are your thoughts? Open to the panel really for anyone to answer.
Change takes place, you should have a choice, whether the digital platform, digital payment is possible, it's convenient. As Suresh mentioned, digital consumption and digital infrastructure is in place. If not, cash transactions need to be in place, especially in the rural areas. So the choice needs to be given. It cannot be either one and not have the other. That's a short answer from my side.
Thank you. I can take another question here. Can FPCs not be seen as an integral part of decentralized models that emerge in the post-COVID world? Their capacity building is important. NGOs can play a role there. Not random promotion of FPCs, but a greater thrust on viable FPCs. Broad question.
Manoj, I think we spoke about it, right? Of having FPCs which have a underlying business rationale. It's because these are nothing but small businesses. These are set up under the Companies Act. These are in fact companies. So whenever you're setting up companies, it cannot be target based that will set up one company in every block. There needs to be a rationale to set up a certain business. There needs to be demand and supply for which that intermediation is required, a company is required. So yes, absolutely. There needs to be a business rationale to set up FPCs.
Samit, you spoke about the ultra poor in particular. I think it's a topic that would be worth talking about. There is, I mean, there are multiple topics here on how to improve the situation of livelihoods, access to banking, access to financial services, social protection, especially in geographically dispersed areas. What is your take on in this world as we emerge from the crisis? How do we focus on the ultra poor in particular? What is the role of nonprofits?
So the thing is, you know, I mean, there are various models which have been working with the ultra poor, you know, and usually it is just one intervention, you know, give them an occupation, buy them a sheep or buy them a sewing machine or something like that. Now, our experience, that is, you know, our sister organization, which is Parinam, their experience when they ran the ultra poor program is it has to be holistic, you know. There has to be multiple interventions which have to take place to help the ultra poor really come out of their, you know, where they are. So whether it's, you know, occupation, whether it's healthcare, education, even getting them Aadhaar cards, so helping them on getting housing, etc. So it has to be a very holistic approach, and that is how, you know, I mean, that's what has worked for us. And just taking a single kind of intervention approach, which may look very good, you know, I mean, but you know, that doesn't have the kind of impact which you require.
Manojji, I just wanted to respond on this point. He talked, I think in the question there was a word called ultra poor. And how does ultra poor, so if we are talking about, John, if the question is directed to ultra poor and destitutes, I think the way the financial system is made up, whether it is microfinance or not-for-profit microfinance, or banking sector, it is well settled debate now globally that ultra poor and destitutes who are not economically active are not the domain of microfinance or financial services right now. They belong to the domain of fiscal policy. It is the government which has to support them, whether through cash transfers or whether it is through kind transfers or the skill trainings. But to expect destitutes to be brought into commercial side of financial inclusion, I think that debate has been settled long back.
Thank you, Professor.
Look, the only thing is what I was saying is even we in Ujjivan don't do it. It's done by Parinam.
Yeah.
And it is, you need multiple interventions, and government is only one source actually. I don't think you can leave it entirely to the government. I think NGOs have also a vital role to play there.
Yeah, okay.
Fair. We have the last 5 minutes. I will leave it to you, Manoj, to ask the last questions to the panelists and close the session, if that's okay.
Sure. I mean, if we can each take, the 5 of us, each take a minute to sort of give our thoughts. I'll start with Suresh and Arindam, Alok, Samit. If we can go in that order, and I'll also take a minute, and let's see if we can, final thoughts, 1 minute each, rapid fire.
Suresh, you're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So I think I will stick to the digital part. I think clearly, Manoj, there is a lot of work done. There is a lot on the ground. We need to take more decisions in terms of further investment in infrastructure. How do we build it? Critical for us, as I clearly say, that even with the challenge we are having, these are changes which take time. So behavior changes at the last mile, investment in literacy, and investment in infrastructure is a continuum. Equally important is the fact that we need to have relevant databases and metrics to be able to measure who needs to receive this welfare and then build it from there. So part of the journey is there and part still needs to be achieved, and this is where we need to focus on. And some policy framework around that has to come into play.
Thanks.
So we are in the middle of a real crisis, and it all starts with liquidity. The cash outflows are certain to some extent. We all have to spend, whether we are individuals or corporates. There are some expenses which have to be met. Cash inflow is either irregular, or it is stopped, or it's uncertain. Beyond the point, this situation means that your capital gets eroded. That is, you go broke as a corporate, as a family. That's what we are heading into. All we talked about, all of us, were midterm and long-term solutions. In the short term, whatever fiscal measures, monetary measures that government has announced, that can only help. It is not, things are not normal. That money needs to transmit immediately to the recipients. Unless that happens, we are looking at a crisis, a big crisis. Thank you.
So I will talk about I will leave the rural credit part away, but I will talk about medium to long-term measures which must be taken, which will have a longer time horizon. One is that I think to make it remunerative, when we talk about agri-finance and rural ecosystem, the focus has to very strongly shift back to water conservation and soil nourishment. Because 83% of freshwater irrigation currently is being taken up by 3 crops, that is wheat, rice, and sugarcane. In a country, and especially grown in northern part of India, where we are having severe water scarcity, this cannot continue for long. This has to be done. Second is, you have to increase the price realization of the farmer. And though we have talked about doubling of income of farmers and all that, but I don't believe in that. Those are basically coined words. Because if I look at last 6 years, the real growth in income of farmer in last 5 years has been at the rate of 0.44% real income growth per year. So that's a part. But how to increase that monetization and price realization of farmers? You have to reform the marketing, as Arindam was talking about, give the farmer choice, reduce the number of levels which are there in marketing, and also have multi-risk management techniques. Currently, the only thing is Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, and we all know where it is headed to. So we need to move towards weather-based insurance, weather-based insurance, and other things. So, and also aggregating farmers through FPC and then participating on them on price hedging and commodity exchanges. Structural reforms, while short-term measures as Arindam and others have said can go through to direct cash transfer, but you have to focus now on medium-term and long-term issues.
Amit?
So I just wanted to add, I think Alok had mentioned it earlier, that I think what people want, even in the rural sector, is if the government provides them bijli, sadak aur pani and gets away from everything else, right? I think that's very important. And the other thing is, one thing we missed is in rural agri-financing, we have marginal landless and small farmers, most of the lending today is done against land, some kind of security of land. But these people, frankly, don't have land, right? And they are generally left out of the banking system. Plus the fact that there is a restriction in terms of 9% interest rate ceiling, etc., which makes it unremunerative for most banks to lend to this segment. So again, I think there should be freedom. As we have learned in microfinance, the poor are ready to pay a market price. Don't put unnecessary, interest rate ceilings, etc., which makes totally unviable for any financial institutions to lend, where we are raising deposits at 8.5%. And I think that is very important. Plus, I think we should leave product development and design left to the banks and entities which are doing the business. It should not be done by some Babu or some, in RBI and even NABARD, I must say. Because, if you look at this Kisan credit card, if you tell any banker, "Arey, aur 2,000 crore aapko dena padega," he will have he'll die of a nightmare, because that's one of from a portfolio quality perspective, that is one of the worst products which we have in the gamut of, the agricultural finance. So let the banks design the products, let them compete, come up with the products which the customers want.
Okay, I think we have done a summary. We are overshot by a couple of minutes. I'll stop there. The key takeaway is the private sector is geared up. Will the government deliver? I mean, that's been always the story. And in this case, the situation looks a bit grim. So over to you, John. I'll thank all the panelists on behalf of the NUDGE and on behalf of all the participants. I'll thank the participants for staying tuned in as we pontificated, and not a very good picture, I must say. When you get Alok, you always get these things. He's always called a spade a spade. So, and Arindam didn't cheer us up either. But anyway, let's hope in the spirit of optimism that we will overcome. I mean, poor people have managed for so long with every system broken. Let's hope that this time too they'll come out of this and come out of this stronger. So thank you very much. Thanks everyone.
Thanks, Manoj.
Thank you, Manoj.
Thanks, Manoj.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Very high quality discussion.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
We can leave it now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank
we
you.
can.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you really enjoyed that session. We've got a really good 1.5 hours and very high quality discussions coming up as well. Right after this, we have a talk by Srijan Palsing, who has joined us. This is audio. Srijan, can you hear me? Hello. Srijan?
He's requesting for a minute. Just let's give him a minute.
Hi, Srijan. Srijan, can you hear us? We are not able to hear you. The audio quality is, we're not able to hear you actually.
Srijan, can you click on the bottom left of your screen? There'll be a mute button. there'll be an audio button. If you click on that, you will get an option of connect to computer audio. Bottom left. Hello. Hi, Srishan, what do you see at the bottom left of your screen?
Now you should see able to hear me. Okay, works.
Great.
Yes.
Good.
Hi, John. Hi, John. How are you doing? Now I need to.
I'm doing good. How are you?
Now let me just put on the slides, and then we can go.
Okay. Sure.
How much time?
So we have time. We slotted 15 minutes. We'll see how we can do on that.
Okay.
Yeah. So everyone, welcome to the session and staying online. We have Srijan Palsing to talk about Pura and his experiences in building that. He has worked extensively with Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, co-writing several books with him. I'll actually hand it over to him. We are short on time. Over to you, Srijan, to address the development sector today on your topic.
So John, before I start off, you can see my slide, right?
Yes, we can see.
I can see that. Right. Okay, great. This is new to me. Good. So I wish I could have seen all of you, but that's not happening. So my greetings to all of you. I know we are experimenting new things in this new world, and it's a world of opportunity. Let's put it that way. See, I understand you are people who are interested in development sector or experts in development sector. So I would skip the part which I assume you would know and come to the main point, which is the idea of Pura, providing urban amenities in rural areas, PURA. And that idea was first comprehensively encapsulated in this book, which is called Target 3 Billion. Target 3 billion, essentially, 3 billion stands for the rural population of the world. At least in 2012, when we wrote it, it was 3 billion. I'm not sure how much it is now. So the idea was that can we create a globally sustainable development system which can not only help rural areas grow, but also help them become sustainable environmentally, financially, and also in a sense, that they're socially sustainable. They do not lose their social fabric, which is a very important consideration given that villages, at least of India, and the cities of India behave very differently. So that was something which came out in 2011 end, almost 2012. This book came out, and then of course, Dr. Kalam had been talking about Pura much before this. When he was a president, he had talked about it, and his idea was that India, which has almost 6.5 lakh or 650,000 villages, where about 2/3 of our population lives, if we could create a cluster development model of about 7,000 Pura complexes, each one having about anywhere between 50 to 100 villages sharing core competencies, we could actually create an entirely new model of development. Now, Pura was taken up by the then government, which was under Vajpayee. A pilot project was declared. It took about a good 7-8 years to be implemented into something substantial. Governments had changed by then. And when the UPA government came, a new model of Pura came, and that was also implemented. And there were mixed results because sometimes the whole idea that we wanted it to be customized from the angle of an entrepreneur, and sometimes that sort of gets lost because we tried to, when it was implemented, it was more of a straitjacket thing, 10 things to tick for a Pura to happen. But that's not how really things work. That's not how development should work. It should be people-driven. But nevertheless, Pura then graduated into something which is called Rurban, which is rural-urban. And there's Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee National Rural Mission, which is ongoing as we speak. Now, you all have heard well extensively, and I'm not going to show you all those pictures which have happened, because you would know it well enough that India faced a crisis of monumental proportions with the coronavirus crisis. The fact that we are talking like this is an example of it. However, I think the brunt of the, and you would agree with me, the brunt of the fall was taken up by those who are least positioned to take it. And they were our migrant workers, our blue-collar workers especially, who had traveled across India to make our beautiful buildings and long bridges, and everything which you see around you is probably has hands of a migrant worker who has made it happen. And about 8 crore such, or 800, what is it, 80 million such migrant workers saw, over a period of a month and a half, extreme declines in income, and eventually leading to almost a semi-panic run back to their villages, which has presented some of the most touching pictures, and also some of the most, something which we should reconsider our development model because of that. Those kind of pictures came out, and you're well witness of that. What has happened eventually is that I think this exodus which we saw was only comparable would be during the time of partition. So that was 47, and now it is here. Of course, extraordinary situation is there, and we all do understand that. But in this extraordinary critical situation, can we envision a new model of India? Can the new India be built in a different model than the old India, which was based on take the people who are poor from the rural areas, put them in urban areas, and somehow magically hope that some trickle down will happen and they will come out of poverty? That is something which we probably borrowed from the Chinese. Not that mixed results, China would have had its own results. We're not going to get into that. But can India evolve a new model, and can we reconsider how to implement Pura or something similar? Even Mahatma Gandhi talked about Swavalambi Gaon. Bharat Ratna Nanaji Deshmukh talked about villages which are self-sufficient, self-reliant, and he's done a great work. We'll touch upon it. And but before we begin, I wanted to show you this. This man is a very famous man, and if you are an Indian person, you would know him instantly. He's Gabbar Singh. Gabbar Singh of the very famous movie called Sholay. Now, it's said that if you want to look at how a country or a society looks upon a certain segment of people, all you need to do is go through the culture. And cinema forms a very backbone culture. It is a backbone of our culture. It just shows what we think. And the village in which Gabbar Singh doesn't live really, but it's his economic opportunity, is Ramgarh. And Ramgarh is shown as a village, and this is a movie from 1980s where Ramgarh is shown as a village which essentially, to come out of one bandit, needs some of the most iconic figure of Indian cinema, the Superman of Indian cinema, to rescue, and they also have a hard time to do that. So it shows a village picture of India culturally depicted as something which is lawless, which has very low income, and where people have very little to look up to, when crisis hits them. And then, fast forward about 20 years from there, and you come to the other village depiction, which was Champaran, which is the famous movie of Lagan. And Champaran is shown as another village, which is again economically fragile. The whole idea of paying extra tax makes them take up an impossible challenge of trying to defeat the British at cricket. And a movie that's possible, I don't know how much that would have been possible in real life. But what I'm trying to tell you is that our culture, our cinema, our literature has always shown villages as hopeless centers where economic growth is something which is unimaginable. And that is the reason, that's the perception which we have. Maybe that needs to change. Maybe that's how we need to bring better stories. And that's been part of the thing which Dr. Kalam and I were doing when he was there. And now that he's not there, we still continue on that vision that villages of India can be vibrant engines of growth, not just social inclusion and all that stuff, but also economic growth. And we need to think of villages beyond just being centers of agriculture and handicraft. What more could be done? What kind of industries could be done? What kind of, and they have to be sustainable, I agree with that. But what more can be done in a village besides farming, animal husbandry, fishing, and handicraft as a sideshow? So that's something which we need to look, and that's where Pura comes in, where we talk about proper model. And now we have limited time here. I've been given 15 minutes, out of which about 5 have passed. So I'm going to quickly fast forward the model, and if you want to know more about the model, the book is there. There's enough literature online. But broadly, it talks, and I'll come to this image later. Let me come to that image later. Let me come to the Pura model. Pura essentially talks about 4 levels of connectivity. First one is physical, then there is electronic, then there is knowledge, and then there is economic. So to begin with this physical connectivity, the whole idea of identifying, is somewhere between 50 to 100 villages which share some kind of commonality in them, which could be economic, it could be social order, it could be based on what common product they grow, which is very likely in a village. And these are geographically close by villages which are identified. And we have to identify a path, sort of an infrastructure path around them, so that they attain a state which Dr. Kalam and I used to talk about as physical connectivity. So there have to be physical movement possible within those villages of goods, of people, and that is something which is physical connectivity. That necessarily does not limit itself to road. And there are puras which we had envisioned in Sundarbans where you would not have a road. It was more like a water connectivity. So that could also be a possibility. So that's why it's important to customize a model. The next level of connectivity, as I said, was electronic connectivity. Now, these are slides from the time when electronics were of their generation, lower than what we are today. We already have a lot of electronic connectivity in the sense of mobile connections are there, which have rapid data flow. So India has achieved that. Now is the time to create products which could harness this electronic connectivity between villages. So that brings to electronic connectivity, which should drive what essentially is called the knowledge connectivity. Knowledge connectivity again has to be customized according to the vision, of that Pura complex. So you're talking about 7,000 Puras all across India. Each Pura would be needing a sort of a unique knowledge connectivity. And that's why it's important to have a national knowledge library kind of a thing, which could supply each of these Pura complexes based on what they need. So you give them information on what they need. So that customization is important. And that's why we also talked about a national command kind of a center, which could be a bunch of universities, it could be private players, it could be NGOs, who could create the right knowledge for the rural complexes, and that could go out to, depending on who needs it, it could go out to people. Which finally brings us to the last level of connectivity, which is, and without that, we sort of fall flat on the model, which is the economic connectivity. Now, ultimately, all these physical connectivity plus electronic connectivity plus knowledge connectivity has to lead to something, and that something which it leads to is economic connectivity. Economic connectivity essentially means income generation activities, and that is the core driver, because one of the important things which we want to achieve out of Pura is sort of reduce or remove completely distress migration, and much of the distress migration is based on economic opportunities, and we wanted to reduce the distress migration, and what would need to do that is to create jobs at local levels, and that's where one of the things which Dr. Kalam had been suggesting when he was alive, and we've still been advocating, is that a large part of our MSME funding or any kind of package or relief which goes should focus on how do you create new economic industries in rural areas where people can hence stay in rural areas and they do need to have to come out. So that is something which you understand basically what a Pura is. I want to go back to that picture which I skipped, because that's very important, right? So this is a picture which I had clicked in a place called Varna, and Varna is in Maharashtra, and it's a place which is it's an outskirt of Varna, and this particular village is a tribal village, and the income is relatively low. And as you can see, this is a farmer, and it's a long shot. Actually, I've zoomed it, so pardon me for the blurring which you might be seeing. But this picture, I want you to have a look at this picture. This says a lot of what we need to do in our rural areas. What else? So have a look at this picture, and there's a plow which is probably a century and a half old, in terms of technology. So you need to reach the modern technology has to reach this person's farm, which is his core economic activity. Notice the fact that there are women who are pulling this plow, and the man is behind the plow, which sort of depicts our social order. that this is what it is. All technically adept jobs are, even in a rural area, would be taken up by men, and the women are usually reduced to the jobs which men do not take. So it's that kind of a thing. Notice the fact that one of the women who's pulling the plow is wearing a school dress, and that shows in itself another picture that there's a girl who's pulling the plow and she's wearing a school dress. Notice the fact that the women are bare feet and the man has got his shoes on. So the man has got shoes, the women are bare feet. That also depicts our disparity which exists in our society. Especially the deeper you delve, the more disparities become evident. Now we need to make it possible for a case where technology can improve this man's plow, a case where women are not reduced to the jobs which men don't do, where school, a girl who's supposed to be in school and perhaps doing things about school is not, forced to do this for economic reasons. And we need a place where we could have equity across genders, across social groups, across everything, every division of society which we have. Interestingly, this man's house, which you can see right there on your right-hand side, we visited there and you could see some of the most choicey soft drinks which he had stored for any guest who comes there. So it's almost ironical that modern commercial products could reach this man's hut, could reach this man's house, but modern technology cannot reach his farm. The idea of social inclusion cannot reach his family. So those are the kind of things, challenges which we need to solve. And today, as India sort of is on a cusp of a new economic revolution, it's high time we think on completely transforming our. Just a second, something happened. Right, that's fine. We completely transform the way we have looked up our development in the past, and it's a fresh opportunity. I mean, every crisis is an opportunity, as they say, and I think this is the opportunity for India to completely relook on creating a service sector heavy, urban heavy economy, where much of the GDP comes from a few urban centers and a large part from one particular state. How can we distribute this growth? How can we distribute prosperity? How can we do price correction? How can agriculture and any other rural activity be allied together? So all that value chain development is something which we need to look at. Each Pura complex, as per our calculation, was to cost about anywhere between 100 to 150 crores of investment, given that some of the investment is already there in terms of infrastructure, like Sadak Yojana and all that stuff is there. And at that investment, we would be able to create a working model of Pura, each working model of Pura. And we need 7,000 such models. So while it seems an extravagant number, if you multiply 7,000 by 150 crores, but it's worth it, because that's where India is, as Gandhi said, and everybody said that India lives in its villages. If the heart of India is villages, then I think we need to invest in how to keep that heart healthy. What happened in the recent crisis is a testimony of the fact that there's a huge human cost of putting people in urban areas from rural areas just for the idea that they want income. The human cost is intense, and if you are from any of the major cities of India, you know that more than a majority of them are living in, so you look at Bombay or Delhi or even Pune-like cities, Pune is almost 50% Islam. Delhi and Bombay are actually beyond 50%. So if you're pulling people out of villages and putting them in slums and throwing them back whenever a crisis hits, that's not something which is the foundation of a socially inclusive society. That's not what we should remember ourselves for. And that's why I urge, we've been talking about it extensively, is that it's high time we renegotiate our model. So that's it from my side. I've got 15 minutes are over, and I don't want to take extra time. But I think your Nudge team or the Charcha team can share the email ID which I have. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to take later. And if you want to work on some things, we are working extensively on creating the right advocacy and the ideas for this. We'll be happy to interact. Right? Okay, John.
Thank you, Srijan. Thanks for your time. Viewers, I hope you enjoyed that session. We'll be back at 3 o'clock. Don't go anywhere. We've got JPAL presenting their panel discussion and presentations on evidence for scale. Srijan, thank you so much for your time. It's a brilliant idea, and you're advocating it, and you have been advocating it for a long, long time. Hopefully, our viewers will come back to you with questions as well. We have sort of reached the end of the session. Thank you, everyone. And this is also streaming on YouTube, Quint's YouTube channel, and on Book My Show. Please do join in to listen to us at 3 p.m. when we come back. Thank you. Thank you, Srijan.
Hi, Gautam, Shagun, Aparna. We'll just wait for a couple of minutes and start at 3.
Yeah. Hi, Dhiti. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Okay. You have the option of sharing the screen, so you can set up in the meantime while the attendees start joining at 3.
Okay, but first, John will be introducing us, right?
Yes, I'm just saying if there's any cover slide or anything like that, if you want to set that up, you can do that. John would do the introduction.
Okay, so he won't have a slide with our names and bios?
We would.
Okay.
Okay, we'll start and then we'll let you.
You can just put that up, I think, right? That's what Shagun was saying.
Yeah.
Just the top poster can be on.
Kriti, how many people have registered? Do you know how many people are going to join?
So the session is live right now. The current attendees can hear you. And we've been having about 150 plus people join per session. And there are about a sizable number watching on our live stream channels as well. So I think this attendees would start pouring in 3 p.m. onwards.
Okay, great.
Hey Aparna. Hey Gautam. Hey Shagun. Welcome. We'll start in a minute.
Yeah, sounds good.
Great. Okay, everyone. Welcome back. It's 3 p.m. and we will start our session again. Hope you enjoyed the plenary by Professor Mohammed Yunus in conversation with Arun Saif. This is one of my favorite topics as well. If you are a founder of a non-profit, if you're running a program on poverty alleviation, if you are and if you're wondering how programs scale in India and across countries, then this is a session that is really going to be useful. Do post your questions on the Q&A section, and I'll try my best to get some answers towards the end of the session from the JPAL team. It's really lovely to have you, Aparna, Gautam, and Shagun. Aparna is a project director at JPAL. She's currently in a project where she's engaging with the government of Tamil Nadu. She provides strategic leadership, management oversight to all research, policy, outreach, and capacity building initiatives. She was, before this, building an initiative under the government of Tamil Nadu in an advisory role. She also served as the executive director of JPAL South Asia. And she has a master's in economics. She's also an MPIA from University of California, San Diego. Welcome, Aparna. We also have Gautam Patel, who is a senior policy manager at JPAL South Asia. He works to build partnerships with policymakers in the region to ensure that policy is driven by evidence and effective programs are scaled up. Before this, he worked on various roles in research and management positions for the governments of Gujarat, Rajasthan, and Oxfordshire. He graduated from the London School of Economics and Political Science. He also holds a master's in molecular and cellular biochemistry from the Oxford University. Shagun is the Director of Policy and Training and Communications at JPAL South Asia. She's also the Director of the Clear South Asia Center. She leads the advancement of JPAL South Asia's partnerships with governments, donors, civil society organizations, and JPAL affiliates to establish new research, disseminate policy lessons, and scale up successful social programs. She, interestingly, is also a principal investigator for research and the adaptation of graduation approach by governments and enhancing frontline health worker motivation and performance in India. She worked before this with 3IE, and she's also a postdoctoral fellow at Population Council. Welcome, all three of you. For the viewers, this session is streaming on Zoom as well as on YouTube, on Quint's YouTube channel and other streaming services. We'll try our best to curate questions from everywhere and present it to the panelists. The session will be from 3 to 4. And we'll see if we can keep the last 5 or 10 minutes or so for questions from the panelists. So great having you guys here. I'm really looking forward to the session. It's a topic that interests us and the audience here as well. Over to you, and over to Dhriti.
Okay, thank you so much, John. It is indeed a pleasure for all of us to be here, and thank you so much to you and the organizers for giving us this opportunity to share our findings and discuss a topic that is really close to our heart. So let me just begin by kind of again taking you all through the main purpose of this particular session, and then we'll jump right in as we have a lot of things we want to share and cover with all of you. So to begin with, I just wanted to say that, this entire movement on evidence-based policy making or evidence-based decision making has so far really sort of emphasized to all of us the importance of rigorous evidence in being able to identify solutions that work, to be able to say, okay, this is something that really works to solve this particular development challenge, and some things that don't work. But once we know that something is an effective program, we know it seems to work with a specific implementation model in a specific context. How do we then take this particular program or intervention to those who are in the decision-making capacity and have the means to reach a large number of people, which typically are policymakers/governments. So JPAL South Asia has been working very closely with the different governments across India, and our focus now is that how do we really first get this program or make even governments aware that some of the solution exists. So what does it really take to kind of convince governments that they should make a particular program a part of their strategy? And then the second part of the question is that once you have done that, once the governments understand and are collaborating with organizations and NGOs to scale solutions, how can we successfully embed this solution or program in existing systems that the government has to maybe also ensure that there is quality at scale, so that when the maximum number of people are being are benefiting from this program, how do we make sure that that pathway is really strong? So that is something that we will be discussing and talking about in the session today. The speakers that we have for this panel are the ones who have really been working on the front lines of this journey of evidence-based, scaling up evidence-based programs. And now what I'm going to, and this particular session today, we are structuring it in a mix of presentation and conversation style. And we would love to hear questions from you at the end when we have the Q&A session. So without further ado, what I'll do is I'll start us off with a few slides, and then I will hand it over to our next speaker. So I'm just going to share my screen, and slides are, can everyone see this?
Yes, sure.
Okay, great. Okay, so let me just begin by, for some of you who may not know about JPAL South Asia, although we were in the news quite recently because our founders, Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo, won the Nobel Prize in Economics along with Michael Kremer. So some of you may have come across our name. But very quickly, just to talk a little bit about our organization. So JPAL's mission is to reduce poverty by ensuring that the policy is informed by scientific evidence. We are a research center which is sort of based in MIT, is economic department in the US, and then we have regional offices in different parts of the world. JPAL South Asia is our regional office, and is one of the largest and the oldest of the JPAL offices. We have three pillars through which we work. So our main pillar is evaluations or generation of high quality evidence. And we do this through our network of affiliated researchers or professors who are in some of the top universities around the world. So in many ways, we serve as a bridge to get this research to answer questions that are extremely important in development economics and in social policy. So and the JPAL South Asia office implements this research. So we conduct our own data collection. We run these randomized evaluations on the ground in collaboration with partners like NGOs, different government partners, etc. Then we also, our second pillar is that, well, it's great that, we are generating all of this evidence, but how do we now take this evidence to the policy makers and to other partners? So there we have a policy outreach group that disseminates these findings, that simplifies them, that synthesizes this evidence. And then we also play a role in kind of making sure that the questions that are really relevant to the context that India is grappling with or different state governments may be grappling with also get answered through the research. And finally, we also have the capacity building vertical, and we are hosting the CLEAR initiative, where the focus is to develop M&E capacity in the global south and with a range of stakeholders. So that's a very quick introduction about what we do. Now, what we are going to really do in this particular session is that we are going to focus on 2 case studies. And these are both case studies. One is about the Graduating the Ultra Poor program and the work that we've been doing with different state governments in India in partnership with Bandhan Konagar. And the second case study is going to be looking at how do we improve immunization rates among children especially in rural India. And for both of these programs, we are not just going to talk about what the intervention was, what was the evidence, but rather the focus is going to be more on how are we now collaborating with governments to make sure that these programs reach a large number of people who really need these programs. So the first part I'm going to really now deep dive into is this graduation approach, or which was also earlier known as the Targeting the Ultra Poor program. And what I would like to do here is to just again set up what the intervention was. But the main idea would be to really focus on sharing some of the lessons that we have learned through this journey. So again, now here it's really important for us to understand the exact problem that this program seeks to answer. So the main thing here is that, you know, poverty is really not a dichotomous category of poor and non-poor. But if we were to unpack poverty, we obviously know through a lot of work that's happened across different disciplines that poverty is really multidimensional in nature. And another way of looking at this is that, relatively speaking, among the group who is poor, the ones who are really at the lowest end of this continuum, the poorest of the poor, the ones who are typically at the margins of the society, are the ones who really may need something very different from just a cash transfer, or even something beyond what the typical social protection schemes that the government may be offering. And why it's really important to focus on this ultra poor category is that they are oftentimes almost invisible, right? They may not have identity cards, they typically don't have bank accounts. So even for governments to reach these people becomes really hard, right? So the focus of this Targeting the Ultra Poor, the graduation approach, is to really try to get these people to come out of the poverty trap in which they are sort of stuck in, and move them to a trajectory of self-employment and meaningful sort of sustainable livelihoods, where once they're out of this particular poverty trap, then they can better connect to the formal social protection schemes that the government or the NGOs may be offering. So essentially, this is what drives the Ultra Poor program. And it's very important to understand that the target group is very niche, and it is relatively the poorest among the poor people. So, and just again, in terms of the relevance of this particular program in India, so while India has made tremendous strides in economic development across in the previous decade, there's still a substantial population of people who remain in this ultra poor category. And India, while India does not have this definition of less than $2.5 a day, we do have this category of these different deprivation categories. And the SECC data, which was conducted in 2011, it shows that there's still quite a substantial population of women-headed households who are in deprivation across India. And so, like I said, this particular program was pioneered by BRAC in Bangladesh. And this particular program is a time-bound program that is also known as a big push program, where it says that it's not just that giving cash or giving an asset to these ultra poor households is enough. You really need to give them an entire range of things at the same time to literally push them through this this poverty trap. And so it begins with a clear identification, where you really go deep into trying to identify who these ultra poor people are at a village level. Then there is a productive transfer of a productive asset, which again is identified in conversations with these beneficiaries. Then you also give them weekly stipends, you give them trainings, you give them a lot of hand-holding support for 2 years until the time that they can start working on this particular asset. And this asset could also be enterprise. So many times it's livestock, but you could also be opening small kirana shops and things like that. And then these women, once they are doing well on a range of indicators, they then get linked into any of the formal social protection schemes or microcredit or microfinance schemes that may be relevant to that context. So now the first question, of course, is that this particular program really worked in Bangladesh. It had a major impact. There were impact evaluations done of this program in Bangladesh by different researchers. But then the question was, well, can this be replicated in other countries when it is implemented by an organization other than BRAC? And for that to happen, there was a CGAP and Ford Foundation put together this coalition where they were, this particular program was evaluated across 6 countries. And in all of these countries, we found very positive impacts across a whole range of indicators, starting from income, consumption, food security, mental health, and so on and so forth. And we find that across all of these 6 countries, the gains were quite meaningful. And even in countries where, such as Honduras, where the relative magnitude of the result was not as high, we still found substantial gains in an indicator such as food security. Now, the second question is, well, this does seem to work in other countries, but is this program sustainable? Will the impacts continue to hold even if, say, 5 years down the line? And to that, again, we have data from both Bangladesh and India, which shows that even 7 years after the program, the participants who were a part of the graduation approach continue to remain doing much better in terms of the savings that they had and in terms of their ability to deal with financial shocks and so on and so forth. Then the third question, of course, is this cost effective? Because this program does have cost. So it's about rupees 30,000 per participant for a course of 2 years. But again, half of that cost is the asset cost as well as the cost of the stipend that they get. The rest of the cost is the cost of the personnel that is going to make sure that there is hand holding in all of these components. And what we have realized is that this particular program is highly cost effective, and especially because it is sustainable as well. If you take into account the long-term impacts, it really gives you a good social return for your investment. And it's also really important that if you take off everything else and just focus on the cash transfer or the asset, it may not work. So you basically need all of these things together to work. So that is where I basically would say, what we were able to answer, and it was a very compelling solutions for countries such as India that continue to have this problem of ultra poor people. So then now our story begins with trying to answer this question now that, well, this does seem to work. This seems to work in different contexts. It's cost effective. It has sustainable impacts. But can governments really make it a part and parcel of their social protection strategy and scheme? And here we have been having conversations with different state governments, and we've been quite successful to forge partnerships across 4 state governments. The 4th one with Odisha is very much at an advanced stage. But Rajasthan government, for example, is already funding this particular program, and they have funded this with 1,000 households, where Bandhan Konagar, who's our partner, implemented it. In Jharkhand, the government is taking it to about 7,000 households. But it is in Bihar where we have had a very huge success with Jivika, not only providing funding for this program, but also Jivika themselves implementing this program and scaling it up to reach 100,000 ultra-poor families in Bihar. This is the SJY program, which is a part and parcel of a particular scheme that the government of Bihar is rolling out. And these are the different aspects of our journey to kind of reach to this particular milestone or stage. And the government has announced $115 million to scale up the ultra-poor program in the form of SJY. Now, what I would like to do is I would like to end my presentation here and actually hand it over to my colleague Gautam, who is going to take us through who is going to take us through some important learnings and lessons that he has learned during his journey and during the time, all this time when he's been leading the TUP strategy and working very closely with Jivika and other state governments. So I'm trying to stop my screen sharing, but in the meantime, Gautam, over to you.
Yep. Thank you, Shagun, for setting this up, and good afternoon, everyone. You're looking forward to discussing and also hearing your questions in the time that we'll have at the end. So first of all, what I'd like to talk about is typically, I think when we think of working with government, the first things that come to mind is it takes a lot of time. Maybe one of the first skills we need is something called patience. And we're some waiting for permissions and decisions to be made, and governments are long-term, they're very stable. So instead, what I want to share with people is what has stood out for me as exciting and energizing. As Shagun mentioned, we've worked with a range of state governments on this particular program in India, the government of Jharkhand, Rajasthan, Orissa, and Bihar, and all very different experiences, both with that government, but also in the nature of the scale-up pathway as well. And we'll talk more about that as well. So as I mentioned, I'm going to begin with why has it been energizing, and why has it been exciting? And for me, I'd like to say is that these governments that we've been collaborating with formally, they've given that opportunity, they've listened to us so we can share evidence from the research Shagun talked about to inform their systems, the large scale systems for more impact as well. And to me, that's been one of the most exciting parts. So one question could be, when we first have that first meeting, we're going to meet someone who is a decision maker in policy. What do we do? What do we do in that meeting? What I would like to say is almost think about the other way around. So this person who's the policymaker, decision maker, somebody who is managing a large scale system, what are they expecting from us before we come into the room? And what I'd like to say is, Shagun explained the research, it's rigorous, it's scientific. We spend a lot of time making sure that we can isolate impact and talk about that. But for that person, the person at government who we're going to meet, they are reaching out to millions on a daily basis, and the workforce they have, the types of services or goods that the supply chains they have to manage, incredibly complex. And everyday things have to work and have to happen. And they're about to hear from us on research, which is a substantial sample size. The sample size Shagun talked about was from 10,000 households. But just in terms of perspectives, what I'd like to highlight here is they're looking at something very, very different. So I would like to say, in terms of when we are coming to these first meetings, we're first trying to engage a government who's responsible for that type of delivery and a system that supports the poorest come out of extreme poverty. How do we connect the two? How do we connect something from research to the system they're running? And my own learning from this, my biggest learning is that in some ways, yes, we are a research center, as you heard, we're a knowledge partner, absolutely. But in these collaborations, I think we're there also to learn. We're a major learning partner. And the way that is because, yes, we're coming to them with research, but we need to learn about their context, what's happening in that geography, what their workforce is capable of. Takes time to understand and learn, to do surveys, collect data on. What socially might be acceptable or what socially might be motivating in their context. So that there are several soft, hard, what finances might be available to maneuver. So there'll be some tangible, intangible aspects that if we don't understand from them how their system runs, there's very little chance that so the findings for this graduation approach or findings from another program, how they can be embedded, there's very little chance for that. So what I'm saying is for that first meeting, we're engaging a government. I think it's most important we take a learning mentality and try to gain from them how their system operates. And then what we are sharing with them is what we have found has been impactful, that has been effective from the studies we've done. How can those two come together in a collaboration for a large-scale change? And that's what we had in Bihar. So you might recall in the slide Shagun had shown that in Bihar, the government is committed to reach 100,000 households in the first phase across 3 years with 840 crore through their own system, through Jivika, which is a state rural livelihoods mission, which has set up the self-help groups, the SHGs and the federation, and the set up of village organizations. So that in itself, and I think when we first began this work about 5 years ago, we may not have imagined that we would be working on such as a partner on such a large system. So it has been very ambitious to work with the government, with that vision, and for us to bring evidence there. So I'd like to, Shagun, what more would you like me to talk about, Shagun?
Thanks so much, Gautam. I think this was very interesting to really hear about the first piece where it is about how do we get governments to come on this journey of evidence-based scale-up. Now, my second question to you is then, how can organizations such as ourselves support the governments to plan and execute system change so that such programs can be embedded in their existing systems?
Okay, yeah. Thanks, Shagun. That's a good point from the heart, that you're actually asking a question, the heart of how as research organizations can we collaborate with government? And you can even think of this broader, people in the audience. It could be just like, if you have an innovation, if you have an idea of something that can work, you might still want to build on terms of evidence of impact, but you might, for that idea, for you to connect that with government, how do we go about it? So what I'd like to share, I'm going to share two things that there are many things I'd like to share, two things that stand out. So the first one is that when we, when we do research of a program, of a context, we have a lot of focus, intense time, and we make that very clear in the sense that we have that time to understand things like the theory of change, the logic of it. What were the parts of the program? How did impact happen? What was the beneficiary's experience? What was the frontline workers' experience? So we're working in a very intense way to understand something with a lot of specificity and to look at the outcomes over time and the impact. Now coming to what we're trying to do, but that's very different to the system where we want to collaborate with, which is a large-scale system where things are running all the time, and we want to see what from there can we use in the system. How can the system absorb from what is impactful? So I'd say, I think one of the first things that we can do in this collaboration, we can do a deep assessment of the ground reality in the context. So what I mean by this is, so let me just take Bihar as one of the examples where we've worked closely. What capacities do frontline workers in Bihar have? What number of frontline workers are there in ratio to the beneficiaries that we want to engage? How are they managed? What type of interactions do they have with their management team for feedback flows to move up and down between the frontline worker and the management team above? Similarly, so for example, in Bihar itself, the SHGs are they're matured in a way that they've been meeting for a long time. They have behaviors and processes that are quite well set. They are federated into the VLOs and in a unit above them at the cluster level. That institution has well practiced, and that can take on a role, for example, of oversight, fairness, even financial flows, which may not be available in all parts of India, as in there's been a long time investing in that setup. So by understanding these pieces, frontline workers is one, institutions at the community level is another, political drive and motivation to sustain something once it gets going. This is a 2-year program, as you've heard, so it's a long time to sustain how the innovation gets picked up. Spending time with the partner, how all those pieces exist and what they can do, that's the opportunity. And then from our side as a research, combining that with what are the working parts of the model. So yes, they will understand impact, the cost effectiveness slides you saw, but unless we can understand what's the functioning mechanism, which bit needs to work on the ground and how, it can't be absorbed in. So I think one role that we've spent a lot of time on is making both those maps very clear. The map of the large scale existing system in Bihar, and what are the working parts from our research, and then understanding how they can be, what modifications might be needed for that to run in the system. So what works, what's effective, what's impactful. But the next question for scale up is, how can that be scalable? I'll give one example of this to make it a little clearer. So BRAC, Bandhan Konaga, the many NGOs who run this graduation program, they have a very grassrooted model of identifying the ultra poor. This involves making a map of the village, walking in the village, involving all village members in a large meeting to go house to house and identify marginalized households, all households, and use a card system to rank their wealth. So that sounds excellent. It's so thorough. It sounds like this is one of the best ways to make sure we don't lose some. We include all the ultra poor. And when we see it on the field, and when the government also saw this on the field in our demonstrations, in Bandhan Konaga's demonstrations, it's impressive because it's so thorough. And that's actually what we want to happen. We don't want to miss anybody out who needs this support. So now coming to that as a working part, can it work at scale? So after some pilots, the reason why it couldn't, because now if we think about that, the actual person running that meeting, who's come into the village for a few days to run that meeting, is under tremendous pressure. People will question things. There might be a conflict in the village if somebody's saying this person has extra assets, or they have somebody who's migrated far away sending them money, and they're not talking about that. It can be very personal and sensitive to talk about wealth at the village level in a public way. And if this person doesn't have negotiation skills, they don't have tremendous, remarkable patience and ability to calm a crowd, it can be terrifying. And not just terrifying, it can't be scalable. For Bihar, who want to reach 100,000 beneficiaries across a fixed period of time, running something intense like this was not scalable. So we worked with the government, and they piloted different versions of this. Their staff can code, keeping some of those elements, and we double checked. We did back check, weren't issues and including the wrong people, excluding some people, and that way we made you might use the word diluted or a distilled version of that. So keeping the parts to ensure that it's accurate to get to rapport, but not as long and thorough as a grassroots organization would manage. And I'll just mention one more thing. So the other part I think is incredibly important where we can combine is about measurement. Research organizations obviously were excellent. It's one of the key things. But how can it work for frontline workers, managers of that context? So what we've done is make sure we pilot with them on the ground in their context, so that it works for them. It's simpler. It ends up not being an academic paper, but being a dashboard, a timely dashboard for district managers, state managers, to be able to course correct and adapt and fine-tune their system as well. So to sum up, the two things I think that stand out for me is one, mapping research understanding, two, working parts that can be operated at large scale, and two, an MIS that is designed with the people who will use it, both from frontline, district and state in terms of the dashboard, and making something that works for them. And back to you, Shagun.
Thank you so much, Gautam. I think that was, I found this extremely insightful, and I'm hoping that others did too. So now I'm going to actually move over to our second speaker, Aparna. And I would actually now like us to talk about another example, which is in the space of routine immunization for children. And I think at this time, when we're all reeling under the COVID-19 crisis, this particular topic takes on even more salience, that how do we make sure that our health services continue to reach this very important target group. What I would really like Aparna is to take us through this innovation that we did in Haryana. And we did it through a study that recently got completed, and we are looking to publish the working paper very soon. But in the meantime, we are also at an advanced stage of working with the government of Haryana to embed this program into their systems. So over to you, Aparna. And I will also pull out the presentation.
Thank you. So as you'll see, when I go through the presentation, the starting point for Haryana was a little bit different from what Gautam explained for the graduation approach. So here is a project that was tested, and we are engaged with the government to scale it up in the same context. I'll take you through the program itself, since not everyone may be familiar with it, and then we can talk a little bit more on the experience around scaling. So the starting point for the research study, it in fact predates Haryana. The proof of concept was tested with an NGO in Udaipur district, Seva Mandir, in almost 2004-5. And this is also a project that's close to my heart, since I've seen this grow over many years now. And this, unfortunately, in some ways, the starting point remains the same. Maybe the level has changed quite a bit. But the fundamental issue is that immunization plummets with every increasing or later shot of vaccines. And so you'll see on the graph that between the 4th and the 5th vaccine, which is basically when the child is 14 weeks and 36 weeks, is where there is a sharp drop in immunization. Now, people could forget, maybe people haven't understood the need for immunizations. There's a bunch of behavioral biases. In Western developed economies, there is often a negative incentive or a disincentive, in the sense that if your child is not immunized, she would not get admission in schools. Whereas, here it's maybe easy to forget, or you'd postpone it and things slip. So there could be a number of demand side things that may be going on, because on the supply side, over the last 2 decades, for sure, there's been a substantial and significant improvement in government efforts to outreach at the village level. There are campaigns, vaccines are free, polio has almost eradicated. So we know that some of these campaign drives are working, but what constrains this last mile problem, and how can we overcome this issue and achieve 100% full immunization for some of these key vaccine preventable diseases, which as Shagun said, no better time than now to win that battle against lack of take-up of full immunization. So this is what launched our engagement with the government of Haryana. If you could move to the next slide, Shagun. It's called the Tikakaran Protsahan Karikram, or TPK. And you'll see that a conversation started almost in 2013 to about 2019. So in some ways, setting up a research project could take much longer than a scale-up conversation almost. The program itself, both the intervention as well as the evaluation ran for maybe a little under 2 years, from mid-2016 to about early 2018. With the intervention itself, which I'll take you through in a minute, there were 2 or 3 innovative ideas that were tried that ran for about 15 odd months. If you could move to the next slide, please. Right. So what were these questions? If you remember, I briefly alluded to what could be constraining take-up of film immunization. So we thought about, how can nudges in communication strategies play a role in bringing about some of this behavior change? If you're looking at largely demand-side constraints to immunization. So one is, it's expensive. You have to take time out in your day. You have to go to the health sub-center or the primary healthcare center in your village or in the nearby village. It means probably at least half a day's work which is lost, or maybe a full day's work. So, people don't tend to prioritize it. Salience is another thing. It's much easier to go to the doctor when you're not well and get a shot rather than get this injection thinking that you will not fall ill, say 15 years from now, if you were to get this medicine now. So it is natural to focus on something that is more prominent and more immediate rather than something that, even though you're convinced of its benefits, tends to get a lower priority. And that's human nature. It's not a problem with the poor or non-poor, it's across the board. Some of it could just be lack of awareness or lack of communication at the village level. There's not enough information yet on benefits. There are other confounding factors. People are very confused. So there were 3 sets of things that were tried as part of the research experiment. One was to say, can we give people small mobile recharges? So this went from 250 rupees to 450 rupees for the full immunization schedule, starting from as little as 10 rupees per vaccine shot to about 200. So because we're economists, we tried a few different things. One which said, can you give people a flat amount for every visit? And one which said, can you increase it with every increasing shot? And so at measles, you would get your highest amount. So which sort of incentivized people to remember and to come to the immunization centers. The other one, which is very exciting and something that built off many years of social networks research, was information nodes. Can you find people within the community, identified by the community themselves, who could act as disseminators, right? Or people who would spread information. And what we did was a very simple survey that asked people, who do you trust in your village? You see governments often relying on panchayat workers or Anganwadi workers for the last mile outreach of their programs. This was asking people themselves in the village on who they would trust, who they got their information from. So these are called gossips in network theory. Or just seeding people randomly in a village with this information. So these people, once they were identified, were given information about immunization, which the expectation was then that they would pass it on to other people. And similarly, there were also tailored SMS, which now almost everybody gets, which reminds you that your child is up for Penta 3 vaccine on this particular date, and so please show up. So these were the 3 things that were tried as part of the government's TPK program. And the research itself was at scale. So you'll see even in Udaipur, we worked in 1 district and about 90 villages. Here we were across 7 districts, 140 PHCs covering almost 950 villages with 1,300 frontline workers, all part of this program. And close to 300,000 children were enrolled over this time into the immunization services, of which about almost over 80,000 had completed the full immunization schedule. So this was a massive exercise from our side, but this was precisely the reason to test things at scale, which is much more relevant in being able to talk to governments about how to run the program at scale if it were found to be effective. To the next slide, please. And also animate. Thank you. So in addition to creating a brand new MIS, because that at that point, it did not exist within the government to just track the delivery of immunization services and the outcomes. What we also did a bunch of household surveys to collect information from the beneficiary side. And so what worked finally was, and maybe to a little bit surprisingly as well, was that the gossips intervention combined with these reminders. So gossips, if you remember, are people who just spread information about a program, which says, which is essentially giving them, you ask people, who do you go to find out about the Mela in your village, or who do you go to about information on government schemes? These are the gossips, and they were effective at spreading information. So they could be random people. Maybe someone's a teacher, but maybe someone's just a neighbor in your next door. Similarly, the sloped incentives were very effective. In fact, it was the combination of providing a small nudge combined with the ambassadors or the gossips, which had the most effect on increasing full immunization rates as compared to control groups in the study. The SMS reminders, unsurprisingly, by itself did not have any effect. It was only when it was combined with the gossips intervention that it helped actually have any impact at all. So that was where we ended with the study, and since then we've been talking to the government to see whether they would be interested in taking this program forward. Sorry, it took a fair bit of time to go through the experiment, but Shagun, does that cover all of the key features?
Yes, Aparna, it does. Do you want to continue?
Sure. So, going on the scaling story, then what happened was, as I mentioned at the beginning, this was a program that was in collaboration with the Haryana government. So to quote a line that we often heard from them was, if it could work in Mewat, it would work everywhere else. Mewat was one of the 7 study districts where the study was implemented. So in some ways, the conversations about how is this program effective, would it work at scale, were all answered because they were the research partner on the ground. Not only did they see every part of the process and were involved in design decisions around the intervention, they also saw what didn't work. So all of the challenges on what went wrong, how to fix it, they were there at every step of the way. And despite the few bureaucratic transfers that we had over the course of the project sustained and it finished, and it had in some ways institutionalized in the memory of the department, which is something that all of us try and target to do. It happens in strange ways, but by the end of the project, it had gone on file, so to speak, where it was a program that was supported and co-run by the government. So it went a little bit beyond our expectations, where they not only wanted to see how to scale up the couple of insights that were coming from the study and were engaged with us to see what were the cost implications. The gossips model, which I talked about, is almost costless. In some ways, it reduces the cost per child for vaccination, because for almost zero cost, you send out messages to these people who are not paid. They're just, they tend to be information disseminators naturally. So if more children come to the center, the fixed cost of providing immunization services goes down. The cost of course, adding an incentive, whether it's 50 rupees per person or 200 rupees per person, there is an additional cost to that program. So that does increase the cost of the service itself, but it also has a larger impact on the number of or the increase in full immunization coverage. So that's the trade-off that the government is thinking of. And the way they're planning this out is to say, let's use the gossips plus reminders everywhere, because it's a very cost-effective intervention to do, and target the incentives in areas where they particularly have challenges with low immunization rates or very imbalanced rates across within a district. And so we signed another MOU last year, which went beyond immunization, because one of the key takeaways for the government was how to use health systems information and health systems data better for decisions. So this is really now an ongoing engagement with them to say, while we scale up this program, how else can we learn from our data on where the gaps are, and how could we innovate around it? So I think we're particularly very impressed and also thankful for the kind of vision and support that the Haryana government has provided on this engagement, and we're excited to see what happens. It's early days on scaling still, but we're off to a promising start. So thanks, Shagun. I mean, I think if we have time, we can go through this, Shagun. Otherwise, I'm also happy to. I'm conscious of time.
Yes, Aparna. So then let's do one thing. I think while this would be interesting, there are some exciting questions which relate more to the learnings that we would love to share during this discussion. So I'm going to stop the screen sharing and let's move to the questions now. So one of the main questions I had for you, Aparna, was how do we, what were some of the challenges, what were some of the things that helped when we were in discussions with the government of Haryana to think about the scale up of this program?
Right. So one, as I already mentioned, because they were part of the process itself, the demand was in some ways already there, right? So they were convinced through participating in the research itself. Second, I think also is in some ways they were dealing with last mile problems in some districts. So the problem was well articulated and formulated to say that despite many of the efforts that they were taking, what more could they do in these hard to reach areas or hard to reach populations within certain districts and certain geographies. So it spoke nicely to, I think, or in a timely manner to the challenges that the government was facing at that point in time. So that was, I think that helped a lot to be there in that context. And as you saw, it was a very long engagement as well. So there's a lot of patience, as Gautam said. You learn to bring that to the table almost right from the start. So that was in some ways set up the conversation well. What I think is challenging for us right now is more about operationalizing it. And I think Gautam also probably alluded to this in the conversation. Once they have decided to do something on a large scale, then governments can actually move very quickly as much as it takes them a long time to start things off or to change. Once a decision's taken, then it needs to move quickly, which also means systems have to be ready in place. So that's the stage we're at now, where we're trying to figure out if they have in the meantime developed their own MIS system for delivery of maternal and child health services. How could we leverage that to actually operationalize and implement these programs? So because it's no longer just a small tweak to their program, it does require a fair amount of infrastructure. Data needs to be reliable because it is on the basis of this data that messages are going out or incentives would be given. So it's critical to ensure. So we had a few practices in the research project, much like the graduation approach as well, where there was an independent back check or an independent validation of a subset of the data. And our attempt now is to try and internalize that within the government department so that they don't have to rely on an external team to do data collection or to verify this. And if we can institutionalize some of these practices within government, then I think we would be on track for a scale up of a program in a manner that was accomplished during the lab experiment in some ways, during the research study itself.
Thanks, Aparna. I think my second question you've already partly answered, but it was again going back to say, are there any other things that you want to share on the importance of data and also systems level data in ensuring quality at scale?
Yeah, that's exactly, I think, as I mentioned, it's part of the challenge and it's also the opportunity in this case where, given this larger vision that the government has to use health systems data better, the first step is really data quality. And as researchers, that is front and center to everything that we do. There could be challenges on the field with things like tablets not working or the frontline workers not being familiar with the interface. There could be a lag in the data entry, and we're facing a little bit of all of this right now as well. It takes time for these changes to happen within government systems to go from paper to digital. It takes a while, and so there is. What I think is really useful in this time is this feedback loop to the government. Often data flows from the bottom to the top within a government. And what is important is to make sure that it also flows back down from the top levels to every level, from district block and to the frontline workers, so that people see how it is actionable and it is not just a means of checking or audit, but it's really a tool for planning or for decision making. So through our efforts in trying to integrate these data validation practices and data quality practices, we hope that it can institutionalize the process of working with data. That's part of it. The second question, again, as researchers, which we worry about, is at scale, would we see the same sort of impacts as we did during the research project? That was one of the motivations also to do research at scale. When you do it on such a large area, you're kind of getting a sense of representativeness in that context and beyond. And so it is important then that these systems that are in place, so the government uses now a system called Anmol, which the government of India has also rolled out across many states. That becomes the basis for tracking whether services were delivered, but also what happens at the level of the beneficiary. What happens to outcomes? Do people come back? Is there a drop-off between the last two vaccines? So that sort of somebody needs to look at this data constantly, and it has to be someone's job also within the government, not just to make these reports or tables, but also present it in a way that it's actionable and that different levels can immediately react to the problems or the gaps that they see in data. So that is, I think, how they maintain what we broadly call monitoring and evaluation systems, but it's really about making data usable and actionable, and what are some things that we can learn from the research experiment that can sustain through the program at scale. And that's our hope with this engagement, is to help put some of those practices in place, which can then be run by the government themselves.
Great. Okay, so this was very interesting, and we only have 10 minutes left now, and there are some really interesting questions that are coming from the audience. So what I would now do is I would just quickly wrap up and synthesize, and then we'll open and take a few questions. So I think from my side, what I would like to say is someone who's not just been engaged in these two programs, but overall sort of leading the scale-up strategy of JPAL South Asia, I see that a number of things that Aparna and Gautam have shared with us today, as well as what I began with in my opening presentation, is to say that generation of high-quality evidence is really, really important and help us pick and choose which programs we want to push for to reach many people. But then the role of data and evidence continues to become even more salient as we move to the next level of trying to make this program reach many more people and while maintaining quality. And again, when you are thinking about data, it's not just about collecting high quality household surveys, which we of course do. It's really about a mix of different types of tools that you want to use for this to happen. So Aparna touched upon a little bit on the importance of looking at MIS data that the government may already have, also working closely with governments to really inform them on how they can make it usable and actionable in terms of how are this data being produced, what type of tables are coming out, what type of indicators are coming out of these data sets. Can the ANMs actually look at it and have some feedback loop on their own performance on a regular basis? But then what we are doing in Bihar, where I'm also working as a researcher on this particular project, is to see, can we also collect data directly from the field, and we can then triangulate that with the MIS that the government has to make sure that are there certain systematic gaps that are happening. And finally, to the point that Gautam really made, is to really also change our lens and make it almost like a shared vision where each of us are coming with different skill sets, different comparative advantages. But with the government system being at the center, we really have to look at solutions from their perspective. So even as we think about, from NGOs who may be the ones who are innovating on these amazing programs, who are working with different organizations to test them, working with people. But then for NGOs to really think about how this program can be scaled, they will have to think about adaptations. They will have to think about how do you really make this program even work when the capacity of those implementing this on the ground is very low, right? So, and here I feel technology is something that can really help us, both in terms of thinking about the roles that NGOs can play as technical assistance partners to governments, not as direct implementers, and the role that technology can play in terms of producing ongoing data that we then analyze and use. So let me end here and let me look at some of the questions that we have coming in from the audience. So what I'll do is I will ask some of these questions to you, Aparna and Gautam, and if there's something that I feel I can answer, I may take that on myself. So first question I wanted to ask Gautam was, what were the facilitators and barriers of scaling up the graduation approach in other states of India? And Gautam, when you answer this, it will be great if you could also talk a little bit about the fact that NRLM is also a very important, social protection structure that the government has set up. Over to you, Gautam.
Sorry, Sharon, could you just repeat the last part of the question?
So the question was basically, what were the facilitators and barriers of scaling up the graduation approach in other states in India?
I see, great. So, sorry, this is a good question. Can't be covered in a minute or even an hour, perhaps. So let me just try and give a couple of ideas for this. I say to this can be perceptions in the sense of financially what the cost is, what the impact could be, and equally what past history that state has had in previous attempts, previous programs, and understanding how this, in a sense, many state governments have given assets, many state governments have tried through types of mentoring, they've looked at business practices. One learning from this set of evidence was about how the sequence makes a difference and the thoroughness makes a difference. And for that, I would say, almost like, let me give the answer in the best way through this. I think its demonstrations are very, very helpful. So research is one part, but seeing a live demonstration, either in a state similar or even in the own state where we're looking to have the conversation, having a pilot that lets people see the operations happen, meet the people who are doing operations. It could be an NGO pilot, and talk to beneficiaries. I think that's one of the best ways to answer what people see, maybe as they see them as barriers or constraints, by just running a small version.
Okay, thanks so much, Gautam. And I think just to add to this, I think like Gautam already said, I think it's also really important that the government has invested in the National Rural Livelihoods Mission, which is a loan-based model, right? And for them to also then understand and recognize that while this loan-based model is covering a large proportion of women in different states through the self-help group movement, there may be some groups of people who are systematically being left out. And the graduation approach is essentially a grant-based model. So it did take some time to convince or to kind of have these conversations where the governments were also trying to see how they can make it a part and parcel of their social protection offering. And I think those are this political will, this really willingness to understand that, well, the existing social protection system may be having great benefits for a large majority. There still be some pockets that may need a more customized approach. Okay, so the next question I have is for you, Aparna, where I think there are a couple of questions, and I'm kind of clubbing them together, which is that what are the key points to consider when we scale up a program for a region into a state? And a similar question is also to say that can we think, which is the generalizability puzzle, on when a program has been tested in some demography, can we take it to other contexts as well? So if you could shed some light on that.
Yeah, and you should add to this as well at the end. Absolutely, I think some of these larger studies, larger sample size, multiple interventions, engaging with the policymakers or your partners, research partners, it could be nonprofits as well, to design asking the right questions goes a long way, I think, in also ensuring that you have answers to some of these questions that come on later on how to scale programs. It looks at I saw one of the questions that also mentioned this and talked about it could become costly to do multiple evaluations or larger scale ones. There is a lot of promise with administrative data as some of these data systems come into place, both through data providers like the government. To be able to rely on that for measurement of key outcomes also reduces the cost of doing some of these large scale studies. And so we are very hopeful over time. A part of my job is also looking to see how we can help governments improve the quality of their data and use it for purposes beyond the MIS needs itself. Briefly, I would say these are things you could do ex ante in trying to set up an experiment that can go to scale and is replicable. Ex post is, of course, doing an assessment of the exact problems that are faced in a new context and trying to compare it to what the evaluation addressed and making sure that it's contextualized. So it's a combination of this evidence from rigorous research, but also grounded in local knowledge and an understanding of the problems there, so that the solution is tailored to the problem.
Great, thanks so much, Aparna. So we just have, I think, 3 to 4 minutes left, but I did want ask this one question to Gautam, and I think he is like the best person to answer this. And this question is saying that it will be helpful to understand what governance structure is on such programs. Curious to know how the interaction and decision making takes place between JPAL, public sector, and other entities. So Gautam, if you could just say a little bit about this in 2 minutes, that would be great.
Sure. So if I understood the question rightly, it was about the decision-making process and how we engage with that.
Exactly.
So
How do we engage with governments to make sure that this continues? Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to give almost like our organizational answer to this, but one that I actually believe very personally in. So I think one of our answers is data and facts. And what I mean by that is, so governments have a lot of information with them. You know, they have their own departments that collect data as well. They have many people sending them ideas. They will read many things externally. How they sort through that to understand what is a right fit for them, what can be impactful. And to me, it's good data. So good data in a sense, showing the government how we generated that data. You know, where did it come from? How did we ask the questions? How did we set up the measurement tools to come to that answer? I think explaining that really helps them understand what set of information will inform the decision. So to me, that's a simple way to say it, but I would say broadly, I think governments can be very crowded by a lot of information. So it's our job to distinguish what is different, what fits their context, and what's good quality data.
Great. Thank you so much, Gautam. I think we are really sort of out of time now. So John, over to you for closing the session.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks so much. I think I was just looking at the questions that were coming in. Very good questions, good quality questions, and obviously a high quality discussion as well. Just to the viewers, we have this streaming live on Quint, on YouTube channels. Yesterday we had 10,000 viewers joining in across 45 countries. I'm sure we'll add more to that. There are questions on when the YouTube links will be available for viewing later. They are live. They are available on YouTube. You can view them anytime. I just want to get back to the panel. Thank you so much for taking time out. These are really valuable lessons, and I hope we can keep working together. There's an audience for this, and as I look at the questions that comes here, thank you so much, Gautam, Shagun, and Aparna. It was lovely having you here.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you,
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah.
Sorry, I think I was on mute. I was just saying, I didn't realize that. I was just saying I'm really, really happy to have Renana Ben here with Lakshmi. I'm especially happy because through the day, yesterday and today, there has been a lot of conversation on role of women in rural development and in various topics, in various contexts. And who better to have here than Renana Ben herself. She is the national coordinator of SEVA. She Padma Shri awardee. She has worked with women and grassroots movements across India. She's a social worker based in Ahmedabad who's been active for decades in organizing women into organizations and trade unions. And has extensively been involved in policy issues relating to poor women in the informal economy. I had the privilege of visiting Seva a few years ago and seeing their work for myself. The lessons that I learned during those days still sort of add value to me in my work. We also have Lakshmi with us to chair the session, moderate the session with Renana Ben. Lakshmi works at NCORE. She's a director of new initiatives, and she helps incubate early stage nonprofits in the area of poverty alleviation, and is handling a very interesting program right now where she's working with the waste picker communities in Karnataka, with a lot of really dedicated nonprofits and leaders. I will leave it to Lakshmi to take this conversation forward with Renana.
Thanks, John. Renana, welcome to Charcha 2020. It's our pleasure to have you here with us. So thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today. I know John introduced you and spoke about the work that you've done, but when I was reading up about Seva and I got to know that I would be spending time with you, I came across an interesting fact and I was very curious. Your educational degrees are in maths and in economics, and that too in really prestigious universities. How did you, what was your motivation to join the social service space, and how did you end up joining Seva?
Well, first, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Naj, for this opportunity to be part of this chat. And I look forward to talking to you, Lakshmi. How did I start? How did I join Seva? Of course, it was so many years ago that one hardly remembers. But I did do my mathematics from Delhi University, then Harvard University, and then I changed to Yale University to do economics. But I came back, the time nowadays people go abroad, they come back, they go back. But those days you could hardly come back. So after 3 years, I had come back, and I realized that when you go abroad, you really see the difference and see the poverty. And that time it was, of course, much more visible. And I suddenly started feeling very bad in a way. I said that, here I'm getting so much expensive education, and there are so many people, so much injustice, so much inequality. And what am I doing about it? And so I actually was doing a PhD at Yale, and I decided to come for a year and run something. And parents wanted to go to women's organization. I already worked in the women's movement at the time. And my parents found out for me about Seva. And I was actually interested also in rights. So they found out for me about Seva, and I came to Seva, and then I never finished my PhD and I never went back. So. You're muted, Lakshmi.
Yes, and it was as simple as that for you. And I wish the choice is as easy for many others that want to follow in the path. But as a follow-up question, when you joined Seva, it started off very early as probably a labor union, women in the informal space, but it's grown so much bigger and so much more. So for the benefit of the people that are in the conference and many others that are watching it on other channels, how would you describe Seva today, and what is its guiding philosophy?
Sure, let me try. Well, Seva stands for Self-Employed Women's Association. Now that's the English name, and Seva has its own connotation, but the actual name is Swashray Mahila Seva Sangh. Swashray means by her own labor or by her own work. Swashray Mahila as women. Seva means it's not just for myself, it's not just for the individual, but to serve others. And Sangh is Sangathan, which is coming together. So, so that's the real name of Seva. And as you rightly said, Seva was started by Ila Bhatt. And in Gujarat, in the urban sector for street vendors, home-based workers, head loaders, and it started as trade union. But within a few years, the trade union itself was invited to go to the rural areas and work with agriculture workers. And in all these sectors, the main work of the trade union was for rights. So for space for street vendors, better rates for home-based workers, for agriculture laborers, the minimum wages had been declared. So there was the issue of getting a minimum wage. But what we soon realized was that for these people who are the poorest, the most vulnerable, just a trade union and rights is not enough. You often lose your struggle. The struggle is very long and very many years. So, and they also need development. They need something to support them. And so we, the first thing that we had started was that street vendors had been taking loans at very high interest rates. So we started our own bank. That was the first developmental work that we did. And after the bank, we started a number of cooperatives so that they could link to the market. So for example, in the Gujarat rural areas, there were a lot of women who were doing agriculture labor, but who were actually weavers and who even had looms, but they had put away their looms. So we formed their cooperative, linked them to the market. So very soon we realized that it has to be both development and rights. And we started in Gujarat, but again, within about 6 years, we were invited to come to other states. And that way we have spread to many other states. We are in 14 states now. And we formed a federation, Seva Bharat, which brings all the Sevas, all the states together. So actually Seva is now a movement and a family of organizations, I would say. So the trade union is basic. We have about 17 lakh members. We have sponsored many what we call social enterprises. The bank was the first, the cooperatives. From cooperatives, we also had ST federations. We've started companies. And we have about 150 of these, what we call social collective enterprises. But we also have societies and trusts, which provide services like housing, like training, like healthcare. So that whole family of organizations, many of which is very decentralized in the states, is what Seva is now. You asked about the philosophy. Let me try, because we haven't really done vision, mission, statement type of thing. So what is our goal? Our goal is, we're focused on the economic, of course. So our goal is what we call full employment and self-reliance. Full employment means income security and social security, which again, you can break up, income security, employment, assets. Social security is health, childcare, housing, and so on. And self-reliance is self-reliance of the woman herself, our member, our informal sector worker, who can be rural or urban, self-reliance of her organization, and self-reliance within the community. So I think that's really our goal. We always in Seva, it's the woman from the informal sector at the center. Everything, she is the one who drives the organization. She is the owner of the organization, of every organization that we form. And by owner means that she holds the share, she's on the board, she makes the decisions, and she is also the beneficiary. How do we do it? We believe in the Gandhian principles, and we try to adhere to them: the principle of nonviolence, of Swaraj, what we call self-reliance, of equality of castes, of communal harmony, that is different religions where there is so much division nowadays, and of leadership by women. And those Gandhian principles is how we walk the line. And finally, what I described earlier, The method is the joint action of struggle on the one hand, rights and development on the other. So I think I don't know if it's a philosophy, but I've tried to describe the path along which we walk.
What is philosophy if not something that guides us in the way we walk every day? And I think you've beautifully illustrated what every day at Seva would mean and what you're guided by as you take every decision. So perfectly answers my question. Thank you so much. But Seva at the heart of it is, I mean, there is different ways to call this, and you know, experts differ in how they term it. But in a way, as a layperson, I would call it, this is about empowering women to become self-reliant, to be both financially, otherwise, to have a voice at the table in the community. And different organizations have taken different approaches to achieve this. But in your experience, what has been some of the biggest levers to achieve for women to become more empowered? And what has Seva taught you in this?
Sure, I understand. But before I get to that, let me just say what we feel is empowerment, because it has to be at so many different levels. And the different levels are, it has to be internally in her mind first, or not first, it has to be internally, because all the levels are interconnected. So it has to be in her mind. Women are often very afraid. They're afraid for their bodies. They're afraid because they're brought up to regard themselves as subordinate. And it's when she feels free in her mind, feels she has choices. That's one level of empowerment. The second, of course, which everybody knows, is within the family, where if she has a say in the family. But that's not enough, because she's also a public, you know, just as men are in the community, the market, and interact with the government or with the system of governance. So her empowerment should also be within the community. Does she have a voice in the panchayat, or at least when there are village meetings, can she voice her concern? In the market, can she get a better price? Can she negotiate for a better price for her milk or her crops? Can she negotiate for a loan outside of money lenders and high rate interest rates? And then the whole system of governance. When the PHC is not working, can she approach the health department? Can she approach the BDO for access to government schemes? So I think and each of these is interconnected. As she becomes well-known, or as she gets the courage to talk, say, to the BDO, her status in the family goes up automatically. This woman, you know, my wife actually went and talked to the BDO. So all these levels of empowerment are connected. I wouldn't say one is more than the other. One is more important than the other. And similarly, you can't just have one lever. Oh yes, I should just say, I think our experience shows that empowerment, the sort of prerequisite for empowerment is for people to come together. As one woman alone, it's very difficult to get empowered. Some do, but very rare. But when they come together, they can support each other, they can have a voice, and that's actually a prerequisite. And not one lever, I don't think, but our experience, again, especially because these are poorer families, is that economic benefits, economic empowerment actually can give the biggest push. Of course, that alone is not enough. You can bring more money into the family, you can bring income into family and still not have a say. So there is a requirement for social empowerment, but still that's a big push, economic empowerment.
Sure. Renana, just a question. I mean, over Seva's journey in the last 40 years, to get to this state, I mean, you would have tried different things and would love to learn from some of the successes that Seva has had in its various communities. I personally believe sometimes failures teach us the most. valuable lesson. So if you wouldn't mind sharing, would love to hear both those stories.
Sure. You know, this kind of work is really, what would I say, 1.5 steps forward and 1 step backwards. So failure, or I don't like to call it failure really, because there's no such thing as success or failure. You just you have a path, you keep moving along it. And as I said, you get pushed back, then you move further or take a different path. So I don't see things as success or failure. I see things as what are the ways in which one can move forward, and what lessons do you learn when something does not work out. Maybe I'll give you a few examples. I give you 2 examples. One is from Gujarat, from one of the very dry areas in Gujarat, where when we went there, women said what we really need is income and employment. And they were doing very beautiful embroidery for their home consumption, for their dowries actually. And so we converted those beautiful embroideries into modern day products. And these women then started earning a living, and more orders were coming to them. But then what happened was that they were so busy doing the embroidery that they would not, or the men were feeling that they were not taking care of the household. And it came to a head because there was a big meeting of the men, I mean, the community, but it was the men, where women were supposed to cook and men were supposed to deliberate. And they found that the women were not cooking for them because there were some very urgent orders. And so the men got very angry, and they said, you know, the elders of the men, and they said that women are losing their space. And so they should now stop all this work, or if they want to do the work, they can't go anywhere and deliver the work. They just have to stay home. And they forced this notification on the community. And the women, since they had started this work and it was important to them, they came together and they started lobbying. And they talked to the younger men and their husbands and the elders and said that this is something that is useful. And they got the whole thing changed. And then the community, in fact, the elders after a while began really appreciating that that these women are very important resource for the community. And it doesn't matter if they don't cook when we have our deliberations. So, you know, that sort of changed the community norms where women were supposed to stay home and just do the cooking. Another example I'd like to give is from Bihar, actually. And these are women who are sharecroppers. And they, you know, they were very poorly paid, poorly exploited. What I mean is their incomes were very less. And one of the reasons was because they, as women and as sharecroppers, they were unable to get any benefit, any inputs, no seeds from the government, no fertilizer, none of the government benefits. And then they came together, they formed their own groups. And once they formed their own groups, and then they formed a farmer-producer company. And once they formed that, they suddenly got highlighted in the government. And they would go to the government offices and say, we want seeds, we have this group. And then they began being recognized as farmers and began, as I was saying, empowerment with governance and empowerment in the market. So, you know, these are just a few examples. I could just keep going on and on. Let me give you one thing that we're really struggling with, which is many years ago, about 15 years ago, we found that women in Gujarat were doing milk production, but it was they were the ones who milked the cow, who fed the cow, who looked after the cow, everything, or the buffalo. But it was the men who became the members of the cooperative who sold the milk and got the money. So we helped to organize the women and formed women's cooperatives, and they linked up with the market. And it was doing very well. But 15 years later, what do we find? That many of those cooperatives, women's cooperatives, are in a way defunct. Either they've closed down or men have taken over. And I think the biggest lesson from that is that we did not look at the intergeneration issue. So the older women were very empowered, but young women were not. And so I think the lesson is that you really have to continuously organize, continuously give the same messages, and look at empowerment from generation to generation. So now we are struggling what to do with these cooperatives.
Sure. No, and I think, I guess, if I may just kind of say this again, I think what we are saying is even if we have empowered a set of women, it is about changing the whole community, and so that it becomes more sustainable and the next generation doesn't go back, even though you have worked deeply with a particular generation of women, just to ensure that it gets embedded in the community. Renanaji, you said, if you look at empowerment, you kind of see this as starting with the woman at the center and then her family in the community. But I think, it's commonly acknowledged that an empowered woman can literally vitalize the whole community that she lives in. A whole group of women can do so much more. There is a multiplier effect to that collective of women. And have you seen examples of, you've briefly touched upon it in response to the previous question as well, but could you elaborate a little bit more about how it went back and lifted the whole community and changed things for the better in a sustainable way?
Yes, I fully agree that women's empowerment does change the community. And as I said, as women participate more in the community, participate in the market, participate with governance, it will change the community, and the community also gets energized. Again, if I could give you some examples, I was, let's see, which one shall I give? I have so many examples. So let me take, again, from Gujarat, in this district of Baroda district, there's a area called Bodeli, which is a taluka, what do you call it, district. And we were working nearby, we already were there nearby, and we found that there were some villages which were inhabited by tribal people, and they were extremely poor. What we discovered was that they had been ousted from their original places because a dam had been constructed, and they had been given this unproductive, unirrigated land even without drinking water. And they came to us and they said, we were already working there. They said, can you work with us and help us? And so we helped women to form their own groups. The first thing that they did, that what they needed desperately was water, drinking water, first and foremost. And they formed their groups, and what we helped them to find out that there was quite a lot of tribal funds sitting in the government, and they began accessing these funds. And first they got drinking water. From the drinking water, they then went in for irrigation. And that's when they started involving the men also. When irrigation came, they started farming, and the families started getting better and better off. Then they brought in livestock. Some women started artisanal activities. And today they have a vibrant community, only because they were able to form that women's group and start accessing the tribal funds which were supposed to be for them, which they couldn't do before. So it's the women's group which gave a voice to the community. The other example is from Madhya Pradesh, which is forest areas. In the forest areas, again, when we first went in, the families were living on forest land, so-called forest land, were doing agriculture there. and were doing minor forest produce. Since the land was unirrigated, they would go away during the dry season and have to go for construction labor out of their communities. And they were also very badly exploited by the forest guards. So who would, and there was often beatings. One man even got shot, we remember. So again, we helped to organize the women, and we organized them actually starting with minor forest produce, with tendu leaves. And they organized with tendu leaves. They went to the government, again, since it was owned by the forest department. And they said, we want better rates for these tendu leaves. We want a fair distribution. And they formed their own cooperatives. And slowly, over about 3 or 4 years, or maybe more, the government recognized the importance of giving good rates for tendu leaves, and the rates slowly began going up. Today, they're actually quite good rates. So that was the first thing. The second thing they said was that we are living on this forest land. We have been doing agriculture. And the land, there was the new Forest Act, if you remember. So they began putting their claims for the forest land. And they organized the whole community. The women took the lead, organized the whole community, and they began getting the forest land. And then they started doing agriculture without any fear. And the third thing they did was they brought Narega to these areas. And today, again, they no longer have to go out for labor. They live on their own lands. And the whole community, of course, is part of this. So, organizing the women, bringing their voice in, really revitalizes the whole community.
Thank you so much. I mean, those are great examples of just women taking the lead and making a difference for the whole community, for a village. So thank you so much. Renaji, I just want to switch tracks a little bit and pick on a topic that has come up multiple times during this conference and in different forums. We've repeatedly talked about the implications of the COVID crisis on marginalized communities, on the most vulnerable sections of community. And one of the points that has come across very strongly in many instances over the last 2 days is that women are bearing a disproportionate share of the burden in light of this crisis. And what are your thoughts on this, and where do we go from there? What can we do?
I would like to just put our experience on what we are seeing. And, there's so much emphasis, and we see and such misery of the migrants. But think of who the migrants have left in the villages, and they're all the women. And many of those women are agricultural laborers, construction workers, weavers, other artisans, artisanal work. And their incomes from the migrants, of course, have stopped. But then so has their own income, the work that they were doing, say as a weaver or as an agricultural laborer. Her work has stopped. And so these women left behind by the migrants are facing really starvation in many places. If you look at what is happening with the rural farmers, the women farmers, we found that though the Rabi crop did get harvested, they're finding it very difficult to sell. And women more than men, these women farmers, especially those whose men are the migrants, they are finding it, they are not able to go to the market. The traders are not coming. Many of the APMCs are shut. So they are not able to sell their crops. So there is a very acute shortage of cash. And because there's a acute shortage of cash, now they want to get inputs for the next crop, for the Kharif crop. They are unable to buy the seeds. And even if they had the money, it's very difficult for them to actually go out and get the seed because they rely on public transport. They don't have their own transport, unlike men who do. Then women look after livestock. The fodder crisis is really bad right now because they can't go out to graze and they don't have cash to buy fodder. So I think, women as workers, which is what I'm trying to emphasize, I would like to just say one more thing, which they're very worried about, which is the children's education. Children are home, they've missed a lot of school. These are first generation learners. The families, the women have gone through great sacrifices to get them into schools. So now at this stage, they find that they're afraid that the children will go backwards. So I can go on. There's a lot more that the women are telling us, but I thought I'd stop here.
And thank you for sharing those experiences. I mean, there is a disproportionate burden on so many fronts, like worrying for the children, a threat to their economic security that they've worked so hard at building over the years. So clearly the burden is very high, and hopefully all the grassroots organizations will be able to work together to find some solutions to help them.
Yeah.
And we can make progress towards solving this. Prananaji, I'm conscious of the time. I did have a few more questions, but I'm conscious of the time. I know there are some questions that have come in from our audience. So I'm going to step into those questions. And I'm happy to note that some of them actually overlap with the questions that I had planned to ask. What advice would you give to young people looking to join the sector? I mean, given that they may be coming from very different academic training by different professions, but want to go work in civil society organizations, what advice would you give to them? And what advice would you give to youngsters who, come in with a very urban lens? How do you solve for rural India without having that bias of urban lens?
Gandhiji had coined a very nice word. He said that there should be rural mindedness, which means that you don't necessarily live in the rural areas, or you may come from the urban areas, but if you have rural mindedness, your mind understands rural. What advice would I have for young people? Oh, I would say don't come in with preconceived notions. People come in from the academic field. You have so many different notions about what things should be like, what things are happening. I would say for quite a while before you do anything else, you should understand, listen and observe, and clear your mind of what your preconceived notion was. Then don't pre-plan any intervention. You think that this is what rural people need, let us rush in and do that. Don't do that. Go on demand, listen. If people say our main need is drinking water, you don't rush in and say that, no, your main need is to form self-help groups and take loans. You work towards drinking water. So listen to what it is that they want, and only then they will come with you. If they know you're addressing their real needs, then they will come with you. The other thing I would say is that we come with an education, and we are able to talk in the language of policymakers, of people who are well off, of the corporates. We can be a bridge. We can take the reality of the poor, of the rural people, of the poor in the rural areas to policymakers. We can put it in a language which they can understand. And so I think I would say, listen, understand, react to demand, and be a bridge.
Definitely great advice for all of us, I think, irrespective of what our career paths are and what we choose to. Prananaji, another question that's come up is just given your experience of working with Seva as it scaled, what is the difference you see for organizations that are working in a few villages, and then what does it take to scale that movement across states to take it much larger to a nationwide movement? Is it resources, time, support, and particularly in light of a movement centered around women? How do we scale this? You are on mute. Sorry.
Yes, I've unmuted. I think it's a question one really grapples with. One of the reasons we have been able to scale is because we think like a union, and therefore you think along campaigns. And in a campaign, many people join in. So that way you can grow. So that's one thing. So for example, women as farmers. So women are farmers, we know they are farmers, but are they recognized as farmers? No, they're not. So for recognition of women as farmers and access to all the benefits that being a farmer brings, that can be a campaign, that is a campaign. And many women will join. And therefore you can scale up the number of people you're working with. So that's one. The other is, if you think about social enterprises, or what we call collective social enterprises, we find that they don't grow very big, but they can be replicated. So we have a Seva Bank in Gujarat. In Madhya Pradesh, they saw the Seva Bank, they said, let's start something similar. They started a cooperative. Similarly, 6 such cooperatives were started in different states. So this way, different replications can also take place. That's another way of scaling, by replication. Then the third way of scaling is for people to just come and understand what it is that is required to succeed. So in a very dry earlier, water is required, so you work on water. So people who come from other dry areas realize that this is one of the ways, so they learn from each other. So I think those are the 3 main ways we have found for scaling.
I think we have time for one more question. And again, I'm going to just club some threads from the questions and something that I also had. I guess you will agree with me that we've come some distance in empowering women over the last few decades as a country. But what remains to be done? What do you think are the top 3 challenges that remain, and what part can civil society play in this, and what part should policymakers play in this? Given your work on development and rights-based work, any words of advice for anyone listening in?
Well, I'll say the top 2 challenges that I can see. I can't think of the third one. So one is, women as workers are not really appreciated. Women as workers, women as farmers, women as entrepreneurs. They're not there is no appreciation that women are also workers. Women's health, yes, high appreciation. Women's education, yes, that's very important. But women's work, that is not considered a desirable goal even. And I think that's something, and that makes, what happens is then women can never rise. And especially for poorer women, I really like the formulation that there's a glass ceiling for women, but for poorer women, there's no glass ceiling, there is a sticky floor. You can't rise. If there's mechanization, you lose out. There's no technology for you. You do the most manual, most difficult work. Your earnings are very low. You don't get access to government subsidies. You don't get access to better markets. So, and the main reason for that is that women's work is not considered important. Women as mothers, women as educated, women, all that is important, but not women's work. And the second main thing, I think, which has not happened at all in India, which is one of the reasons for women's disempowerment is the heavy burden of household work and earning work. And there is no move towards sharing of household work. So I think in India, more than many of the other countries, men find it shaming to share household work. And until the whole family shares the household work, the women will never be free. So I see those two as the major challenges for women's empowerment. What can policymakers and civil society organizations do? I would say the same thing for both, which is continuously highlight the fact that women are workers. We have very low numbers in the formal statistics, but that is because many of the women's work, like livestock, working with livestock, is not even counted. So keeping on highlight the importance of women's work, how do you make them off that sticky floor? How do you promote technology? I think that's one whole area. And the second area, I do think we should have a campaign on sharing of household work. We haven't had that, but I think it's time we do have
it. Thank you. Thank you, Rananaji. I mean, I'm sure given more time, I personally have lots more questions, and I'm sure the audience certainly would. But unfortunately, we are a little out of time. But thank you so much. A lot of things to think about for me personally, and I think safely say this for our audience, a lot to take home. Really, rural mindedness is going to stay with me for a while, and sticky floors for sure. So thank you so much for taking time out to share your experiences with us. John, over to you.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ranana, and thank you, Lakshmi. It was a wonderful discussion. There's a lot of engagement from the audience as well. On to the Thank you, Ranana.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, everyone. The session is live on YouTube, on Book My Show, on streaming services. The next session is I think a much awaited session. If you remember, on the first day, we had a lot of discussion around the role of communities in inclusive development. We had T. Vijay Kumar, sir, IAS, the first mission director of NRLM, who joined us on the first day to address us on the role of communities, and followed by a panel with NRLMs and SRLMs. Today we have someone whose life has revolved around building community institutions, and I'm really, really happy to invite SS Meenakshi Sundaram sir, IAS officer, retired 1968 cadre. He's a chairman of Myrada. He has worked extensively in building Panchayati Raj institutions. He was three-time joint secretary to 3 prime ministers, and thus has published books, has done a lot of research work, teaches. Very, very happy to invite you, sir. And we also have Professor Kripa Anantapur, professor at MIDS, Madras Institute of Development Studies, whose work has also revolved around Panchayati Raj institutions, on community institutions, and on various contexts, and in various contexts, and on various topics, on how can what is the role of Panchayati Raj institutions in inclusive development, especially in these times. What is the role of Panchayati Raj institutions in times of crises? What is the opportunity and challenge with decentralization? A very lively topic. T. Vijay Kumar sir mentioned Meenakshi Sundaram sir's work when he opened the session. and it's something that we have all been waiting for. We also have the same stream live on YouTube on Quint Media's YouTube channel with 2.3 million subscribers. We have audience joining us here on Zoom as well and on other streaming platforms. We will try to bring you questions from the audience through this session. Right now, I just want to hand it over to Professor Kripanantapur to take the session forward.
Thank you, John, very much. And good evening, everybody. Thanks for joining for the session. Sir, as one of the architects who was involved in framing the 73rd Amendment to the Constitution, how do you think the PRIs are managing the current crisis? And what role can they play and are they playing currently?
Let me start by saying that under the 11th schedule of the Constitution, the responsibility for natural resource management, public health, dispensaries, public health centers, all that is essentially the responsibility of the Panchayat Raj institutions. We also included water, watershed development, forestry, anything that relates to the common man, including the public distribution system, is the responsibility of the Panchayat Raj institutions. Even in the case of disasters, essentially when it is localized, it is the local Panchayat which takes the initiative. And when they feel that they do not have adequate finances or support, they go to the state government and ask for extra support. Now, there are two types of disasters which we have. Supposing if the disaster covers the whole country, and there is a major problem, then probably a single Panchayat will not be able to handle that. In such a situation, under the Disaster Management Act, the central government and the state government get in, they give the money, they give the expertise, but it is essentially the job of the local Panchayat to ensure that the disaster is mitigated. That is what we had seen in the case of tsunami in Tamil Nadu, floods in the case of Orissa and in Andhra Pradesh. So it was essentially the local Panchayat. So the first point I want to make is, it is essentially the responsibility of the Panchayat to ensure that at the time of crisis, they get in and manage. Now that is the theory portion. What is the practical side? So we have COVID-19 right in front of us. There is a state by name Kerala, as you know, where it started. And now international press itself is recognizing that Kerala has done an excellent job. The curve is more or less flattened and the others should learn from Kerala. Now, what is the experience of Kerala? They have done two things. One, they have recognized that this is not a mere health issue, it is an issue involving the society also. Therefore, they involve the panchayats right from the beginning. Two things are mentioned in the press. One is the establishment of public health institutions right down to the village in Kerala. That system works. The second thing is, for the displaced labor, they ran community kitchens and they gave either free or at reasonable prices. But what they do not mention is how Kerala do not have direct access to the government. They work under the panchayat. The panchayat has the responsibility of supervising the public health institutions. Second, even the community kitchens, they were run by the local panchayats and they managed. The idea came from the state government, but the implementation entirely was in the hands of the panchayat. So the second point I want to make is, not only in theory, but also in the practice, panchayats have got a major role to play in crisis management.
Crisis management.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you. So what we see actually is different states have adopted different strategies in COVID-19 management and operationalizing the relief packages, etc. Some which had invested in local governments as Kerala and Karnataka have actually used gram panchayats to deliver these services, whereas some other states have kind of bypassed these panchayats and focused more on self-help groups to do the last mile deliveries and use them as the last mile delivery platforms. Now, I think in Kerala particularly, Kutumbashri is entrenched within the local governance system. So there is a kind of a complementarity between these two institutions. And SHGs ultimately are community-based organizations and don't have governance mandate. So could you just shed a little more light on this, please?
We have a large number of self-help groups all over the country. And there are two types. One is the linkage between the self-help group and the panchayat. It is very strong in Kerala. Therefore, they have been able to work through the self-help groups. In many other states, they are independent institutions. But according to me, self-help group is nothing but deepening of democracy. See, in the Panchayat Raj system, the bottommost thing is called the Gram Sabha. And below the Gram Sabha is the self-help groups, village institutions like educational institutions, the watershed development groups. These are all below the Panchayat, which means a deepening of democracy. They also have to work through the Gram Sabha. In my view, it is better we go right down to the people. Who is the stakeholder he should be reached first? The best way of reaching him is through the Panchayat. And if the Panchayat is large enough, through the self-help groups or any other institution which is within that village, and there has to be a proper coordination between the two. That is what is happening in Kerala.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, sir, for that explanation. Now, going forward, pandemic is going to be contained at some point of time. But the aftermath and after effects of this pandemic are going to continue for a long time. For example, there has been complete reverse migration happening with a lot of migrant laborers going back to the villages. Gram panchayats, as you know, are already cash strapped. So financially, they are not in very strong situation. Now, do you think that we should be looking at going forward, we should be looking at a very different development model where panchayats are going to be the catalyst that will be rejuvenating the rural economy?
Yes, in my view, this COVID-19 has created an excellent opportunity for the panchayats to help the people and perform better. There are three things which come to my mind straight away. The first point is, luckily, the COVID impact is very serious in the urban part of India. In the rural portions of India, it is not that strong. And luckily, the problem which the local people faced was their production was on, agriculture was continuing, they had plenty of fruits and vegetables, but that could not reach the urban areas. There was a gap between the production and the ultimate consumer. In the case of dairy, you will remember we have a very strong system of cooperatives.
Yeah.
The milk is produced at the village level, it is procured at the village cooperative society, it is processed at the district level, and the marketing is being done by the milk union, which also is an organization of the producers.
Yeah.
So, and we do not have, even in the cities, as you will agree with me, we didn't have a problem for milk, but we had problem for vegetables, we had problem for fruits, and the supply chain was not very strong in this sector. The first opportunity, therefore, is can we create some kind of a farmers producers groups? Even the finance minister in her first budget speech, she said that we will have FPOs, the farmer producers organizations. This is the ideal time to get into different sectors, whether it is turmeric, whether it is cotton, whether it is vegetable, fruits, all of them, we can form farmers producers cooperative societies and give them enough financial support to process and also market in the areas nearby. This is the first opportunity which the COVID-19 provides. The second opportunity, according to me, is, as you rightly said, this problem is going to continue. COVID-19, none of us know when exactly it is going to end. It will take months, it will take years. In such a case, What is that we are supposed to do? We are supposed to take preventive mechanism. What are these preventive mechanisms? One is wear the mask. Second is personal hygiene, hand washing, etc. Now, if you want to do hand washing, you need water. And the priority will have to be for water and sanitation. Luckily, the panchayats do not have problems of money because they have adequate allocation through the 15th Finance Commission grants and the State Finance Commission grants. As long as the state governments do not cut these grants and give the entire money to the panchayat, they have enough money to prepare a Gram Panchayat development plan, which is happening all over the country even now. Now, ensure that they give priority for water and sanitation. We have one area where desilting of tanks can be taken up immediately. We do this in Mairada. In a district, in Mysore district, we have completely taken over all the tanks and we have agreed we will ensure the people and support them in desilting the tanks. So this kind of water supply and sanitation priorities, now people will agree money should be available because that is required for COVID-19. That's the second important thing we can do. And with one, I'll stop. The third one is the labor which we said. Now we have what is called the reverse migration. People are going back from urban areas to villages. How do you keep them engaged? In my view, it is better that they are given adequate opportunities in the village itself. How do you give? One is the NREGA. The government says we will give enough money. In the GPDP itself, they can propose a lot of schemes which will employ labor. But my bigger point is the MSME. The government in the center keeps saying we are going to give substantial money for the micro, small and medium enterprises. We have the labor available in the village now. The reverse migration have given labor there. Can we not think of creating one MSME in each panchayat? Now, supposing if we have it, we base it on the locally available raw material. And with the raw material available locally and with labor available currently, we will be able to establish one definite MSME per panchayat. If that is done, we will be able to provide employment to the labor and also some kind of a return to the panchayats, and we will gradually make them become institutions of
excellence. Yeah.
Economic importance. I think these are the three things which I think at the current situation we should be able to do.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for that excellent laying out of opportunities and challenges that are going to be, we have to foresee in the near future. Pandemic by nature requires decentralized relief operations and other mechanisms through which people can be reached. And in that sense, the local governments have become the ideal or critical third tier of governance to reach the people. But as we know, unlike Kerala and many other states, including Karnataka, the health department does not come under the purview of the panchayats. And the nearest adequate health facility is either at the block or at the district level. So though the preventive measures have helped, with the reverse migration happening, if the people, asymptomatic people are going back to the villages, from the health point of view, what kind of challenges can we foresee in the near future?
The real challenge will be to see that the people who now go from the urban areas to the rural areas in the form of a reverse migration, how do we get them integrated with the existing set of people? Luckily, they have their own families. They have a place to stay. Now, we need to collect at the panchayat level, at the Gram Sabha, who are all the people who are available. Today, we talk so much about migrant labor. Do we have a record of the migrant labor with us? Can we say from every village, how many people have gone to which place? What is their skill? So according to me, the starting point should be to convene a Gram Sabha.
Yeah.
Maybe at the moment it may not be possible because of the social distancing, but you can still have a Gram Sabha after maybe a few days. With ensuring social distancing, we can have a Gram Sabha. We need to identify how many people have come to this village and what are their skills. Once we have that idea, then probably some of them can be put onto the NREGA works, which can be a part of the Gram Panchayat development plan. And for some others, we need to think of a small and medium industry, depending upon the availability of raw material, and which is special for a particular district or a particular village panchayat. And that is the only way to help them also. But again, I repeat, we should be clear about the roles of the different tiers of the government.
Yeah.
In my view, the crisis management at the village level should be the essential responsibility of the Gram Panchayat. They will keep the people informed through the Gram Sabhas, and it is easier to convene a Gram Sabha rather than having a dissemination at a state or central level. Second, once the data is available, the state and the central government should support them in two ways. One is by providing adequate finance. Second is by building their capacities. And educating the people at the level of the panchayat head is the responsibility of the state. Bringing it from the state and passing it on to the local people should be the responsibility of the Gram Panchayat Pradhan and his other members. If we can link the different tiers of governance, probably we will be able to deal with any crisis much better.
Much better, yeah. Thank you, sir. One of the very interesting things that those of us who've been working in the field of, panchayats have noticed is that many panchayats independently have been taking these resolutions, passing resolutions, particularly in Karnataka and Kerala, like no person will go hungry in our within the jurisdiction of the Gram Panchayat. So they're actually making provisions to kind of deliver dry rations or hot midday meals to the locally needed people, vulnerable groups, poor and others. And this is for the first time Gram Panchayats are acting very proactively and also kind of taking initiatives to mitigate hunger and ensure food security. So do you think panchayats in a way after 27 years have come of age, and this is a very defining moment for panchayats in India, and going forward they can truly be local self-government?
Yes. See, the Panchayat Raj, as you know, has got a huge history in this country. Why did we go in for Panchayat Raj? When we started the Indian Constitution, we only made a directive principles saying that we will have panchayats, but nothing we did. Panchayats came into existence in this country to ensure that there is people's participation in the activities of the government. The Balwanta Veda committee started the panchayats for the simple reason that that is the method through which people can be involved in the development programs of the state. Now, it went on. Finally, in 1992, when we made the Constitution 73rd Amendment, it was recognized that the Panchayat Raj institutions will be the recognized tier of governance.
Yeah.
They are not only development institutions, the responsibility for economic planning and social justice also was given to the panchayats. Now, it has now been more than 25 years. Still, we have in some states where the panchayats are very strong. They are active, they are able to do work by themselves. Like in Kerala, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Sikkim, there are a number of states where the panchayats are able to act. Yeah. In several other states, we have not been able to ensure that the Panchayat Raj functions. There are two reasons for that. One is, by definition, the panchayats are very small. In some states, 10 panchayats have got one Gram Panchayat accountant to manage that. We need to ensure that whenever the panchayats are small, we create a cluster of panchayats which can become the center for activity in that area. Now, the time has come, according to me, that we should recognize panchayats as a regular tier of governance as envisaged under the Constitution Amendment. Now, my first point, therefore, will be in all the states where the Panchayat Raj institutions have not been given the funds, functionaries and functions, we need to give that first, like what we have in a few other states. Second, once it is given, we should recognize that they should be allowed to do the work. See, the big problem in our country is we always believe that we want decentralization up to us and not below us. If it goes probably they will mess it up. That approach has to go. We have to give it to them, even if they make a mess of it, it is all right. It is their money, their area, their people. If they are going to make a mistake, so be it. The advantage there is there can be a social audit at the village level. And people will come and say, you do not do a good job. They can tell openly that you have not done a good job. So that advantage we have. In my view, we need to strengthen the panchayats by not only giving funds, functions and functionaries, but also ensuring a social audit system. Thereby, people can come and say what is happening and what is not happening. Once I know that I am answerable to the people, it is presumed my performance will be better. So I believe time has come now, thanks to the COVID-19. We need to ensure that this is given to the panchayats. Now, let's take a minute's break. Find out why exactly now the COVID-19 has come from the center to the state and from the state to the districts. Realize the ideas can come from the center, but the action has to be at the local level. So in a pandemic, it is better. The idea can be globalized, but the solution has to be localized. If I have an opportunity, I will certainly recommend that even when to lock down, when to remove the lockdown, how to do that, all that can be decided either district-wise or preferably the block or the panchayat-wise. Then the local people themselves will decide that it will be better to deal with this pandemic.
There are about 3 questions from the audience, and two of them I had seen that they are about reverse migration. So I'll read both one after the other, and then you can actually respond to it, and then we take the third question, sir, if you don't mind. The first question by Mr. Shyam is, had the panchayats have been taken into confidence by the district administration, could we have limited reverse migration of people to their native places by helping people wherever they were staying? And again, same, as we have seen many people who have reverse migrated to their native places, can we have village skill mapping of these, start SHGs or creating employment in nearby places itself? So this is about reverse migration, and then what to do about reverse migration.
Okay. The reverse migration is now a reality. When the people have come from urban areas to the rural areas to which they belong, there are 2 options. One is they go back, which I don't think is a realistic option, and it may not happen in the near future. The second option is how to keep them employed, engaged at the local level itself. We have enough responsibilities, enough needs at the village level. We have money at the village level. So as I said earlier, we need to have the data. How many people have come to each village? Can we have a data panchayat wise? Now you will find in this country data available at the district level, data available at the block level, no data at the gram panchayat level. Now we should break it. The district administration need to take it straight to the blocks first. If they have a plan block wise, then from the block it can go to the gram panchayats. In my view, if the panchayats are big enough, like the ones in Kerala or in West Bengal, probably they can afford to have a small scale industry right in the panchayat itself. Making use of the money available under MSE and also finding out what is the locally available raw material there, and with the list of people who have come back, it is possible to have an MSME. That is what I would recommend. But if the village is very small and they cannot take up a unit by themselves, my answer will be have it at the block level or have it at the cluster of villages level. In my view, it is possible. Reverse migration, whether we like it or not, it has happened. Now the question is how we deal with that. In my view, dealing with that is to make use of their skills, make use of the availability of raw material, and make use of the existence of the panchayat. Marry these 3 things together and establish one MSME at a convenient place. That's what I would recommend.
Let me read out the next question. Isn't it right time to village panchayats relief fund where they can prepare for any situation? Basically, isn't it necessary to have a disaster relief fund at the village level itself. And now also campaign fund is devolved to district rather than panchayats. So basically this is about creating a kind of a fund for future disaster relief management at the panchayat level. That is it necessary to set up something similar like that?
Okay, in my view, it is not necessary. See, we have what is called the Gram Panchayat Development Plan in most part of the country even now. The Gram Panchayat Development Plan is prepared on the basis of the monies available from the Central Finance Commission, State Finance Commission, their own source of income and other monies coming into the panchayat. Now, what I would recommend is when you prepare a Gram Panchayat Development Plan, make a provision for the disaster management.
Yeah.
Also, have a reservation. How do we manage our houses? We don't expect a disaster every time. We always keep some money for a rainy day. You get your salary or income, you have your expenditure, you keep some small savings for a rainy day. The same habit has to be developed for the panchayats. But we have plenty of money at the state and central level under the disaster management program. A portion of that can be regularly handed over to the panchayats also. Tell them that you make a provision for a disaster management plan and act upon it if there is a necessity. If there is no necessity, save the money for a real rainy day and at that time you can use. But in a larger disaster like a COVID-19, funds have to necessarily flow from the central and state governments to the district and down to the panchayats. The systems are strong and we should be able to release the monies very quickly.
There are 3 more questions, so I will just read it out. One is that how can NGOs and panchayats work together in this situation? Can panchayat itself mitigate the issue by itself? What are the possible solutions hereafter?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Okay. Basically, how can NGOs and panchayats work together in this situation? Can panchayat itself mitigate the issue? What are the possible solutions? Basically asking whether panchayats and NGOs need to work together or panchayats can manage them, the entire process by itself.
See, straight away, in my view, the more the merrier. The panchayats, rural development and disaster management is a large area. It can accommodate any number of players. There is no fight or misunderstanding between the NGOs and the panchayats. But traditionally, I find most of the NGOs are very happy to handle at the district level or at the state level. Many of them might feel a little below the dignity to come down to the panchayat. That we should give up. The NGOs will be willing to work with the people. I find that idea is changing now. We in Maynada go right down to the village and we are very comfortable with the village panchayat president and village panchayat members. Now, what can the NGOs do? First, in the preparation of the Gram Panchayat development plan, many a times the panchayats need some support. For example, in Krishnagiri district, we organized that. We went to the panchayats, we told them these are all your, we asked them what are your problems, and in an open Gram Sabha, they say these are our problems. You can give an expertise. This is what Kerala did when they did their people's campaign for planning. They took the problem from the villages, they are the experts, they prepare the projects, and that role can be played by the NGOs. And as I said earlier, taking the desilting of tanks, sanitation work, menstrual hygiene, these are the areas where NGOs have got the expertise. They will be able to go to the panchayat and they should work together. And one last thing about that is, in the Gram Sabhas, we should make the best use of the knowledge of the NGO and the local expertise to find solutions to the problem which the local people can mention. That's it.
So there is one more question. Do panchayats have the same decision-making powers today as originally conceived under the Indian Constitution? Have they weakened? How to make them stronger?
I believe power is never given. It has got to be taken. In the case of panchayats also, Under the law, they have got adequate powers. The problem is we are not strong enough to use that. In my view, the panchayats have to take the power and act. See, it again depends. The same law available to the Kerala is also available to Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, or Madhya Pradesh. The way is that in Kerala and Karnataka, they are able to perform through the panchayats, and in some other state, they are not able to perform. The law is common. Therefore, my solution is that as long as the existing law is available, people should act. The panchayat should be strong enough to act. Again, as you asked earlier, the role of an NGO is to strengthen the panchayats. They have to strengthen the social audit systems. They have to make the panchayats feel you are strong enough. You are under the law, an equal entity like the state government or the central government. You have the powers to do it. It depends from state to state. Unless I ask, people do not give me the power. Two things I would recommend. One, the panchayats should unhesitatingly act upon the powers already available with them. If there is a need for some more powers, the panchayats can join together and take it up with the state government and get more powers. To my mind, powers are available, but we are weak in exercising them.
Yeah. So let me see if there are any more questions. No, it seems like at the moment there aren't any more questions. So, sir, going back to what you were talking about, the scale of setting up some sort of a rural economic enterprises in Karnataka under the Mandal Panchayat Act, that was a kind of a critical size to start anything that was like a small enterprises. Feeding for the area of villages which would come under Mandal Panchayat. Now the Gram Panchayat, particularly for example in Karnataka, is just 5 to 6 villages. In Tamil Nadu, it may be like one big village with many habitations, etc. So do you think that between, say, the Taluka Panchayat and the Gram Panchayat, there is a need to kind of, for economic activities, have a viable unit as such?
Good question. See, there are two types of panchayats here. There are panchayats with a population of 20, 30,000, as in the case of Kerala.
Yeah.
It is possible to have a separate unit, an MSME at the panchayat level itself. That provides enough labor and also a ready market to buy the things which are produced in this industry, which is possible. Why did we do Mandal Panchayat in the past in Karnataka? Our Gram Panchayats were very small. A population of 5,000 is not good enough to prepare a separate plan and also to create a small MSME. So what we did was have a larger unit, which we call as Mandal Panchayat, which a population which is as good as a Gram Panchayat population in Kerala today. Now, I would therefore say, either at the Taluka level, the block Panchayat or the intermediate Panchayat as we call, or at a level between the Gram Panchayat and the block Panchayat, we can establish these economic units. To establish an economic unit, there are 2-3 important requirements. One is the availability of skills. Second is the availability of raw material. The third is the requirement of funds. The panchayats can give all the three. They can decide which is the suitable area from where they can reach the market. They can establish the unit. It is possible. Even now, we are trying that in different village panchayats in Karnataka. Yeah. Can we identify what are the raw materials which are readily available there and how to make use of them? Another example I will give is in Europe district of Tamil Nadu. For turmeric, they are using the enterprises. So you have things like this, gradually establishing farmers, producers, organizations, and supporting them through the NABARD or the monies available with the NBHDs or by the NGOs. That is the way forward according to me.
Okay, thank you, sir. So I think we have about last 5 to 6 minutes. So anything else that you want to kind of share from your experience, particularly about the decentralization of health and its importance for a situation like this?
See, I have 2 things to mention. One is Essentially, the responsibility for primary education and health, public health, should be the necessary responsibilities of the Panchayat Raj institutions. According to me, all the governments should decentralize their control over the health institutions. Let there be a health department at the state level. I am familiar with that. We should still have the local district hospital to be under the control of the Jilla Panchayat. The advantage is they will be able to tell the problems of the people to the doctors and explain to the people the problems of the doctors in dealing with that. I would strongly recommend these two areas, namely primary education and public health. They should be strictly under the control of the Panchayat Raj institutions. You can decide whether it should be at the Gram Panchayat level or at the block Panchayat level or at the Jilla Panchayat level, but it should be in the hands of the Panchayat Raj institutions. We have put that in the Constitution 73rd Amendment 11th schedule, but unfortunately in most states, health still continues to be managed by the state government. You cannot have a remote control on a problem which is dealing with the people at the village level. That's my first point. The second point I want to highlight is, over my long years in government, I have realized that unless we involve the people in the implementation, no government program can succeed. The biggest problem is if it is the government program, people don't take great interest. If you make it as their program, if you involve them, then probably they will take an interest. I will give you a simple example. We have been talking about sanitation and toilet construction for the last 30-40 years. It has been a government program. My engineers will go and construct a toilet, but we could not make the people use the toilet.
Yeah, true.
Whereas later on, when we said the panchayats will do it and they will ensure that the people use it, now the usage has improved to a very large extent. Unless we involve the people, it will not improve. Second, our mobile phones. It is not a government program. Government did not take out the people should use the mobile. Now you find even a street vendor has got 2 mobile phones and he is able to manage. How? He knows that it is good for him. He has been taken into confidence by the companies. Yes, this is useful to you.
Yeah.
Unless we involve the people in a program, we will not be able to succeed. That applies to the disaster management also. If people feel that we should have social distancing, we should wash our hands, then the problem will be solved. If we keep on talking only at the state and central government levels, probably it will remain as a rhetoric and it will not reach the people. These are the 2 points I want to mention in conclusion.
Yeah, okay. So we have about 5 more minutes, and I would just like to bring back one other aspect that has not received as much attention. Even the district planning committees are constitutionally mandated bodies. And with the reverse migration happening, do you think there is even more need to make district planning committees functional again?
Yeah, that's a very large question. See, when we brought the district planning committees under the Constitution 74th Amendment, that was our idea.
Yeah.
See, there has to be a rural-urban continuum.
Yeah.
The villages do not exist independent of the nearest urban center. And the urban center cannot survive unless the villages support. We have umpteen number of cases where the water comes from the nearby village and the urban people make use of that. The children of the villages go to the schools and colleges located in the urban area. We need to have a common plan, what is possible at the village level.
Yeah.
Now, there is also this principle of subsidiarity, what exactly the Gram Panchayat can do.
Yeah.
Whatever they can do, they should do. And whatever they cannot do, it should go to the next level, which is the Taluk Panchayat. What Taluk Panchayats cannot do, that should go to the Jilla Panchayat. And Jilla Panchayat has got 2 things. One is the urban area, the other is the rural area. They need to ensure that how one supports the other. Now, this is a large issue. How do we solve this? So we fixed upon the idea of a district planning committee. Historically, in this country, district planning is being talked about. There have been committees, the Hanumantra committee and several other committees, which kept on saying there has got to be a plan at the local level. What is the strength of Kerala? In Kerala, they have a regular Gram Panchayat plan. This people's campaign for planning is going on now for the past 20 years. They have a plan for the village, and that cannot stand by itself. It has got to be integrated with the block plan. And the block plans cannot stand by themselves. They have to be integrated with the district plan. And when you do that, you know what are the problems. According to me, the district plan will start from the district. They will only tell a vision. They will say, for our district, this is our priority. And these are the things which we want to do. Supposing if mulberry is the crop predominant in your district, you will say sericulture will be the key area in this district.
Yeah.
So once you have said that, the Gram Panchayats will start working. What is the plan which they have to implement to meet needs and also to meet the need of the district? Then what is that they can do, how much with their own resources and how much more money they need for doing the other things. This gets integrated with the block and the district level. We did have a district plan, believe me, somewhere in the year 1987 in Mysore district. We had a huge map preparing where all we should locate the primary health centers, where we should locate the high schools, where we should locate the veterinary health clinics. All that was put in a map. That was placed in the Jilla Panchayat. Depending upon the local politics, the Panchayat people agreed or disagreed. It was taken down to the Gram Panchayat. It was introduced in the Panchayat plan. So ultimately, he did prepare a district plan, which is an amalgamation of block plans, which were the amalgamation of the village Panchayat plans. District Panchayat plan is a good concept, and we should necessarily integrate the urban and rural areas and prepare a district plan. Unfortunately, now the planning commission is not in existence. When I used to work in the planning commission, there was a proposal that before we discuss the state plans, we should insist on their statement that we have got district plans and we have integrated them with our state plan. Now that concept is gone, but in some states, we still have state planning boards. Like in Kerala and in Karnataka, they do ensure that there is a district plan and the needs of the district are taken care of when they prepare a state plan. So it is possible.
It's possible. Thank you very much, sir. I think we're just now reaching 5:30, so that I think our time is over. Thank you so much for a wonderful discourse on the role of Panchayat Raj in crisis management, and also looking at the challenge and opportunities and some ideas about the future possibilities.
Thank you very much. I also enjoyed the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Kripa.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you, John.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Great. Hey, everyone. Thanks so much for joining. I see there are a lot of speakers, a lot of people joining the session right now. And we have the next session starting in a while. It's a very interesting model, very interesting organization. I'm just waiting for everyone to join. Okay, what a session that was by SS Meenakshi Sundaram. It was really an expansive discussion on the role of Panchayati Raj institutions. Went all the way from the original conception of Panchayati Raj institutions in the Indian Constitution all the way to disaster management in the current crisis. Could not have asked for more, some real gems of advice and pieces of experience that he shared. We have now with us a very interesting panel of founder of a very interesting model, very interesting organization. We have a professor from London School of Economics, London Business School, and also a rural women entrepreneur, Rohini Shirke, with us. I think it's going to be a fantastic discussion. We also have the same stream live on YouTube, on Quint's YouTube channel with about 2.3 million subscribers. The video is recorded. It will be live and available for everyone to view. We had about 10,000 people joining us yesterday from 45 different countries. I'm sure we are adding more there. And across all the tracks. And I really look forward to this conversation. and especially looking forward to hearing from Ms. Rohini Shirke from the ground as well. Welcome. I think it will be a really important one to add voice. I will actually hand it over to the team. Just do before that, I'll do a quick introduction. We have Rajesh Chandy, who is the academic director of the Wheeler Institute of Business and Development. He holds the Tony and Maureen Wheeler Chair in Entrepreneurship and is a professor and area chair in the marketing subject at LBS, London Business School. He also serves as academic director of the Market Driving Strategies Executive Education course at LBS. And he received his PhD in business administration from University of South Carolina. He was elected in 2018 as a fellow of the British Academy. We also have Gaurav Mehta. He's a social entrepreneur, founder of Dharma Life. He was recognized as a young global leader, class of 2018 by World Economic Forum for his exemplary efforts in the world in the field of social development. He also has won a BMW Foundation Young Leaders Awards in 2013 at the Munich Economic Summit for addressing social issues through innovative high potential initiatives. He graduated from a BA International Business Studies and French from the European Business School, and is also an MBA grad from LBS. We have Vainathya Gawai. He's a software engineer who's in love with creativity and technology. Welcome. He believes that ideas have the power to change worlds. In the last 10 years, he has written a code for a bank, founded a digital agency, led the division at a global digital advertising agency. He also co-founded Shruti, a design and communication agency through which he hopes to affect sustainable solution to real world problems. Rohini Shirke, I will actually hand it over to Gaurav to talk about her. I think it's the right thing to do. Or Vainathya to talk about. I will step back. Thank you so much for joining. It's going to be an engaging discussion. Don't go anywhere. We have more sessions coming up. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John. Good evening, everyone. I'm Vainathya, and I'm going to try and sort of take you through this journey and involve Rohini, who's our Dharma Life entrepreneur, Professor Chandy, and Gaurav in what promises to be a very, very interesting conversation. So to quickly just set a very broad context, with the COVID-19 pandemic, we're all very aware of how it's affected us personally. We've seen how it's affected the cities that we live in. But when you look at the rural part of our country, it's actually affected it in many, many different ways. So today we want to take a sneak peek into how it's actually affected rural India through Rohini Shirke, who's been a Dharma Life entrepreneur for the last 4 years. Now, what does a Dharma Life entrepreneur do? Before that, I'll just tell you what Dharma Life does. Dharma Life is trying to effect sustainable change and progress in our villages by making that change happen from within. They go into the village, identify someone with potential, and train them to become what they call a Dharma Life entrepreneur. Now, this Dharma Life entrepreneur basically provides behavior change and sells products that promote behavior change amongst the community. I'm not going to go too much further into what they do because we have Rohini Shirke, who is going to tell us in her own words. Just bear with us because, again, she's dialing in from Adulpet, which is a small village outside of Satara in Maharashtra. So there might be a couple of fluctuations in connections and connectivity. So just bear with us. I'm going to speak to her in Hindi and just sort of talk her through her journey. Namaste Rohini, हमारी आवाज आ रही है आपको?
हाँ हाँ आ रही है।
अच्छा, हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद। हम पहले इससे स्टार्ट करेंगे कि आप थोड़े आपके बारे में कुछ बताएंगे, आपका नाम, कहाँ से हो, और बताइए।
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम रोहिणी है। मैं अडोल से हूँ, सातारा डिस्ट्रिक्ट से। मैं छोटा सा एक बी कीपिंग का बिजनेस कर रही थी धर्मा लाइफ से जुड़ने से पहले, और अभी धर्मा लाइफ के साथ काम कर रही हूँ।
अच्छा, और आपके फैमिली में कौन कौन है?
मेरा छोटा सा बच्चा है 8 साल का, और मेरे मम्मी पापा और मैं, हम चारों रहते हैं।
और आप मुझे ये बताइए, आपने धर्मा लाइफ के साथ आप कब जुड़े थे?
मैं धर्मा लाइफ के साथ 2016 से काम जुड़ रही हूँ।
और ये आपने 4 साल में धर्मा लाइफ के साथ कौन से एक्टिविटीज ट्राई किए हैं और क्या क्या किया है आपने?
मैंने धर्मा लाइफ के साथ जब से जुड़ी हूँ तब से बहुत सारा काम किया है। पहले तो मैंने इंटरनेट साथी का किया, फिर प्यूरिट, सोलर लाइट, वो सब में काम किया, इंडक्शन, फिर जो विटामिन का DSM का है उसमें भी काम किया। ये सब काम अभी तक करे। फिर सोशल एक्टिविटीज है बहुत सारे, वो भी करती हूँ।
अच्छा, और ये जो आप सब एक्टिविटीज कर रहे हो और ये जो प्रोडक्ट्स बेच रहे हो, तो अभी आपने 4 साल ये सब काम किया है, आप ये हमें बता सकते हैं कि खुद में, आपके फैमिली में और आपके गांव में आपने क्या बदलाव देखा है?
हाँ, पहले तो गांव के लोग मुझे इतने ज्यादा पहचानते नहीं थे, क्योंकि लोगों के साथ बातचीत बहुत कम होती थी। ये काम की वजह से मैं घर से बाहर गई और उसके वजह से लोगों से जान पहचान बढ़ने लगी मेरी। फिर जो भी मुझे कुछ उनके पास काम रहता है, उनका मेरे पास रहता है, और फिर लोगों का विश्वास भी बढ़ गया है कि जो भी कुछ नया आता है गांव में तो पहले लोग मुझे पूछते हैं कि रोहिणी ये नया आया है, करना है क्या। ये सब विश्वास मैंने घर वालों का और गांव वालों का भी जीत लिया है।
अच्छा, और आप हमें ये बता सकते हैं कि अभी ये कोविड-19 की जो बीमारी है, तो उसके बारे में गांव में क्या मतलब चर्चा चल रही है और क्या लग रहा है लोगों को?
पहले तो गांव में कोई सीरियस नहीं ले रहा था, क्योंकि ये सब बाहर चल रहा है, गांव कैसे आएगा ऐसे लोग बोल रहे थे। फिर सोशल डिस्टेंस वगैरह कुछ भी पाल नहीं रहे थे। फिर व्हाट्सएप के जो फेक इमेजेस वगैरह आते हैं उस पे फिर कुछ काढ़े पियो, तुलसी का पानी, गोमूत्र, ये सब वो फॉलो कर रहे थे कि इसको बचाने के लिए।
ठीक है, और एक मिनट में प्रोफेसर चांदी से इसके बारे में बात कर लूंगा। प्रोफेसर चांदी, you've been driving the efforts from a strategic and an academic perspective with Dharma Life, and we just heard some of the sort of realities that they were facing in rural India. Would you want to come in and comment on that at this point?
On mute.
Rajesh, you're on mute.
Yes. Can you? Yes. First of all, thank you, Vanithya, for hosting and all of the organizers for this terrific event. You mentioned I've been driving things. I must confess, in this particular area, the people who are driving are folks like Rohini and folks like Gaurav, who's the CEO and founder of the organization. My role has largely been as a fan, and which as academics we're not supposed to get too emotional or too engaged with things, but the reality of this context and what is happening on the ground is so fascinating that I have been a fan for a while. And I've been following very closely the evolution of Dharma Life and the impact, importantly, on not only these remarkable individuals like Rohini, but also the villages and the communities more generally. And that's been the focus. And of course, COVID, although it was not something any of us had necessarily anticipated at this very moment, the reality of rural life is that shocks, perhaps not as severe as, but often as severe as COVID-19, are commonplace, sadly, in rural India and among poor communities more generally around the world. And these are shocks that could be, in this case, health shocks, but also economic shocks, droughts, demonetization, all sorts of things can affect the lives of individuals. And so there are these, what I call these winds that can knock you off. And they're often more powerful than any of us as individuals. On the other hand, what we see from folks like Rohini and folks like yourself and Gaurav, who are seeing possibilities in rural India, is the ability to harness those winds, and specifically to harness the strength, the resilience, the creativity, the inspiration that is inherent in individuals like Rohini. And these may be latent because our society may not offer opportunities, or geography may constrain her ability to truly fulfill her potential, and the joy of being an observer and studying what Dharma Life and those on the ground like Rohini and those helping design things for Dharma Life like yourself are doing. The joy of that is in being able to see solutions, being able to see how business can play a positive impact, and the act of being an entrepreneur, how that can change the individuals themselves, how they can lead to a process that we have within our research team been calling lambs to lionesses. You know, individuals you meet who may appear at first on the first meeting to be remarkably meek or hesitant or diffident. But with the right opportunity, with the right platform, with the right ability to harness those winds, they transform. And that's an incredible thing to witness. And Rohini, as I'm sure we'll hear more, is a wonderful example of that.
That's an interesting sort of phrase you use there, lambs to lioness. A fun fact about Rohini is that while she started off as a somewhat low-key, shy member of the community, she's now reached a point where she's actually stood for elections and is now a very, very respected member of her village. So it's a very, and this is, Rohini is one of 16,000 Dharma Life entrepreneurs that are spread across 13 states and have access to over 50,000 villages. At this point, I'd like to bring in Gaurav. Gaurav is the CEO and founder of Dharma Life. And Gaurav, this network that we have on ground of 16,000 Dharma Life entrepreneurs, could you just tell us how we've kind of taken the insights that we've got from people like Rohini, put it through a certain learning model, and what we're doing about leveraging this network for COVID response?
Sure, thanks, Vanitya. So I think, so our network initially, as most other, I think, fellow colleagues in the space, I mean, we have also been struggling with the COVID situation, having to change our way of working in our head offices, in our field teams, and with our entrepreneur team like Rohini. So I think the biggest change here was initially, how do we handle? We looked at rapid digitization. I think that was one of the key things which we had to do. And this happened while we were initially it was happening like this, that we had the technology to support what we're doing. Now everything is technology first, digital first. So I think that's the big switch we had to do. Once we came, through that process, I mean, women like Rohini, our entrepreneur team, were just asking, how can we actually make our network useful for the COVID response? And initially, the first thing we did was actually talk to those women, and we actually surveyed them, asked them, okay, how can we help? What are the gaps and areas? And while there's many, I think that has been more around, I think communication was one of the biggest ones, where there's a lot of efforts around that from the government, from various other sort of stakeholders who are helping in terms of the right social distancing or other measures to be put in place for prevention of COVID-19, or also what to do when there's symptoms, or if a migrant worker is coming back, how do we self-isolate them? All these things were being communicated, but we felt that there's still a lot of confusion given the different sources. And so the first thing we did, which came from the research, was we started looking at a campaign where, can we reinforce the right government messages around this? And can we have kind of a line of communication which can be then deferred to others who are experts in the field, because not only the direct communication of COVID-19 was the issue, but also a lot of the ancillary issues which happen given the situation of lockdown, right? Which include mental health, other issues which are happening. So that, I think, is what we, where the problems kind of, how we approached it. We looked at it from a research perspective and how we use the network to respond to the situation. In terms of, I think, the overall piece, I think we have been, so we launched the campaign. We launched as a campaign called Sangram, or We for Village. And Rohini has been one of the members driving that through technology like WhatsApp. Thankful to our partners who have helped us put this on the ground so quickly. I mean, there's many to name, so I will not name all of them, but it's just a privilege to have them. Yeah, that's what we're doing at the moment. We are trying to scale that up, and I think we'll be launching this campaign formally, publicly on Monday. It's called Sangram We for Village, and we're looking for more support from a lot more people. And this is also a call for support to support women like Rohini deliver the messages on the ground and the program on the ground.
Thanks, Gaurav. We're gonna quickly go back to Rohini. रोहिणी जी, ये जो संग्राम कैंपेन है जो धर्मा लाइफ ने लॉन्च किया है, तो आप हमें ये बता सकते हैं कि आप ये कैंपेन में आप क्या कर रहे हो, और ये आपके जो गांव के लोग हैं उनसे आप कैसे इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हो?
हाँ, मैं तो पहले बताना चाहूंगी, जब ये कोरोना का स्टार्ट हुआ था तब मैं दिल्ली में थी और मेरे बच्चे के साथ मैं कुछ काम के लिए गई थी। तो मुझे धर्मा लाइफ के ही शब्बीर सर है, उन्होंने कॉल करके बोला, रोहिणी खुद का ख्याल रखो, बच्चे का ख्याल रखो, सैनिटाइजर यूज करो, मास्क यूज करो। तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा कि धर्मा लाइफ एक हम उनके घर के सदस्य है, वैसे हमारी केयर करते हैं। हम किधर भी जाओ, कौन सा भी काम के लिए जाओ, तो ये मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। फिर मैं यहाँ आ गई तो फिर हमने धर्मा लाइफ के साथ जो संग्राम का नया व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप है वो बनाया 10 अप्रैल को। फिर वो संग्राम नाम इसलिए दिया कि ये युद्ध है कोरोना के साथ लड़ने का, इसीलिए इस ग्रुप को संग्राम नाम दिया गया। फिर हमने लोगों को व्हाट्सएप के माध्यम से अलग अलग इमेजेस भेजे कि लोगों को कैसे ख्याल रखना है, जैसे कि घर में रहो, आई लव होम, हैंड वॉश करो, वैसे इमेजेस। फिर सेल्फ डिफरेंस कैसे रखना है, फिर खांसना छींकना हो तो उसके जो तरीके हैं कैसे करना चाहिए, वो अच्छे तरह से इमेज बना के हमने लोगों को दिए। वो उनको बहुत पसंद आ गए क्योंकि वो इमेजेस भी इतने डिफरेंट बनाए थे कि उनको बहुत अच्छे लगे। फिर हमने एक पोयम बनाई, जैसे कि वही जो 4 स्टेप है वो हमने पोयम में बता दी क्योंकि लोगों को और अच्छी तरह से समझ सके वो लोग कि हमको क्या करना है कोरोना को बचने के लिए। फिर उनको हमने बताया कि जो हमने पोयम दिए उनको आप अपने बच्चों के साथ वीडियो बनाओ और वो हमें भेज दो, क्योंकि वो उनके मन में बैठे। और वो जो हमने सब कुछ किया है, जैसे इमेजेस भेजे, पोएम भेजे, वो अपने पूरे लाइफ में उसका उपयोग करे कि हाथ धोने के है, घर में रहने का है, फिर बाहर जाना है तो डिस्टेंस रखने का है, फिर खांसना छींकना है तो मुंह पे रुमाल रख के ही करना है। ये सब हमने किया। और फिर अभी तो ये चल रहा है कि अगर संग्राम सेवा बोल के एक नया हम स्टेप कर रहे हैं जिसमें मिलकर एक परिवार की तरह हम एक दूसरे से जुड़े रहेंगे और जैसे कि उत्साह में बढ़ाने वाले गीत रहेंगे। फिर कोई समस्या हो, पहेली हो तो हम ग्रुप में शेयर करेंगे। ऐसे कुछ इवेंट तो हम अभी कर रहे हैं, स्टार्ट करने वाले हैं। ऐसे तो चल रहा है। फिर ग्रुप के माध्यम से मैंने सर्वे भी किया हम लोगों ने कि गांव को लोगों को कुछ मिल रहा है, अत्यावश्यक सेवा है उसमें कुछ मिल रहा है, नहीं मिल रहा है, वो सब देखकर कुछ मास्क, सैनिटाइजर भी चाहिए थे। वो मैंने सर शब्बीर सर है उनको मंगवा के गांव में जिन लोगों को जरूरत है उन लोगों तक पहुंचाए। ऐसे चल रहा है काम।
अच्छा, so just to set a little bit of context, the Sangram campaign has been broken down into so a number of different verticals. So Rohini's already spoken about two of them. The first one is about spreading information and awareness. The creatives that she spoke about were actually a series of messages in terms of the 5 or 6 key messages that the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare have been putting out. Except what we did was we took the visuals that are at the back of trucks, like your horn okay please became wash okay please. Buri nazar wale tera muh kala became khasne chikne wale tera muh dhakna. And essentially the point was that rather than making these messages serious, like your simple creatives, making them in a slightly more relatable, engaging manner is what would get through. And the response that we've got has been phenomenal. So the second part, and we intend to essentially continue this awareness campaign while the lockdown is on, even post the lockdown, as we adopt the new reality. The second one is what she calls Sangram Seva, where we're trying to get the community to come together, right? Small, simple activities that can be done using social distancing to uplift and bring the community together. The other ones that we will now be rolling out as the lockdown ends and the new reality begins is a delivery setup to ensure that the forward and backward supply chains are set up. And I'm just going to pause for a second and go back to Rohini about this. Rohini ji, आप हमें बता रहे थे कि गांव में कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स नहीं मिल रहे, लोगों के फोन आ रहे थे आपको, आपने ये भी बताया कि कुछ लोगों को उनके जो खेती से आए हैं वो बेचने का प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है, तो उसके बारे में आप कुछ बता सकते हैं?
हाँ, उन लोगों जो फार्मर्स लोग हैं उनको बहुत सारी परेशानी हो रही थी कि सब लॉकडाउन की वजह से माल बाहर नहीं जा रहा था, रेट अच्छे नहीं मिल रहे थे। तो फिर मैंने व्हाट्सएप के माध्यम से ही जो खरीदी करने वाले जो बड़े व्यापारी रहते हैं उनका फॉलोअप लिया और उन फार्मर्स को वो सब नंबर्स वगैरह शेयर करके उनका माल सही अच्छा दाम मिले वैसे बेच दिया मैंने। और फिर इस ग्रुप का और एक मुझे फायदा हो गया है कि अभी बहुत सारे लोग मुझे बहुत सारा प्यार करने लगे, अब वो बोल रहे प्राउड ऑफ यू डियर वगैरह, तो ये पढ़ के मुझे बहुत खुशी होती है।
So essentially, in each village, the Dharma Life entrepreneur is becoming a rallying point, a beacon of hope. As we progress, she will also be the source through which we will disseminate key behavior change campaigns that will be extremely crucial in the times to come, with a focus on hygiene. Of course, then as time goes on, we will focus on all the other cause areas that we usually do as well, in terms of your clean energy, clean water, family planning, etc., etc. Another very interesting part of the Sangram campaign is a vertical on mental health. This is something that we're starting very soon as well, to make sure that people in the village who are dealing with this pandemic are prepared and ensure that they are physically and mentally in a state of well-being. So this is sort of a well-rounded kind of an approach. And the last one, which would kind of come in as we move into the new reality, is an entire training and skilling of the Sangram campaign, where in a world where social distancing and digital technology is more and more going to become the norm, how do we prepare the population in our villages to deal with this, to adapt to this, right? So this is basically a sort of rounded campaign that's going to not only deal with the COVID lockdown reality, but the post and as we move into the new world that we will emerge from together after the pandemic. Rajesh, if you'd like to jump in here and add your thoughts on the strategic rounded approach that we're trying to take with the V for Village Sangram campaign.
Yeah, happy to, and you alluded to a few things, and Rohiniji alluded to a few things. Of course, the focus, a great deal of the focus so far has been rightly on the health implications and the health related activities that are relevant to the pandemic. But of course, life involves a lot of other dimensions as well. Yeah, so there are lives, precious and very important, and not something to be, and the pandemic is not something to be messed around with. That said, their livelihoods are just as important. And what's really promising and encouraging and inspiring is what we're seeing in terms of almost organic, in fact, almost entirely organic responses from entrepreneurs, enterprising villagers such as Rohini. And who would have expected that just last month, would you have expected we'd be on a Zoom call with Rohini joining us from a village just about three months ago? Rohini and a couple of other DLEs had inspired a large group of our MBA students at London Business School, describing their lives in person. And here we are, so much has changed. And what's striking is just how quickly people on the ground, individuals such as Rohini, enterprising individuals such as Rohini, have been able to adapt and indeed thrive. I mean, this is, I remember we had a conversation in preparation for this conversation 2 days ago, which was the first time she had downloaded Zoom. And now she, she's selling things online. Perhaps I'm keen to know, now, the reality of entrepreneurship especially among those who are underprivileged, is entrepreneurship is parallel entrepreneurship. You're doing many things at the same time, in part to put food on the table, make ends meet. And Rohini, you mentioned her honey work. I'm keen to know how that is evolving, now with digital and WhatsApp and so on. So maybe I could ask her a question. Rohini ji, aap jo मधुमक्खी का जो आप बिजनेस करते हैं ना, वो कैसे उसमें क्या फर्क हुआ है? अभी तो लॉकडाउन के कारण बेचना तो डिफरेंट है ना अभी। आप बताएंगे क्या वो जो आपका जो मधुमक्खी का बिजनेस है वो कैसे फर्क हुआ, उसमें क्या फर्क हुआ अभी तक?
लॉकडाउन की वजह से मैं तो बेच नहीं सकती हूँ बाहर, लेकिन मुझे हनी बीज को टाइम देने के लिए बहुत सारा टाइम मिला है, क्योंकि उनका ख्याल अच्छी तरह से रखती हूँ। प्रोडक्शन।
रोहिणी जी, आपका म्यूट पे चला गया है वो माइक। हाँ, सॉरी, आपको फिर से बोलना पड़ेगा।
हाँ, लॉकडाउन की वजह से मैं शहद बाहर नहीं बेच सकती हूँ, लेकिन मधुमक्खियों के लिए बहुत सारा टाइम दे रही हूँ, क्योंकि उनका ख्याल रखना, उनके बेब बॉक्स सेट करना, तो फिर मुझे भी थोड़ा मजा आ रहा है। मैं मधुमक्खियों के साथ ज्यादा से ज्यादा टाइम बिता रही हूँ।
और नए कस्टमर्स या नए आइडियाज वगैरह आया है क्या आपको?
हाँ, बहुत सारे फार्मर्स लोग हैं, वो मुझसे कॉल करके बोलते हैं कि हमको भी मधुमक्खियों का बिजनेस करना है, हमारे खेतों में भी बी बॉक्स रखने हैं। तो मुझे बहुत सारे लोगों के साथ बहुत अच्छा बातचीत करने को टाइम मिला। उनके माइंड में जो भी क्वेश्चन थे हनी बीज के बारे में, वो सब मैंने उनका जो भी पूछते थे क्वेश्चन, उनका सही से जवाब देके सबके मन का समाधान किया इस बिजनेस के बारे में।
Wonderful. So I think on that, Rajesh, I think it's actually an amazing time from apart from all the doom and gloom. I think the whole point around survive and thrive, I think this is crucial. And I think just the winds of change around digitization. I think this is probably the most unique situation you could get. I think we are seeing the most rapid digitization ever, going top to bottom. And I think that in itself is such a huge opportunity. And I mean, we see this across all the network. And I think that's probably one of the most exciting insights of positives out of this situation.
Absolutely. There's a digitization possibility, but also the existing changes in society, for instance, around the role of women. Around connecting beyond one's own narrow context, all of that are taking on a momentum of their own, and in that sense, that gives us hope as well. Now, I'm wondering, Banathea, and actually to the group more broadly, so far we've talked about the possibilities, the changes, and we haven't spent as much time about discussing challenges that are real, yeah, and the solutions to those challenges. This is my question to the group overall, and maybe Vanithya, given my rather broken Hindi, you can help us coordinate on this with Rohini. What have been the challenges and what have been the responses?
Sure. So I think I'll start by asking Rohini, and then immediately after that, it'll be great to get Gaurav's perspective on this as well. So, I mean, that's two very different perspectives on the same problem from two different sides. Of
Later on, maybe I can also jump in with some notes on the research we're doing with Dharma Life in the context.
Yeah. रोहिणी जी, ये जो कोरोना बीमारी है, अभी 2 महीने हो गए, लॉकडाउन चल रहा है, 1 महीने से ज्यादा हो गया, ये संग्राम कैंपेन भी चल रही है हमारी। ये पिछले 2 महीने में आपको और गांव में क्या कठिनाइयां थी, क्या प्रॉब्लम आए, और वही मतलब कुछ प्रॉब्लम का कोई तो आपका सॉल्यूशन भी होगा, कुछ प्रॉब्लम का कुछ नहीं होगा। तो आप ये बताइए कि क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम थे और आपने और गांव वालों ने कैसे उनका हल किया।
एक तो सबसे ज्यादा बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है कि सबका काम बंद हो गया। जैसे कि कुछ लोगों को बोल रहे कि जो जॉब पे थे उनको सैलरी तो मिल रही है, लेकिन गांव में काम करने वाले जो मजदूर लोग थे, जैसे कि खेत में काम करने के लिए जाते हैं, जैसे कि घर बनवाने के लिए जाते हैं, गौंडी का काम वगैरह करते हैं, उन सब की रोजी रोटी तो वो दिन की पैसा लेकर आते थे और उसका ही घर में सामान लाते थे, वो तो बंद हो गया। और कितने दिन हम बाहर के लोगों को मांगेंगे ना, हमको रेशनिंग दो, ये दो, और तो ये प्रॉब्लम आ ही रहे। तो कुछ संस्थाएं वगैरह हेल्प कर रही है, लेकिन वो कितने दिन चलेगा ना, इसीलिए कुछ तो सोचना पड़ेगा। और बिजनेस में भी बहुत सारी दिक्कतें आ रही है, हम सब लोगों को ही अब शुरू से स्टार्ट करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि बहुत सारे प्रॉब्लम भी है। तो फिर लेकिन हमको हार नहीं माननी चाहिए, हमको हम ऐसे ही चुप बैठेंगे तो बहुत सारे हमें पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग करके इस सब से बाहर पड़ना है।
Thank you. Gaurav and Rajesh, if we could just have quick inputs from you, then we can kind of open it up to questions in another couple of minutes.
Yeah. So I think it's always inspiring to see how, entrepreneurs like Rohini deal with the situation and with such positivity and energy. So that's always what makes us, I think, feel like our problems are tiny problems compared to the ones which are actually on the ground. So I think it's always the most inspiring for me personally, and I think it's amazing how the energy we see on the ground. For us, from a Dharma Life perspective, it's been an extremely tough time. As I mentioned before, I mean, obviously lockdown leads to revenue being reduced, and we are trying to adapt and to the situation, and I think now the whole model is being pivoted towards Sangram, which is the campaign we're launching, and the response and the new reality post COVID. I think that's the challenge being real, that product movement of any of our campaigns we have to redesign to being social distancing compliant. So it's a complete pivot of the business model and the impact model. However, again, I choose to see it as a positive, and I think we'll come out of this stronger than before once we do come out of it. Rajesh, over to you.
Well, and actually that is the point I want to make. Point one is villagers and more generally those facing situations of disadvantage are used to shocks of this kind, but they can only last so long. There are limited, these tend to be temporary, and that should be the case. And we have to recognize that this process, lockdowns in their current form, constraints on what can be done, cannot go on for too long. Yeah, number one. Now, number two, we have to think through not just the health consequences, but also the livelihood consequences, as well as the more general consequences on the village environment, whether it's social or indeed digital. The third point is there is a remarkable level of resilience and and it reminds us of the limits of both government as well as markets. I think it's at this point, despite attempts on the part of government, it's pretty obvious that government help, ration can be helpful. Some of the cash transfers can be helpful if at the right amount. But they're still meager relative to, necessarily, especially in a developing country, they're necessarily meager relative to the size of the need. We also recognize the limitations of the market, right? If you can't go out and buy, if you can't sell your honey, if you can't harvest your crops, then marketplaces fail as well. And that's when the community level sources of resilience, so the ability of a community members such as Rohini to pool resources together, to share ideas with each other and activities with each other, to plant seeds now, whether it's bees or literally seeds that you can make use of when this too passes. We have to recognize these non-market, indigenously grown, these sources of resilience. And any attempts to engage in rural India, which is part of the research that we're doing in collaboration with Dharma Life, any attempts to engage with in rural India has to recognize, respect, be cognizant of these grassroots community-based responses. And folks like Rohini, if we don't make use of the potential of the abilities of the transformative possibilities of individuals like Rohini, if we don't harness that, if we don't support that, we would be our own worst enemies. And so we must recognize that the fact that these individuals can serve to complement any other market or government initiative. So it's not the community in general, but it's individuals and leaders, often hidden leaders, latent leaders in these communities. And any design of initiatives has to recognize that. The possibility from the government or the market would be in bringing to the villages and working with villagers on areas that may not be possible to do as a villager, such as digitization, such as business models that link honey to cities, and the needs of the urban consumer, for example. And so overall, to me, what this discussion illustrates, and hopefully the research will highlight, is the many advantages to working with individuals like Rohini.
Yeah. Thanks. Sorry, Gaurav, if you want to...
No, I think we can open it up, no?
Yeah, so we've got about 5 questions that have come in. So we have 2 questions from Sham. He asks, one is about how village panchayats could effectively work on nutrition, as recent UNICEF studies have spoken about child deaths due to malnutrition. So I'll just quickly respond to this one. We mentioned part of Sangram was behavior change, and one of the causes that we're working on is nutrition. So there are existing Dharma Life campaigns on nutrition with multiple partners. We're in the process of digitizing these campaigns and priming them for delivery through the new 2-way WhatsApp channel, plus with the help of the internal app and the structures that we have in place with our entrepreneur network. I'm sorry, I'm keeping it a little brief because there's a bunch of questions and I see that we have just about 4 minutes left. The other question is to Rohini, so I'm gonna put that over to her. Rohini ji, ये पूछ रहे हैं कि धर्मा लाइफ ज्वाइन करने से पहले आप क्या कर रहे थे और आपकी लाइफ कैसी थी?
धर्मा लाइफ ज्वाइन करने से पहले मैं बी कीपिंग का कर रही थी, लेकिन थोड़ा बहुत ही कर रही थी कि मुझे कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा था मुझे किस रास्ते से जाना है, मुझे क्या करना है। लेकिन मैं कुछ तो नया ढूंढती रहती थी, इसीलिए मैंने हनी बी का सोच लिया करने के लिए। फिर मैंने धर्मा लाइफ ज्वाइन किया। फिर मैं घर से बाहर जैसे कि बॉम्बे, दिल्ली, मैं कभी गई नहीं थी, तो फिर मुझे पता नहीं था उधर वहाँ का माहौल कैसे रहता है, वहाँ के लोग कैसे रहते हैं, क्या उनके हनी खाएंगे तो फिर मुझे पैकेजिंग कैसा करना पड़ेगा। ये तो मुझे वहां जाके पता चला कि मुझे बाहर मेरा हनी बेचना है तो उसका पैकेजिंग भी अच्छा होना चाहिए। तो फिर वहां से मेरा स्टार्टिंग हो गया बिजनेस का और धर्मा लाइफ के साथ काम करने का।
Thank you. There are two questions to Professor Chandy and one question for Gaurav. I'm just going to ask both of them, and you guys can jump in. One of the questions was with respect to schools and villages. If the COVID-19 pandemic continues, urban areas are probably going to go switch to online classes. What is going to happen in the village? That's one question. And the second sort of question, I'm combining two questions here, is with respect to the research that we're doing. What are the results, and is there anything that will come out of it to help keep our entrepreneurs engaged till we resume normalcy? So those are the two questions. Over to you guys.
Gaurav, you're probably better. Well, you can answer each of those.
The first one.
School one, maybe you could take.
Yeah,
or
so I think the education point, I think it's a big, I mean, obviously with connectivity and penetration, and this is probably a better question to, I think, I mean, we can only see what I can only share what we've observed. So we've seen a lot of the, teachers and principals take initiatives to, to use WhatsApp and other tools to distribute homework and do sessions. I mean, obviously this is only a fraction of the village and a fraction of the villages. It depends on the state. It's very different by state as well. So, I mean, we do see some initiatives on digitization or digital delivery. We hope that anything we can do to support that further, and I think Pratham is doing amazing work there already, and we're trying also to support that in whatever form. But we'll have to help that digitization journey with smartphone penetration, with other means, and I think that's the only way to address this. For us, the other angle is we are doing a lot of programs in schools around menstrual hygiene and hand wash. And here we are now coming up with social distancing compliant forms of behavior change programs at school level, which would involve, once schools reopen, certain precautions as well as digital gamification-based approaches, things like that. I'd answer that. And I think the other question, maybe, I think Rajesh, there was a question on research in general as well, I think, so maybe you want to answer that.
Yep. Can I just also add one more note on school, which is that unless we're very careful, there's a risk, unless we're very inclusive in educational efforts, there's a risk that it is the folks who are better off, i.e., those who have smartphones, who will benefit from those WhatsApp-based classes. So we must be very careful. I'm sensitive to the fact that we're out of time, so I'll just do a very quick note and more to come, perhaps through writing to Gaurav or to me on the research. One research project is on examining the impact of entrepreneurship on the entrepreneurs themselves. So typically, there's a lot of effort in identifying the right kind of entrepreneur who would fit the bill to engage and do amazing things. The hypothesis we are testing is that there are many such entrepreneurs in villages. In fact, the very act of coming forward, if you're a woman in a village and seeking to do entrepreneurship, suggests something inherent in you. And with the right organizational platform, such as what Dharma Life provides, and with the right technological platform, there can be a process of bringing out what is latent in that entrepreneur and what we're doing, and transforming that individual's life. And so, if you watch Rohini today and the self-confidence she exudes, and imagine 4 years ago when she joined, way she would have approached this, it would have been a very different video. And we're doing these videos before and after, those who get the Dharma Life intervention versus those who don't, to see how does the intervention change self-confidence and so on. I'll stop here. Happy to chat some more later.
Quick time check, guys.
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
We're done.
Yeah. Thank you
so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rohini ji.
Thank you. धन्यवाद रोहिणी जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इस चैट में आने के लिए. Thank you Gaurav, thank you Vanitya, and thank you Professor Chandy. It was lovely having you on the discussion. Very good to have someone from the field here and to have conversations with them. There are a lot of requests to have conversations in Hindi. I think that's met too. So thank you so much. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Hey guys, so if you're here, you're watching the Rural Development Track on Charcha 2020. The stream is live on YouTube, on Book My Show. And, the streams will be recorded. They'll be available for viewing later. Those of you who have joined on Zoom, we'll be able to take your questions. Those of you who joined on YouTube, we'll try and take your questions, curate them, and pass it on to the panel here as well. Without further ado, I want to pass this on to Smita to talk about a collective that has come together in no time in these times of crisis to bring together artisans from across India and is really championing the cause of artisans. I'm sort of very delighted to bring on board Smita, Neelam, and the panel. I'll let Smita introduce the panel and take it forward from here. We have time until 7. Smita, on to you.
Thanks, John. Welcome, everybody. I hope I'm visible, and welcome to all my panelists. I'm going to jump right in. So welcome to Creative Dignity and this session on collaborations to support India's 200 million artisans. So who are we? I'm going to briefly introduce what's happening here and my panelists, and then we're going to go around the table and hear from them. What we'd like to do is bring you a perspective from each of the stakeholders in this ecosystem. So this is a completely voluntary coming together of India's leading artisan-based development organizations and experts in the field. And it's unprecedented. I mean, all of us have been working in this field on the ground for the last 2 decades. And given what's happening right now in this ecosystem with the craftspeople and artisans around our country, spontaneously, everybody has come together to try and help them. So that's the background. Artisans, we know, constitute the second largest source of Indian livelihoods after agriculture. And Creative Dignity was born completely as a volunteer movement to support the government in its outreach activities and to look for solutions to help augment those measures. It's been endorsed by many leading organizations in the field, including, in no particular order, Crafts Council of India, Dastakar, ICA, the National Federation of Handlooms and Handicraft, Dastakari Hath Samiti, Rang Sutra, Industry, Fair Trade Forum, Malka, Khamir, 200 million artisans, EPCH, NID, NIFT, and many more that join the movement every single day. So just to give you a backdrop, I'm going to introduce my panelists, and then we're going to kick off this very interesting discussion. So I have Neelam Chibba here, who is the founder of Industry. She's a social entrepreneur who's been working with women producers in India and now in Africa over the last 30 years. She's been chosen as the Schwab Foundation World Economic Forum Schwab Social Entrepreneur of the Year for India, and is also a Women Changemakers Fellow. Neelam and her team have built a holistic ecosystem that works with rural producers to equip them with skills and tools to set up their own self-owned enterprises. As the founder of Industry, she's been working with over 60,000 producers. She's an alumni of NID Ahmedabad and Harvard Business School. Neelam is also a member of many government and civil society task force. Next, we have Vipul Jain, who is co-founder and partner in Baya Design, along with Shivani Jain, his wife. And they were leading the Hand for Handmade movement. He's an alumnus from IIT Kanpur and IIM Ahmedabad. He's a serial entrepreneur responsible for co-founding global technology ventures as well as social enterprises. I also have, do we have Sharda here? Right, okay. Sharda Gautam is passionate about crafts. In his current role as head of crafts portfolio with the Tata Trust, he is closely involved in conceptualization and implementation of the Antaran program. He visualizes crafts as the key enabler for decentralized and equitable growth of India's economy. Sharda started his career with General Motors after completing mechanical engineering from NIT Surat. He switched gears from corporate to development sector in order to learn and contribute to the rural economic growth. He's a gold medalist from IRMA. All right. We also have an artisan representative in Macherla Mohan Rao, a weaver activist from Chirala, who has for decades now been spearheading the movement for rights of handloom weavers. He's the founding president of the Rashtra Janata Jana Samakhya, National Handloom Weavers Union, and the National Federation of Handloom and Handicrafts. Results of some of his work include personal consumption loans for artisans, which is the genesis of the Mudra loan in 1991. National Policy for Weavers, Worksheds, and Housing in 94, and the National Policy on Health Insurance for Artisans in 2000. He continues to work towards fighting for artisans' rights and implementation of the Handloom Reservation Act. To introduce myself, I'm Smita Mankad. I've had multiple careers, but I think relevant for this session are two hats that I have worn. One is my time with Fab India, where I set up and led the community-owned companies, which were regional companies where we made craftspeople and artisans direct shareholders, and so direct beneficiaries of the profits, and taking the relationship beyond just a buyer-seller relationship. The other, so we had 18 companies, almost 1,000 producer groups, 75,000 artisans, of which about 23,000 became shareholders with us. I've also been associated with the Women on Wings Foundation since it was first set up, and started working in India with the mission of creating 1 million jobs for women in rural India. Today, Women on Wing Foundation has reached 278,000 jobs co-created with about 41 partners across the country. 25 of these are in textiles and crafts, and the others are in the food and agri sector. So what Women on Wings brings to the table is not just business coaching and mentoring, but also through their platform, access to market and access to finance. So with that, slightly long introductions, sorry, but that's just to share the breadth of our panel. I'm going to move into very quickly asking Neelam to come in. I've given you a little bit of the background of Creative Dignity. Neelam, can you share with us how this all started and what the framework looks like? Over to you, Neelam.
Thanks, Smita. Thank you very much. And it's a great honor to be here with all my esteemed co-panelists. And before I venture any further, I'd just like to say, even when this panel was being set up, there was a big discussion. Should we call it Creative Dignity? Because there are so many other movements in parallel. And then because there's so much going on, we said, let's just call it. But straight away, we want to call out that for us, the movement is super critical. This is a panel of a Creative Dignity, a Hand for Handmade, Handmade in India, and I know there are 5 other WhatsApp groups with 200 young designers and artisans on them. So I think totally, if we look at the ecosystem, we've got about 2,000 young professionals on WhatsApp groups, and therefore, just it's a movement of all of us, right? So that's something I want to establish. And the other thing is that, frankly, the kinds of problems that face all of us are not going to be solved by individual organizations. Globally, it has been recognized in all the forums that if we had to meet the SDGs, which was pre-COVID, that was the discussion, right? to meet the SDGs by 2030, we were $1 trillion short globally. And a lot of social entrepreneurs realized that, and we were not going to meet them till 2095. And if we did not meet the SDGs by 2095, Bombay is underwater by 2050. We are already 3 degrees above the temperature we are supposed to be at. And the biggest fallout of climate change was going to be borne by South Asia. It's going to be borne by India, by Bangladesh. And so it's very critical. Globally, it's being recognized that collaboration is the way forward. We can no longer work in our silos. And hence, I think COVID was a very, very, very big instrument in making this happen. And that's what Creative Dignity and all the other movements, which are also being represented here, are about, right? So first and foremost, all of us stand on the shoulders of giants. I've always said this. Anything we do today is because of what people have sweated on for the last 60 years, whether it's the NGOs, whether it's corporates like Fab India, everyone has been initiated by a huge love and passion for the producer. But it's just that different frameworks have their own limitations, right? So I believe collaboratives are so phenomenal because you are bypassing all the normal rules of engagement, right? And that's the beauty of them. So I just want to, first of all, give a tribute to all the 2,000 volunteers. Everybody who's just come in and has just worked relentlessly. And it's amazing how to see the passion, right? And frankly, in the artisanal sector, a lot of these young people are designers. So it's a huge tribute to the design education system of our country, which has been able to build a breed of professional, which is trying its best to build more inclusion, but the tools are often lacking, right? Because we are forced to work within capitalist frameworks. Now there are these huge new tools of social innovation, which I think should be spread, and through all these movements, maybe we can do that. So just to quickly stop my larger level meta discussion, I'll just put a last point on this, which is that right now, as we speak, global think tanks in Europe, in UK, in the US are talking about the next wave and a new paradigm of regenerative economies. Look at the Prime Minister's speech 3 days ago. His 5 pillars are clearly about a regenerative economy, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's local supply chain, whether it's supply and demand. And this is what this sector has been fighting for 60 years. And the time has come, right? And going back to Creative Dignity, we've been very lucky. We've had the good auspices of being able to get Kearney, which is a global management consulting firm, which is helping us think through everything that we're doing, because the clear focus is it's 3 months of relief, right? Because all of us will always jump to what's going to happen after 3 years. But it's very, very clear that everyone has come together for 3 months of relief, right? Because there are people out there who are going to be in very, very, very bad shape. All the artisans for whom we want to work, right? So it's 3 months, the focus is relief. Then the next 1 year is focus on what we call rehabilitation. And rehabilitation will focus a lot on stock sale. How? Because in this slump of an economy, how are we going to get stocks moving out? How are we going to continue having producers produce? It's going to be an entirely new paradigm. And the third trajectory is rejuvenation, right? And rejuvenation is what is going to happen post-COVID. Yeah, 3 years from now. Maybe it's a COVID world forever. We frankly don't even know. We know nothing. And that's what everyone's working on. And things are changing at a dramatic pace every day. And once again, I'll stop here, just giving a tribute to all the volunteers who've been at it. And I represent them, right? And it's phenomenal. I also need to make an appeal. Frankly, The data that is emerging, it's emerging really fast. We've got state anchors, state hubs for 30 states, 28 states, plus union territories. It's becoming really clear that even if we impact just 3,000 artisans in distress, it's going to be far more than that. Even if it's just 3,000 artisan families across 30 states, UTs, whatever you want to call them, we are talking about 100,000 people. And it's a bare minimum. And when you talk about 100,000 people and you're looking at a nutrition augmentation kit of just 1,000 rupees per family, it's 10 crores. So, and I'm stopping here.
No, just to paraphrase. So if I understand, we're looking at approaching this in three kind of tracks. While the immediate is, of course, relief, and for that a fund has been set up, and fundraising is being done. 1,000 rupee package of rations and essentials is being sent out to the ones who need it the most. And to make this happen on the ground at a very granular level, do I understand that state level outreach, state hubs have been set up with volunteers leading each one who will verify on the ground the need and sort of channel the help to where it is needed. So that, I think, is what we're doing immediately in terms of rehabilitation. I just want to put out there that there is a website, creativedignity.org, where a lot of this information is available, and any crafts organization or people working at the grassroots can reach us through this. So the craft sector has a lot to offer, at a national level through social and economic stability, also because it addresses 11 out of the 17 SDGs in terms of sustainability. So I think it provides an answer, especially in this time when we are seeing reverse migration, we're seeing deglobalization, we're seeing localization. So I just want to bring in here Mohan Rao, who represents the artisan communities. He has almost 20,000 weavers as part of his federation from around the country, over 2,000 handicraft artisans. So Mohan Rao ji, can we hear from you what you see as a reality on the ground with the craftspeople around the country? John, can you unmute Mohan Rao, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Dear friends, due to all of the sudden lockdown declaration, weavers and other artisans are suffering a lot. All the people are shocked. Why? Because people are not having any savings on their hand, but they have to take some the money what they need from other money lenders. It is not also possible in this crisis. Now, since 2 months period, they are struggling for their food. Basically, they are struggling for the food, and they want to continue their work also. But it is not possible. Master weavers and other cooperative societies are not able to give the raw material and wages. The money with the cooperatives or master weavers are ended. No money with them. So because it is a big crisis in this 50 years, more than 50 years, people not having this experience. So government of India ignoring these people, poor people. Why? Because suddenly they announced it, but they are not thinking about the food grains and other necessities, which is required for the family maintenance to the poor people. This is the condition. We are afraid of that, how these sector people are overcoming this problem. It is very difficult to them. People are starving since 2 months. It may be leads to the starvation deaths or committed suicides. I am afraid of that thing. Now we are giving the awareness, we are organizing the awareness campaigns, not to do any things. You people, civil society is with us. You are not alone. You are coming together with more people so that patiency is more, and we will bargain with the government, central or state, with collective. That's what we are saying to the people.
Thank you.
Madam.
Thank you, Mohan Rauji.
Yeah.
I want to ask you a question here, that with all the people moving back out of urban centers, moving back to their villages, do you think that they would look at their traditional livelihoods once again, what they left and went away to the city?
I hope that people will do come to the profession, weaving profession or any other handicrafts work. Why? Because people are not willing to go immediately to the urban areas or cities. Their mentally they are in that stress. They want to live in their family, with their family members and in the villages. So very much hope to continue. They will continue with their own traditional occupation. I am hoping more than 10% people will continue the occupations after lockdown.
Well, in all your communication, please share with them that they are not alone, like you said.
Yes, they are not alone. All the civil society and intellectuals and designers are all coming together. They are supporting to our cause. So you are not alone. You are with the masses and intellectuals and like-minded people who are serving the real handloom and handicraft people. This is our message in the villages.
Thank you. Thank you, Mohan Rauji.
Thank you.
Vipul, I wanted to bring you in. I think when we spoke the other day, we realized how well synced all the different movements are and how each one has managed to spontaneously generate interest and volunteers to join in, and how the movements complement each other actually, and what your group, what you are doing is more on the rehabilitation and rejuvenation side through design. So would you like to share with us some of the areas that you're focusing on and how what the feedback is?
So thank you, Smita. And one of the perennial issues between the craft sector has been the relevance of what is being produced to what the market wants, right? This has been a long outstanding problem. And that's one of the reasons why the craft sector has actually been declining. And this is where the role of designers comes in. And when I'm talking about designers, I'm talking in a very inclusive manner. So there's the craft knowledge which artisans have. There's a design knowledge that designers have, right? And the two really need to come together, right? And all of us need to work towards what the market needs. Because at the end of the day, the whole sector can only do well if we are relevant to what the market needs. Now, we believe that within the post-COVID world, what the market will need will change because discretionary spends are going to be reduced. People are going to be more careful about what they buy, right?
Yes.
And of course, the younger generation, are looking for things which are around the theme of sustainability, around responsible buying, responsible production, right? So in a hand for handmade, we are really trying to harness the energies of designers, of producers and artisans, and the market and the marketplaces together, right? Bring them together onto a platform where they can collaborate. So we basically have 4 initiatives. The first initiative is really looking at what will the post-COVID market look like? Maybe health, hygiene, and home products will have greater demand. Maybe there's a greater opportunity to provide artisanal-based packaging products, etc. So we're going to look at the market side of things and do trend analysis and a sort of what would the market want. We are also going to be looking at how do we link designers, right, to artisans and to markets and marketplaces, right? Because right now we feel a lot of people try to do everything. You know, they want to design, they want to produce, they want to market. And at the end of the day, that makes it, you know, you don't get to scale. And at the end of the day, nobody makes enough money or creates enough value in the ecosystem. We are also planning to run a campaign. Okay. And this campaign, we will time it such that once the markets open and the products are available back into the marketplace, then, you know, everybody should think, hey, if I buy something that's handmade, then I'm doing a dual purpose. I'm getting something beautiful that I need for my home or for my office or for a gift. But at the same time, I'm helping to conserve a livelihood. And this is the way, if people start thinking like that, you know, about be Indian, buy Indian, let's look at supporting ourselves, being self-reliant in a way, right?
Right.
I think that will really stimulate the market. And then we are looking at the role of craft education. You know, the younger generation, a lot of them are studying in various things, but their exposure to craft is very low. And exposure to craft only comes through an immersive experience. Only when you visit a craft center, work with an artist, you really realize what it's all about. That's when you fall in love. So if young people can start falling in love, then somewhere, no matter what they do in their careers, they will have an appreciation and a love for craft, right? And that's when I think we will see a lot of rejuvenation of the sector and a pride of place that this really belongs to the sector. And last but not least, we are trying to see how can we put together a resource database so that people who want to know who are the educational institutes, who are the producers, who are the marketeers, they can very easily find each other and maybe link up together in their own mutual sort of self-interest, right? So these are some of the initiatives we are working on.
Fantastic. So I think what you said resonates in terms of craft, immersion, and education and awareness. I believe actually needs to start from school. That's where it started for me, and it stays lifelong. I mean, your appreciation, it becomes intrinsic. It's not something that is learned at a later date. So that's something we should think about putting in our curriculum much earlier.
Absolutely, you're absolutely bang on.
And if we can, you know, if conscious consumption as well as conscious production become, again, intrinsic to our new reality going forward for each and every one, I think that shift can.
Young people are very aware of this, but they are not aware that the craft sector is the perfect example.
Absolutely.
If you were really to look at, you know, small is beautiful world, right? If you were to look at, you know, something which is very light on the environment, something that provides livelihood and so on and so forth, it's really the craft sector. But somehow the craft sector has never been projected that way, right? And I think if we bring it into people's awareness and consciousness, then automatically, you know, we'll start looking at a product with new eyes, with a different lens, right?
Well, we have a chance now to change perceptions and hopefully from that change the reality of the future. So I want to bring Sharda in here. Sharda can share with us a little bit more about both working directly with producer groups on the ground as well as the marketing front, and how bringing that product to market in this scenario looks like today, and you know, what they've got planned and what we can learn from that. So Sharda.
Sure. Thank you, Smita. I'm so sorry, my bandwidth is a little low, so I won't be able to turn on the video. There's some trouble with the internet. So I'll share with the audience our experience with the Antaran Artisan Connect, which went viral last 6 weeks. So what has happened is there were a couple of artisans who were being connected with different buyers, and they were planning to participate in different events. But as soon as the lockdown happened, they were stuck with the stock because buyers, because of the genuine difficulty, they were not able to honor their commitments. And exhibitions, as we know, is far from reality for the next 6 months at least. So therefore, we as a team thought that let's put up a platform wherein we'll do a direct connect between the artisan and the buyer, which was the sole objective of Uncertain, but it was intended more towards B2B. But this time around, we thought let's take it to the B2C level because B2B is not functional anymore, at least for next 4 to 6 months time frame. And all the but the artisans were in the villages and the clusters, and our team had moved out because of the lockdown. So this was like a litmus test for us. We reached out to the artisans and they said they are willing to. They have learned photography skills. They have learned how do you upload your photographs on Google Drive, how do you do right costing, how do you communicate with buyer over phone, and if buyer is from outside the country, how do you communicate over WhatsApp, how do you prepare right invoice and send it to the buyer, and receive a digital payment. So these were the certain skills which were part of the overall education which we had been trying to impart to the artisans across these 6 weaving clusters. And that came to use. We had initially about 22 artisan entrepreneurs who came forward and said that they want to be part of this and they will like to present their stock and sell it. The response was phenomenal, and now we have about 32 artisans who represent about 200 weavers with whom they are working, who are co-partners in their initiatives. And they have done an exceptional amount of business. I'll give you an example of one solo female entrepreneur, artisan entrepreneur from Gopalpur in Jajpur district. She is the only female entrepreneur in the male-dominated weaving cluster, and she has done sales of 6.5 lakh rupees as on today.
Wow. Wow.
So that's the kind of success which people have received. So coming back to your question, I mean, how other artisans in other clusters can benefit. I think what can happen is next 3 months, as Neelam also mentioned and Mohanji mentioned that these 3 months are very critical to make sure that relief happens. So that's like creating the safety net so that your survival is assured. So that's something which government and civil society will definitely have to do together. As the second step, while this relief is happening, artisans should also try to upskill them if they are not in a position to upskill themselves on digital literacy and on using digital platforms. Their son or daughter or neighbor's son or daughter, whosoever is little digital literate and is open to learning these new skills should come forward. We are constantly uploading a couple of videos which are which are right now in mix of Hindi and English, but would be of great use for artisans for self-learning, because for them to do a Google search becomes difficult for learning certain specific topics. So recently we have put in videos related to costing. There is a template which is mobile based and they can download and they can start using it. Very soon videos related to photography cataloging and how do you communicate over WhatsApp with buyers would also be coming in the coming week. So the intent is, my point was that in next 3 months time frame, artisans should actively use this without sitting idle, without being pessimistic about the scenario, because the pessimism is all over. It's across the sectors, not just handlooms. So it is important how do you come out of it. So the way to come out of it is to upgrade your skills, use this time to upgrade while everyone else is trying to make sure that they have their basic relief material available so that the engine is running. And then use this skill to do quality photography of the products which they have using the basic smartphone, to do right costing, to present it on the platforms which I think Creative Dignity is trying to put in. You already have a couple of existing platforms, so they can pick and choose which ones they would like to be part of. And then there might be a possibility that the stocks might start selling. So that looks like a short-term scenario between next 6 to 12 months. But very practically speaking, it might be very difficult for them to sell out the 100% of the stock, because majority of the clusters which were cotton and they were expecting to sell it in the summer months may not find enough market during the winter months. So they might have to wait for a little longer, but selling about 15 to 20, 25% of the product would make sure that they have some working capital available in hand. Now, looking at between 1 to 2 years, which is going to be a little critical because markets could be recovering, but may not be recovering at the same pace the way they were before COVID happened. So therefore, it is very important that one takes a very cautious move. Instead of going into a mass production, which was the case earlier when they were doing it, let's say 50 meters or 100 meters in similar designs, it is important that they start working very closely with their buyers and possibly with some other designers, so that they co-create products where the hit ratio remains higher. So let's say if buyers are looking at samples for next 2 or 3 or 4 seasons from now, they should start working with the buyers and invest heavily in terms of sample development. Now, there can be very strong potential donors who can come in and donate money for the paid sampling exercise, which artisans can undertake. This would help, one, artisans will make sure that they are not producing and building up and piling up their inventory. So piling of inventory will not happen. There will be a freshness which will come to the market, which is going to be of paramount importance because market is going to be selective. I mean, crafts, as we know, is not a routine product. It's not grocery that you would buy irrespective of at what level you are. So it's discretionary. So therefore, it's important that what you do brings freshness to the market. And I will not mince words, but as we see, and we normally, and I keep sharing this, that we categorize artisans are not monoliths. So we categorize them into three broad categories: Mazdoors, Karigars, and Kalakars. In my view, next 2 years are going to be very, very difficult for the types who are of Mazdoor, who have not been very creative or trying to do something. They might have to move towards Narega or some other work which requires menial labor. Those who are at the Karigar and Kalakar will have to work very diligently and make sure that they become true custodians of the craft. So it's very important that they start upskilling themselves and take it forward. So it's going to be a mix of strategy between safety net to a climbing rope is what I would suggest that for craft to survive and thrive is required.
Thank you, Shada. You've covered a lot of ground. I think all of us, this is the litmus test of all the training and capacity building that has gone on for years, and whether the craftspeople can really leverage all of that input that has come to them in this time. Because like you say, whether it's digital skills or just using whatever basic technology they have to reach out, there are solutions. And I think there are multiple platforms, there are multiple resource centers. So the idea also of this collaborative and everybody coming together is to openly share all this information with whoever needs it. Our partners in this, and any help that is needed by any group, please, because people are volunteering their time, their resources, their infrastructure to help in any which way. So thank you for that. And
yes, Smita, just one bit. I think my colleague Vishesh has put up the link for the Artisan Knowledge Center on the chat. So the audience may look at it and may share it with their artisan community with whom they are working.
Perfect. We also have helpline numbers and we have state level support groups. So all those resources will be shared and will be available. I also appreciate what you said about being market driven in terms of new product development. That has always been the focus in any of the work that I have done. Is you start from the market demand and work backwards, and it's going to become even more critical. I mean, so it's not just about liquidating stocks that artisans are holding today, but what are the products that they should be making in the future? And Vipul shared a lot about ideas around that. Which are the trends that we are likely to see? Which are the industries that we are likely to see? So there are some questions, but Shada, I wanted to ask you. Is there anything particular, couple of things that you feel in terms if we were to overhaul the supply chain or the whole value chain? What do you see as some now in this scenario, something that needs to be reworked or reinvented at this time to make this value chain stronger? Something
I think what's very important, Smita, is that right now the value chain has gone global. We source our silk from China, which is called as the Bangalore silk. We majority of the cotton cluster source cotton from outside their periphery. And if you go into the past, even Banaras used to produce cotton, and it was famous for cotton saris very, very long back. So now what is very important for policymakers and for institutions and civil society is to relook value chain high level. I'll give you an example. Naga tree cotton is something wherein Tata Trust is heavily investing on. So in Nagaland, that's the only tree cotton which grows in the country. We are motivating artisans and investing money to make sure that the tree cotton comes out, which has a life of about 15 years. And this cotton would be hand-ginned, hand-carded, hand-spun. And the surprising part is Nagaland, which is primarily hilly except Dimapur, they have never used wool in past. So because this was a tree cotton which was hand-spun, hand-ginned, hand-carded, the breathability was so good that they were actually able to use it as equivalent to wool. So that's the beauty which we have lost in the game of mechanization. I think that's something which policymakers have to look at, and localization of raw material, both yarns and the dyes has to be looked at.
Agreed. I think looking at local, not just raw material, but local supply chains for everything and local markets is going to become more and more important given our current scenario. So there's a question for anyone on the panel that now this is quite broad. Can handmade or handcrafted products ever regain mainstream status, or will they remain a niche market? So anyone who wants to take this question.
Can I take it?
Sure, Neelam.
Yeah, under the new auspices of regenerative economies, the definition of handmade is what we have to look at, right? So pre-industrial revolution, 300 years ago, the maximum contributor to India's GDP was the artisanal sector.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It was not agriculture.
No,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah. So we have not been able to redefine what was called handmade, because nothing is ever 100% handmade today in any case.
Yeah.
So the focus on handmade has to move to the whole definition, the whole language, the whole way the sector is described has to change. So this is about creative entrepreneurship. This is about creative. So the global creative industries is growing at 23%. Why is India's creative manufacturing not growing? Because of the way we define it. And I reached out to someone from the UK, and they were talking about creative industries growing. And I went to them and I said, hello, what do we do about our sector? He turned around and looked at us. He said, you are the only one with this massive manpower in manufacturing. None of us have it. It's all dead.
We have
you will have to find the solution for yourself, right? So this is creative manufacturing, and we have to package it in a new way. And it is the solution. It's eco-industrialization.
Perfect. So we
low
have
carbon footprint. It will save the planet.
Bright future. I've just got a message that we have only 2 minutes to go. So I'm going to pose a question, and I just want one answer from everyone on the panel. So if there was one thing you want to ask the government in terms of support for this sector, what would it be? So very quickly, Neelam, and then we move to Mohan, Vipul, and Sharda.
I am with the Mazdoor. I'm with the Mazdoor. I'm with the Mazdoor. We have to look at the most vulnerable. So I'm telling the government, put the artisanal sector, Mazdoor under MNREGA. We will create an output for that. We will create a dignity line of products, very small, simple products, which we will sell globally. Yeah, and MNREGA. That's it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Madam,
I want to say about the Buy Indian. Buy Indian, the word slogan is very dangerous in future for particularly handloom and handicrafts. Why? Because in the year of 1905 year, our freedom fighters called the before the Elphinstone building in Calcutta, fire the foreign goods, but boycott the foreign goods. These two happen in the Calcutta and on all parts of the India. But Buy Indian means now we are we are facing the tough competition in between the power loom and machine-made products for the artisans also, handicrafts. How we can differentiate, the consumer can differentiate the Buy Indian? Is it a handmade product or machine-made product? So my strong opinion is, please very clearly say about the Buy handloom, Buy handmade artisans product. It is very clearly, I want to say this.
Okay, fair point. Fair point.
Yeah.
Thank you. Vipul?
I would really like to see every student, right, in middle classes, in class 10, class 12, every college student having to go and spend some time with an artisan in an artisan cluster. I think 1 week where you actually work with an artisan and you understand the skill that goes into something that looks very simple, right, is just gonna create the deep appreciation of those people. And if that appreciation is there, everything starts to change. So that's what I would really ask the government to do. In fact, I believe that, subsidies and this and that, all of that is not that required. Okay, as the creating, right, exposing people to what craft is really about, and exposing craft to the skills, whether it's digital skills or it is business skills or it is design skills, so that they can up their level, right?
Perfect. Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Shada, can I bring you in for a minute?
Smita, can you hear me? Yeah. So I think one biggest expectation from the government at this point in time would be to create the safety net, maybe for about 6 to 8 months, so that nobody falls below the poverty line and reaches to a level what Mohanji talked about, starvation. So that's something which post 70 years one can never expect to happen in the country. So that's something which government should take care of as the safety net. Second thing I think which government has to do is to change the outlook. The way the sector has been visualized is something which needs sympathetic support. I think a paradigm shift is required, where government should start looking this as a strong powerhouse for rural economy, which can contribute to GDP, which can be a strong GDP contributor. Only thing what is required is you need to do things in the right manner. While you need to have safety nets which are required, at the same time you need enabling conditions which create climbing growth. So let's say learning the business and the skills which people mentioned and which we are trying to do under Antaran program and other civil society initiatives have also been doing. So that's something which has to be looked at. It has to be looked beyond the safety net angle, but for the time being, safety net is of paramount importance. But as soon as the safety net is over, start looking safety net plus the climbing growth.
Perfect. Thank you. So since I have the last word, I'll add my 2 bits, and then I'll hand it back to John. So I feel that we need to change the language and the perception around this ecosystem and industry completely. It's been called a sunset industry for too long. We need to switch that to being a sunrise industry, because in the new world, this really has a lot of the answers that we're looking for. And the other thing is that we discount it very easily, both physically and otherwise. I mean, the whole every government showroom has a permanent 20%, 30% discount banner, which you are starting off by undervaluing the product. And I think that needs to change completely. If we don't value it, how will anyone else value it? So let's bring value back. Let's bring respect back to these products, which are incredibly hard to make, and they're beautiful. So
can you put in 10 seconds, Smita, here? While at the same time, when we are appealing the government and the market to look at it as a strong contributor to the rural economy, it is also very important that handloom sector also should introspect and start looking at things which have gone wrong. So entry of synthetic fibers, entry of nephthol dyes, these are things which as a true handmade products will not be worthy to carry forward. So that's something which handcraft sector also has to look into.
Great. So I think just bringing this collaboration, this panel to a close, I'll thank you everyone for your views and engaging conversation. And I'm going to hand this back to John. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Smita. What a way to end the day, collective of artisans coming together. I really, really wish you all the best, and look forward to working together in the future. I think it would have been, this was a great day, ending with a great session, a great cause to come on a platform like this. And thank you so much, Smita, Neelam, Mohan, Vipul, Shraddha, for coming on this platform. Viewers, I think this is the end of the day session for us at 7 p.m. Thank you so much for staying with us through the day. It's a great lineup of great panels, sessions, speakers, keynotes. We have the channel starting again at 10 a.m. tomorrow with RCRC, Rapid Community Response to COVID, with some really, really amazing organizations who started so many decades ago. Pradhan, Srijan, Aga Khan, RSP, a lot of them coming together again with voices from the field. Don't miss that. Please join us again. This is also available on YouTube. You can go and see the session whenever you want to. It's streaming live. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great end to the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.